At the beginning of the story, we are shown an incident where a man is seen crying in front of his brother. The crying man was the first elder's foster brother. Meanwhile, the person he was crying for was the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. He didn't realize that the person he was crying for was standing next to him. The old man said initially he only wanted to deepen his divine arts. However, his soul was suddenly separated from his body and could not return. Seeing how his brother kept crying, for some reason the old man became annoyed. He then took out the divine ultimate skill he had. However, it doesn't work at all. He couldn't touch his brother. Suddenly a portal appeared and forcibly pulled the old man's body into it. He couldn't free himself. Even if he used the weight expansion skill, it was useless considering he didn't have a body. Finally, the old man disappeared as the portal closed. Meanwhile, in the real world, Park Hyun-soo, a 27-year-old man, woke up and screamed. The nightmare he experienced felt so real. His breath was ragged while sweat poured down his entire body. Hyun-soo was panting as if he had run hundreds of miles. Hyun-soo said in a tired tone. He was sick of being bothered by seeing the same dream every time he fell asleep. 2 years ago, portals connecting humans with other worlds appeared simultaneously all over the world, and the monsters that came out of the portals began to rampage and destroy the whole world. Following that incident, humans used their most advanced weapons to strike back. Unfortunately, weapons of this era do not affect those monsters, and suddenly humans, who were on the edge of destruction, began to awaken their abilities. Among them was an S-rank hunter who awakened top-class abilities. Their abilities are truly effective against monsters. After that, the existence of S-rank hunters grew until they became as strong as a country. Of the many people who awaken their abilities, the percentage of people without powers is only 1%, and Hyun-soo is one of them. He is just a support with no special powers or abilities. Hyun-soo looks gloomy. He had just received a message from the hospital where his sister was being treated. They asked him to send Hyunti home if he couldn't pay off the payment by the end of the month. Forcing Hyunti to be sent home, according to Hyun-soo, was the same as telling his younger brother to die. Bad thoughts began to haunt Hyun-soo. He thinks, what if he also dies? He could no longer bear to see his family members die. At least when he dies, Hyunti will be taken care of by the government. Hyun-soo cried while holding the rope in her hands. He apologized to Hyunti because he couldn't do much even though he tried his best. Just as Hyun-soo was about to hang himself with the rope, a portal suddenly appeared on the wall of his room. Hyun-soo was scared to death and screamed for help. An old man appeared from inside the portal, hitting Hyun-soo's body until he fell. Hyun-soo asked fearfully who the man was. The man asked back if Hyun-soo could see him. Suddenly Hyun-soo immediately stepped back in fear. He thought the man had come to rob. So, Hyun-soo told the man that he was so poor that he didn't have anything to rob. The old man ignored Hyun-soo. Instead, he looked around, taking in a new place that looked completely foreign to him. Now that Hyun-soo observed him, he realized that the old man's feet were not on the floor, aka floating. This fact made Hyun-soo even more afraid. He then asked if the old man was a hunter who came from the portal. However, the old man didn't seem to understand what Hyun-soo was saying. He even thought hunter was the name of a food. In contrast to Hyun-soo, who was still scared, the man casually tried to touch the television in the room. However, his hand penetrated the object. Hyun-soo thinks the old man is the god of death sent to take his life, because a few moments ago he was thinking about ending his own life. But now, Hyun-soo regrets wanting that, because he still has a younger sibling to protect. The old man flicked Hyun-soo's eyebrows hard, making him wince in pain. He was a little upset because Hyun-soo called him casually, once a robber and now even a god of death. The old man looked at his own hands in surprise. Unlike before, he seemed to be able to touch Hyun-soo. To ensure this time the old man held Hyun-soo's head. He stroked his beard as he thought. A few moments later, he floated out of Hyun-soo's house. The old man floated in the middle of the city. He immediately knew that that place was not his world. He approached the man who was walking, intending to ask something. The man just kept quiet and continued walking. It wasn't because he didn't care, but because he couldn't see the old man. He tried to touch the man with glasses. However, his hand penetrated the man's shoulder. He then wonders if Hyun-soo is the only person he can touch. Suddenly a force appeared out of nowhere and pulled his body. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo is seen covering the walls of his room using a sheet of paper. The place where the mysterious man appeared looked like a black hole and frightened him. That's why he closed it. Hyun-soo thinks the hole might be a portal, so it's good if he reports it just in case. Hyun-soo's cell phone rings. There was an incoming call from a hunter named Kim Hak-sung. The hunter informed him that they had a portal and needed Hyun-soo's help as support. Hyun-soo quickly said he would immediately head to the location. Before the call ended, Kim Hak-sung warned Hyun-soo to prepare properly because it was a B-rank portal. Hyun-soo was suddenly shocked because the old man appeared again in his room. When Hyan-soo asked, the old man scathingly answered that he didn't want to go back to a dirty room like Hyan-soo's room. It's just that when he tried to move away, his body was pulled by a foreign force and returned to this place. The old man asked because he was curious to see Hyan-soo packing things into a bag in a hurry. Hyan-soo answered that he wanted to go to the portal to support someone. He also told the old man to leave before he came back again. The old man didn't seem to know about things like portals or hunters. However, Hyan-soo didn't want to bother himself by explaining all that. After all, there was important work waiting for him. Hyan-soo leaves his house. He firmly warned the old man again to get out of there. If not, then he will call the police. The old man followed Hyan-soo from behind. While lifting the back of the jacket Hyan-soo was wearing, he said that if he walked like that, the night would already fall before Hyan-soo reached his destination. With his heavenly demon flight skill, the old man dragged Hyan-soo's body flying across the city. In the eyes of the people, Hyan-soo looked as if he was flying alone. That's why they thought he was an awakened person. Meanwhile, Hyan-soo, who was taken on a flight without his consent, continuously protested asking to be taken down. He felt uncomfortable, especially now that people were looking up at him. Hyan-soo again asked to be dropped off when he saw a red bus. Luckily this time the old man was willing to listen. The bus drove away taking Hyan-soo and the other supports to the portal location. Hyan-soo suddenly became worried. The B-rank portal was a little scary. However, he couldn't back down. Moreover, the pay was quite high, so he could pay off the outstanding hospital bills. Hyan-soo exclaimed in surprise when the old man appeared upside down right before his eyes. The other passengers were also shocked by it. Hyan-soo asks why the man is still there. The old man replied it couldn't be helped. Every time he tries to leave, he is immediately pulled towards Hyan-soo. However, that's not bad. His boredom disappeared because now he had someone to talk to. Meanwhile, Hyan-soo didn't like it at all, because the old man's presence made him feel like he was being haunted by a ghost. The bus stopped in the Mount Ilja area. Hyan-soo and the others gathered to get their equipment. Only then climbed to the top of the mountain. Upon arrival at the top, the hunters who had arrived there earlier began to give instructions. The person in charge of the portal raid this time is Kim Haksung. The man explained that there would be 1 B-rank hunter, 4 degrees Celsius rank hunters, and 5 supporters forming a party to enter the portal. Kim Haksung's explanation was continued by his fellow B-rank hunter. The female hunter, Erin, said that because the B-rank portal would be very dangerous, experienced hunters were asked to help newbies. While Hyan-soo was getting ready, a man suddenly came to greet him. Hyan-soo looked a little surprised to see the man. He of course knew him. The man was Choi Jun-sung, a B-rank hunter and also a delinquent who just hit anyone he saw. He likes to bully people like he's having fun. Hyan-soo remembered that she had to rest for a whole month because of that man. Choi Jun-sung teased Hyan-soo. He didn't think that the young man would still be a support after causing so much trouble in the last raid. Hyan-soo reflexively stepped back, crossing his hands in front of his face when Choi Jun-sung approached, telling him to say hello because he hadn't seen him for a long time. The man asks who called him. Hyan-soo answered nervously that it was Kim Haksung who asked him to come here. Choi Jun-sung patted Hyan-soo's chest hard. He told Hyan-soo to do his best and not to make mistakes. After that, he left while smiling sarcastically. Hyan-soo coughed while holding his chest. Choi Jun-sung didn't know how to hit softly at all. The old man then approached Hyan-soo. He commented on Choi Jun-sung's attitude. According to him, Choi Jun-sung is a very rude person. Even the leader of the beggar sect was never that rude. Hyan-soo confirmed this. Choi Jun-sung is a brat who makes mistakes but always passes them on to others. Suddenly, for whatever reason, the man hit the back of Hyan-soo's head hard. Of course, he immediately protested. Hyan-soo didn't realize that his behavior was seen by several supporters standing behind him. They were confused when they saw Hyan-soo talking to himself. There was a call from Kim Haksung asking everyone to enter the portal. Even though he had entered the portal many times, Hyan-soo still wasn't used to it. Meanwhile, the old man, who also came in, said he felt the same sensation as when he was pulled towards Hyan-soo. Coming out of the portal, Hyan-soo finds himself walking with the others in a barren land. It made him wonder what they would face there. Kim Haksung asked one of the supporters to find out the concept of the portal. The woman who is responsible for this immediately does her job. While waiting, the man suddenly ordered Hyan-soo to come forward to check the place. Hyan-soo explains that they didn't do that because the camp was there. The man sneered at Hyan-soo who couldn't go anywhere and was just an errand boy carrying things. Even though he was annoyed, Hyan-soo couldn't deny it because everything the man said was true. The man then told Hyan-soo, even though the place looked barren, the water source beneath it felt like it was stirring. At first, Hyan-soo didn't believe it. How could there be a source of water in such a barren place? However, when he heard something similar from the woman in charge of finding out about it, he was shocked. The woman reported to Kim Haksung that the concept of the portal was water. It may sound strange, but that is the result obtained from the measuring machine. Choi Jenseng stepped forward to approach the woman. He thought it didn't make sense and thought the woman was using the measuring machine incorrectly. However, the woman remained confident with the results. Suddenly water gushes from the ground, surprising everyone. A horde of monsters began to come from the water jets and attack them. Some of the supporters started to panic when they found out that the monster they were facing was a merman. One of the senior supporters calmed those who were already panicking. He asked those who were still newbies to look for the nearest hunter. The merman went on a rampage attacking the people. Blood splattered everywhere. Hyeon-soo covered her ears because she was afraid. He never thought he would experience something as scary as that. Usually, the starting place for a dungeon is a safe zone. Now with conditions like this, even B-rank hunters are having trouble. A hunter then told Hyeon-soo to hold out a spear to him. Hyeon-soo complied. However, before he could give him the spear, a merman suddenly appeared, attacking Hyun-soo with his trident. Hyeon-soo was thrown away along with the spear. Meanwhile, the hunter who had asked for a weapon looked panicked when he saw that Hyeon-soo was gone, while two mermans approached him. Hyeon-soo grimaced in pain. The merman's attack tore the bulletproof vest he was wearing, causing a long wound on his stomach. Hyeon-soo was shocked to see a merman suddenly standing in front of him. Different from the one that attacked him earlier, the merman was bigger and more scary. The merman raised his trident. Seeing this, Hyeon-soo screamed in fear. Fear combined with the pain from the wound made Hyeon-soo unable to move. He could only stare in horror at the giant trident that was about to hit him. Suddenly a dazzling blue light appeared, attacking the merman until his head exploded. Even Hyeon-soo didn't know what happened. When he found out that the culprit was the old man, Hyeon-soo stared in disbelief. The old man looked furious. He couldn't stop thinking that he would face an imitation fish as an opponent. For him, it was very sad. The old man then told Hyeon-soo to just sit down and enjoy the spectacle, because then he was the one who would act. The merman kept coming to attack the old man. Even so, none of them could land an attack. Of course, as the leader of a cult, the old man had abilities that were far above those monsters. Even though he fought with his bare hands, he was even able to slash the body of one of the mermen until it split into two. The other merman seemed furious to see his friend die, so he attacked the old man instead. The old man used his Chaos Demon Flash skill, which was able to destroy all enemies within 50 yards. In an instant, most of the monsters were slaughtered thanks to the old man's skill. The hunters who were fighting looked surprised to see a foreign force suddenly helping them fight the monsters. They thought it was Hyun-soo who did it. Choi Jenseng didn't look like he believed it at all. According to him, it was impossible because Hyeon-soo was just a support without power. After most of his subordinates died, the boss monster began to appear. He growled at the old man. The old man didn't look the least bit afraid. He lunged forward to face the monster. However, something surprising happened. His internal energy dropped drastically. Now the original Kai is gone. That's why he can no longer touch or be touched by the monster. The merman also looked surprised because his attack penetrated the old man's body. Hyeon-soo was shocked when a merman suddenly jumped at him. The monster was too close and there was no chance for him to dodge. Hyeon-soo bounced because the merman punched him so hard. His back hit a rocky mound hard. Hyeon-soo coughed because he was having difficulty breathing. He had desperately endured the attack. One more attack, Hyeon-soo was sure he couldn't hold it any longer. The old man approached him. He said that Hyeon-soo could die if he didn't do anything. Just as the old man finished speaking, one of the mermans appeared again to attack Hyeon-soo. Luckily, he was able to dodge. Instead of him, the merman's fist hit the ground. Failing to attack Hyeon-soo with his fist, the merman raised his leg to kick Hyeon-soo. However, Hyeon-soo was safe again thanks to the old man. While at a safe distance, the old man told Hyeon-soo to pay attention to the monster. He explained that the merman had muscles that looked very strong, but his legs were slender and his protruding bones looked weak, especially his collarbone. Hyeon-soo's body was pushed forward. The old man lightly asked him to come forward to destroy the monster. Hyeon-soo shuddered at how close he was to the merman. Whether the merman would understand what he said or not, Hyeon-soo said he didn't mean anything and it was the grandfather behind him who had pushed him. Suddenly Hyeon-soo seemed to hear the old man speaking in his head. The old man gave him instructions at close range. Using his elbow he had to break the merman's bones. Hyeon-soo couldn't understand how he would do it. Moreover, the merman was much stronger than him, so how could the monster's bones be broken with his bare hands? The old man's instructions sounded again. This time Hyeon-soo was asked to direct his gaze forward. Hyeon-soo doesn't care anymore. He decided to do whatever the old man told him to do. Hyeon-soo clenched his fists, then hit the merman's chin hard. Only after that, with his elbow, Hyeon-soo punched the merman's collarbone. Hyeon-soo couldn't believe he could take it down with his own hands. The old man told Hyeon-soo to kill the merman. Even though he was holding the spear, Hyeon-soo looked doubtful. He had indeed killed a lot of low-class monsters like slimes. However, killing the merman, he didn't know how to do it. The old man asked Hyeon-soo to hurry. If he woke up, the monster would turn around to chase and kill him, so what was the point of hesitating? Moreover, after this Hyan-Soo still had to help his colleagues. Hyan-Soo turned his head. He saw that hunters such as Irin, Choi Jun-sung, and Kim Hak-sung were trying their best to fight the merman. Hyan-Soo bit her lip. The old man was right. This is war. He remembered again because these monsters left his parents behind. Even his younger brother is still being treated in hospital. Hyan-Soo raised his spear high. He closed his eyes and then stabbed the merman to death. A notification appeared in front of Hyan-Soo. It was written there that he had surpassed the limits due to the help of a powerful figure. Hyan-Soo gaped. Finally, after a long time, he experienced the awakening stage. He also has a unique ability called listening to instructions. Hyan-Soo's excitement turned into disappointment when he saw the skills he had. Hyan-Soo couldn't understand how he could awaken a completely useless skill. The hunters were starting to get tired. The more mermen they defeated, the more support they lost. Kim Hak-sung felt that they were no longer able to maintain the formation. He didn't understand why monsters like those mermans appeared in B-rank portals. It seemed like they had measured the level of the portal incorrectly. It wasn't a portal they could overcome. Irin asked them to immediately retreat because who knows when the mermans will attack again. She also asked those who were not injured to help those who were injured or died to leave there. Hearing Irin's instructions, people began to work together to help the injured. Hyan-Soo thought it was the first time he was in such a dangerous situation. He was sure that if it weren't for the old man's help, he would have died too. Kim Hak-sung approached Hyan-Soo, telling him that they needed to talk after this. Hyan-Soo looks worried. He was confused about what he did wrong and thought Kim Hak-sung would punish him. However, Hyan-Soo believes he did nothing wrong to the point of being punished. Then why did Kim Hak-sung ask him to talk? They exited the portal and returned to the real world. Before leaving Mount Ilja, Kim Hak-sung as the person in charge instructed them to be silent for a moment to honor their comrades who died in today's battle. Meanwhile, Choi Jun-sung looked a little irritated. With today's incident, he thought the association might blame the high-class hunters. The sudden announcement from the person in charge surprised him, especially when they heard that they had a new awakener, namely Park Hyan-Soo. Hyan-Soo looked surprised. It turns out that this is what Kim Hak-sung wanted to talk about before. It's just that he didn't understand how Kim Hak-sung could know about this. While tidying up the association's belongings, Hyan-Soo was surprised by Choi Jun-sung who approached him again. The man patted his shoulder. As usual, he always looked at Hyan-Soo with a cynical expression. Choi Jun-sung said the world doesn't make sense. Some died, and some were awakened. He then told Hyan-Soo to tell him about his abilities. Several people who happened to hear their conversation were also curious about Hyan-Soo's abilities. Hyan-Soo looked confused about whether to tell Choi Jun-sung or not. He was sure that once he found out his ability was listening to instruction, he would end up as a laughingstock for everyone. The old man suddenly approached and asked if Hyan-Soo had just complained about his new abilities. Hyan-Soo then begged the old man to be quiet. However, it seems that Choi Jun-sung mistakenly thought that the words were directed at him. This made him annoyed. Choi Jun-sung raised his hand, preparing to slap Hyan-Soo in the face. That's when Hyan-Soo's skill was active. The old man told him to take one step back, and his body automatically moved to carry out the instructions. As a result, Choi Jun-sung's punch hit empty air. Because he successfully listened to the instructions, his attack power has now increased by 15%. On the other hand, Choi Jun-sung looked increasingly angry because Hyan-Soo managed to avoid him. He thinks Hyan-Soo is challenging him to a fight, so he prepared his fists. The old man asked Hyan-Soo to use the left crouching tiger and right rushing crush techniques. After hearing that, Hyan-Soo didn't understand what happened. It felt as if time had stopped. The technique that the old man said had now entered his brain. Choi Jun-sung jumped to attack Hyan-Soo. However, Hyan-Soo held the man's left shoulder. Then with the right rushing crush technique, he punched Choi Jun-sung hard in the stomach. The man was thrown far away and fell on his stomach. Those who saw this simply couldn't believe that Hyan-Soo was able to defeat Choi Jun-sung in one attack. Kim Hak-sung then approached Choi Jun-sung who had fainted to check his pulse. Luckily the man was fine. Kim Hak-sung then approached Hyan-Soo, telling him that violence between people was prohibited and that Hyan-Soo could be punished for it. However, because this was the first time Hyan-Soo had used violence, Kim Hak-sung said he would treat today's incident as having never happened. The man further said he would tell the association about Hyan-Soo, so he was asked to measure his ranking. Hyan-Soo turned his head when he heard someone congratulating him. Her face immediately flushed fiercely. Her heart started beating fast when she realized Irin was asking her to talk. After Irin leaves, the old man appears behind Hyan-Soo and asks bluntly if she likes Irin. Hyan-Soo denied this even though the color on her face had not completely disappeared. Hyan-Soo then knelt in front of the old man. He wanted to become the old man's disciple. Hyan-Soo also begged the old man to teach him martial arts. The old man thought for a moment after hearing Hyan-Soo's plea. before finally he firmly rejected this. The old man said that he didn't have enough time to learn martial arts, so there's no way he can take care of someone like Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su didn't give up. He tried to persuade the old man. Hyan-Su sarcastically asked, why would the old man study martial arts if he couldn't touch anything? Hyan-Su also expressed his concern. The man had already seen how weak he was inside the portal, so Hyan-Su says if it wasn't for the old man, he would be dead by now. Finally, the old man gave up. He is willing to teach Hyan-Su until he becomes a hunter. Hyan-Su began to imagine that if he became an A-rank hunter, he could go anywhere he wanted. Then if he becomes an S-rank hunter, no one will be able to mess with him. The old man then told Hyan-Su to do 9 obeisances. Seeing that Hyan-Su didn't understand what 9 respects were, the old man said in simpler language. He only agreed to become Hyan-Su's master after the young man kowtowed 9 times to him. Hyan-Su saw the situation. There were still lots of people around. If they saw him kowtow, perhaps he would be considered crazy. However, because this opportunity was not easy to get, Hyan-Su put aside his ego and prostrated himself in front of a figure that only he could see. People looked surprised at Hyan-Su's behavior. Even Eren thought his sanity had disappeared. After returning home, the old man scolded Hyan-Su seeing that the house was in a dirty condition. He immediately ordered Hyan-Su to clean it right away. With the excuse that he was still tired, Hyan-Su asked permission to clean it tomorrow. However, the old man threatened to hit him. Hyan-Su rushed to clean his house even though his body was very tired. The old man asked about the paper that Hyan-Su stuck to the wall. Hyan-Su answered that he was afraid to see the hole the old man came from. He then removed the paper and found that the hole was still there. The old man went in there. Don't forget, he also dragged Hyan-Su in with him. The man said that the place was perfect for Hyan-Su to live and die. Hyan-Su was shocked when he heard this. Hyan-Su was asked to take off his clothes. He still doesn't understand. However, Hyan-Su still did it. He sat cross-legged facing the old man who suddenly moved behind him. The old man gathered energy in his hand and then placed it on Hyan-Su's back. He did this to open Hyan-Su's meridian points and 8 cultivation schools. The old man told Hyan-Su if he wanted to learn martial arts, his Kai and blood flow had to be open. The man started poking points on Hyan-Su's back. Hyan-Su survived as best he could. At first, it wasn't a problem, but when the man gave the final blow, Hyan-Su coughed up liquid. The old man studied Hyan-Su. It had been a long time since he found a body like Hyan-Su. He couldn't believe that everything would open up in such a short time. However, he regretted that Hyan-Su was born in an era where there were no martial arts, even though her body is perfect for that. Hyan-Su panted to catch his breath. He thought he would die if he did the same thing a second time. As soon as they came back again, Hyan-Su felt his body become lighter. The tiredness has also disappeared. Hyan-Su then tried to throw several fists. His hands felt so light. He also felt as if his body could fly. Just as Hyan-Su said that, suddenly his body shot up into the sky penetrated it. The old man tells Hyan-Su that he also releases a little inner energy within himself. In other words, the old man gave him the seed of the heavenly demon Deviantart. Hyan-Su was surprised to hear that. He started to worry, especially when he heard there was a possibility he might die because of it. Hyan-Su unknowingly said harshly, which ended up receiving a punch from the old man. The old man said that if Hyan-Su couldn't receive the power in the divine heavenly demon art, the young man wouldn't be able to learn martial arts. After all, what he taught just now was basic self-defense that even an ordinary person could learn. The next day, Hyan-Su visited the association office as requested by Kim Hak-sung. When he said his name, the female receptionist immediately asked him to take a selfie. After taking the photo, the woman asked him to go to floor 5 underground and look for the head of the rank measurement department named Naksu. Hyan-Su felt nervous about what would happen. As soon as the elevator stopped on floor 5, Hyan-Su immediately went to the room the female receptionist was referring to. A loud thud made him stop in his tracks. Hyan-Su turned towards the voice. He was so amazed. It was the first time he had seen someone with such a powerful punch. In the ranking measurement department, a blonde woman managed to throw a punch to score 687. A man wearing a hat beside her praised the woman because he thought a score of 687 was an extraordinary score for a punch. However, the woman was still not satisfied with the score she got. The woman was confident that she could still get an even higher score. From behind the glass, a man explained that the numbers he got were enough to prove that the woman was in B rank. Because, to be categorized as a rank, the shot score must reach 900 and above. It seemed useless for the woman to try again because the difference in score was quite large if she wanted to reach a rank. The man behind the glass was the head of the ranking measurement department, Jeon Naksu. The woman looked annoyed after Naksu said that to her. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Naksu comes out of the room. Naksu recognized Park Hyan-Su, the man who had just arrived at the rank measurement department. Noxu greeted Hyan-Su in a friendly manner. Noxu praises Hyan-Su for coming early and says that he has heard all about Hyan-Su from Haksum. Hyan-Su just laughed a little in response to Noxu. Noxu takes Hyan-Su to meet Jang-hoon, the man in the hat who is next to the blonde woman. Jang-hoon looked very enthusiastic when he met Hyan-Su, then he invited Hyan-Su to shake hands. Noxu explains that rumors about Hyan-Su have spread everywhere. The rumor in question is a rumor about Hyan-Su who succeeded in teaching the bastard Choi Jung-sung a lesson. Hyan-Su realized that he suddenly became popular after defeating Jung-sung. A woman even asked him to take a selfie with her. Hanwol, the blonde woman, reminded Jang-hoon about the next test he was going to take. Jang-hoon explained that he would check Hyan-Su's ranking, so the next test would be handed over to assistant manager Kim. Then Jang-hoon took Hanwol to the next test site. Hyan-Su and Hanwol made eye contact for a moment, which made Hyan-Su panic and blush. The demon instructor wonders why Hyan-Su always panics when he meets women. Hyan-Su denied it, saying that it wasn't true. Hanwol looked curious about Hyan-Su. She asked Jang-hoon whether the man he had just met was also awakened. Jang-hoon confirmed Hanwol's question. Hearing that, Hanwol swung his punch with enthusiasm. He feels that she will meet Hyan-Su again on the battlefield as a partner later. In the punch strength test room, Hyan-Su is seen who is embarrassed because he is wearing tight clothes. The demon instructor also mocked Hyan-Su for wearing tight clothes that exposed her crotch. Embarrassed, Hyan-Su covered his crotch with his hand. The demon instructor said that Hyan-Su would rather be naked than wear embarrassing tight clothes like that. From behind the glass, Noxu asks if Hyan-Su is ready. Hyan-Su answered that he was ready. Noxu started to turn on the testing machine. The demon instructor instructed Hyan-Su to feel the internal energy flowing in his danchan. The demon instructor explained that if you do that, the Kai attack will flow into a rushing crush attack like what Hyan-Su did yesterday. The skill window appears and explains that Hyan-Su's listening to instruction is active. Hyan-Su's attack power will increase by 15% for the next attack when Hyan-Su successfully follows the instructions. Hyan-Su began to feel extraordinary inner strength flowing through his hands. With all his might, Hyan-Su swung a punch at the testing machine. Hyan-Su's punch was so strong that it broke the machine. The strength score that came out of the machine was 1120. Noxu, who witnessed everything, was shocked to see Hyan-Su's strength. This result was truly beyond Hyan-Su's expectations. The woman from earlier only touched 700. Even though Hyan-Su only used the same technique as yesterday, it felt completely different from before. Hyan-Su begins to realize the great power of inner energy. Noxu informs that Hyan-Su entered a rank. Noxu explained that touching the 900-1500 number indicated that Hyan-Su was in a rank hunter. Then, the number above is in S rank. Hyan-Su tells Noxu that he wants to try again. Noxu looked at the damaged machine. Noxu is sure that if yesterday Choi Jung-sung had received a blow of this level, he would have died. With a heavy heart, Noxu explained to Hyan-Su that he no longer had another machine, so it would be difficult for Hyan-Su to try again. Noxu also invited Hyan-Su to move on to the next test, namely the kick strength test. Hyan-Su kicked the testing machine with all his might. The number that came out was 1377. Noxu regretted this because there was only a little time left for Hyan-Su to reach S rank. Demon instructor looked annoyed at Hyan-Su. If only Hyan-Su released his inner strength faster, he would be able to reach a score of 15-0. The next tests are a jumping strength test, a speed test by running on a treadmill, and an agility test to avoid balls thrown by an automatic throwing machine. Seeing Hyan-Su's test results, Noxu announced that Hyan-Su had been confirmed for a rank. Noxu also congratulates Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su also thanks Noxu. Then Noxu whispered to Hyan-Su that there was still the most important test for this afternoon, namely the virtual battle. Noxu advises Hyan-Su to eat first in the canteen before undergoing the test. Or if Hyan-Su wants, Noxu can arrange a virtual battle schedule for Hyan-Su another day. But Hyan-Su was willing to do it that very day. Arriving at the canteen, Hyan-Su immediately ordered a bowl of ramyeon. It felt like it had been a long time since Hyan-Su last ate rayon. The price of ramyeon at Hyan-Su's place has become expensive because the production factory exploded. Hyan-Su didn't even dare to look at the price. Hyan-Su immediately devoured the still hot ramyeon with gusto. The demon instructor, who noticed Hyan-Su's behavior and seemed to enjoy the ramyeon, became curious as to whether ramyeon was really that delicious. Hyan-Su answered that ramyeon is the best food anyone can enjoy. Demon instructor said that he had eaten many types of noodles. He agrees with Hyan-Su that noodles are the best food in the universe. Hearing the demon instructor's words, Hyan-Su grinned. Hyan-Su told the demon instructor to taste his ramyeon, while trying to give the demon instructor a mouthful of ramyeon. Demon instructor was very annoyed because he thought Hyan-Su was making fun of him who couldn't touch or even eat the ramyeon. Hyan-Soo also replied that the demon instructor had also been making fun of him all day. In the afternoon, Hyan-Soo walked to look for a virtual battle room. Finally, Hyan-Soo found the virtual battle room to prepare for a virtual battle test. However, when Hyan-Soo was about to enter the room, he saw Hanwol, who was complaining of pain. Hyan-Soo saw that there were many wounds all over Hanwol's body. Hanwol came out of the virtual battle room with his body covered in wounds and grimacing in pain. From behind, Jang-hoon asked Hanwol if he was okay. Jang-hoon comforted Hanwol by saying that Hanwol had done a good job. Then Jang-hoon told Hanwol to go straight to the office to get his membership card and rank. Hyan-Soo, who had been watching Hanwol for a long time, could only remain silent. In Hyan-Soo's mind, even though Hanwol was injured like that, she still looked so beautiful. Hyan-Soo stepped into the virtual battle room. There, he was greeted kindly by Nok-Soo. Nok-Soo explains that this virtual battle room was created by a genius engineer who is also an S-rank hunter. His name is Anderson Walker. The purpose of this virtual battle is to give hunters real experience fighting monsters. If you are injured by a virtual enemy attack, your movement will also be limited. Hyan-Soo had to wear bracelets on both wrists and then wear the metal helmet that was provided. The total level in the virtual battle is 10. Because Hyan-Soo isn't a rank hunter, he has to start from level 4. Nok-Soo also gave a signal to Hyan-Soo that the virtual battle had started. Hyan-Soo began to enter the virtual world, accompanied by the demon instructor. Hyan-Soo was amazed to see the virtual world. Everything looked real. Hyan-Soo doesn't seem to believe that the world he is entering is a virtual world. Demon instructor said that it seems that this world was created by someone skilled in mystical dimension techniques. Hyan-Soo himself doesn't know what the mystical dimension technique is. Demon instructor also explained that mystical dimension techniques are usually used to confuse the enemy or hide something. Demon instructor began to boast that this technique was nothing big in front of a great person like himself. Hyan-Soo, who was annoyed, tried to ignore the demon instructor's words. The two of them began to explore the virtual world. Demon instructor sensed a strange aroma from the side. Sure enough, from the side, a huge wolf monster appeared roaring. Demon instructor tried to fight the monster using his inner strength. But it was useless. He couldn't touch anything in that world even though it was only a virtual world. When the demon instructor looked back, it turned out that Hyan-Soo had finished off the monster with a punch of his internal energy. The blow was so strong that it shattered the wolf monster's body. Hyan-Soo also asked the demon instructor's opinion about the power he had. But the demon instructor didn't want to answer him. Several wolves appeared again from beside Hyan-Soo. Demon instructor ordered Hyan-Soo to roll on the ground. Even though Hyan-Soo didn't understand the instructions given by the demon instructor, he still did it. Then the skill window appears and explains that listening to instructions is active. Thanks to instructions from the demon instructor, Hyan-Soo managed to avoid the attacks of the wolf monsters. When the wolf monsters were about to attack again, they were suddenly trampled to death by a giant that suddenly appeared. The giant creature is an ogre. The ogre slammed its fist on the ground and was about to attack Hyan-Soo. The ogre attacked Hyan-Soo repeatedly, but Hyan-Soo was able to dodge even though he was overwhelmed. According to Hyan-Soo, the monster was too big for him. He also asked the demon instructor for advice on how to defeat the monster. However, the demon instructor said that this was a good opportunity to see Hyan-Soo's greatness. He told Hyan-Soo to face the monster with his abilities. Then after that, he left, leaving Hyan-Soo confused. Hyan-Soo then realized that the demon instructor's words were true. He couldn't measure the ranking if he just ran. Hyan-Soo then ran and threw a kick at the ogre monster's right leg. His kick was successful in causing the monster to be injured. But a few moments later, the ogre monster managed to recover itself quickly. Panicking, Hyan-Soo was caught off guard and was caught by the monster. The monster lifted Hyan-Soo's body with both hands. Hyunso seemed to have difficulty getting away from the monster. The monster's grip was so strong. Hyan-Soo tried to hold on so as not to lose consciousness. Hyan-Soo tried to stabilize his breathing and then channeled internal energy throughout his body. From nearby, the demon instructor watched what Hyan-Soo was doing. Hyan-Soo could feel all the internal energy that the demon instructor gave Hyan-Soo spreading rapidly throughout his body. Finally, Hyan-Soo was able to escape from the monster's grasp by destroying both of the monster's hands. Then with all his strength, Hyan-Soo kicked the monster's head until it shattered. With this, Hyan-Soo finally managed to complete level 4. Nok-Soo announced to Hyan-Soo that he had completed level 4. Nok-Soo added that if Hyan-Soo agreed to continue to level 5, they could start after resting for 5 minutes. Nok-Soo is surprised because he has never seen anyone break his pressing machine while completing a level. From behind Nok-Soo, a woman appears who praises Hyan-Soo's strength. Nok-Soo agrees and thinks Hyan-Soo is worth waiting for. The woman behind Nok-Soo is a rank hunter who works for the association. Lee Min-ah. Min-ah was sent by the association who had found out that someone talented was taking the ranking measurement test. In Minna's heart, she didn't want to let a rarer rank be stolen by another guild. In Virtual Battle Level 5, Hyansoo was taken to a virtual world covered in snow. The weather in that world felt so real that Hyansoo could feel the cold. Demon Instructor was even more amazed because this virtual world could even create weather according to needs. Even among those who could use mystical dimensional techniques, not many were capable of the ability to create weather. Suddenly a woman wearing a blue robe appeared screaming for help. She ran into Hyansoo's arms. Hyansoo, who was worried, asked about the woman's condition, but the woman did not answer. The woman, who looked weak, smiled grinningly, then transformed into a terrible monster. The monster immediately strangled Hyansoo's neck. Hyansoo, who was shocked, began to realize that the opponent in Virtual Battle Level 5 was a vampire monster. From the control room, Noxu and Minna observe Hyansoo's movements. Minna thinks that Hyansoo is a unique person. He is so different from other awakeners Minna has ever met. Minna continued to observe Hyansoo. She could tell that Hyansoo was adopting a fighting stance that was not practical. It was as if Minna was watching an old martial arts movie. However, according to Minna, the ancient martial arts movements performed by Hyansoo work. In the virtual world, Hyansoo managed to hit the head of the female vampire who grabbed him until his head fell off. From the top of the building, there is still a vampire boss observing Hyansoo's fight from the top of the building. Seeing that his subordinates were defeated, the vampire boss approached Hyansoo while praising Hyansoo because he had made it this far. The vampire boss didn't realize that Hyansoo had attacked him quickly from behind. Hyansoo's punch managed to penetrate the vampire boss's chest right into the heart. Quickly, Hyansoo managed to get the heart of the vampire boss. The vampire boss didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. Demon Instructor also praised Hyansoo's abilities. According to him, Hyansoo's abilities were quite great. From the control room, Noxu announced to Hyansoo that he had completed level 5. He called Hyansoo truly extraordinary because he managed to complete level 5 so easily. Noxu offers Hyansoo to continue to level 6, but before starting there will be a 30-minute rest period. But unfortunately, Hyansoo's step stopped only at level 6. Hyansoo, who was dripping with sweat, came out of the virtual battle room, out of breath. Hyansoo put on a disappointed face because Hyansoo thought that he could continue further. Noxu, who noticed Hyansoo's disappointed expression, tried to cheer up the young man. Noxu said that Hyansoo didn't need to be disappointed. Hyansoo was the first person among the rank hunters to make it to level 6. Noxu also invited Hyansoo to register as a member at the office. When they were about to leave the ranking measurement department, Hyansoo and Noxu bowed to each other. Hyansoo did not forget to thank Noxu for all his hard work accompanying Hyansoo in taking the ranking test. When entering the elevator, a beautiful woman greeted Hyansoo. The woman was none other than Minna. Minna also introduced herself to Hyansoo. She also mentioned that she worked with an association. Hyansoo, who always panicked when he met women, could only say hello nervously, and then shook Minna's hand. Seeing that Hyansoo was still bad at dealing with women, Demon Instructor offered Hyansoo to learn from him. By studying with the Demon Instructor, he promised that women would queue up for Hyansoo. At the office, Minna handed Hyansoo a document. The document contains the contract awarded by the association. Minna said that the contract was very satisfying for any rank hunter. Minna told Hyansoo to just relax while reading the contract carefully. Hyansoo realized that in the end, he had to become a hunter. When reading the contract, Hyansoo understood that by joining the association he could get a fixed payment. He even got a bonus for the portal expedition. When he was still a supporter, Hyansoo had to deposit to the company to be able to participate. The reason given by the company at that time was because many people ran away carrying company belongings. Minna frankly told Hyunsoo that the association gave the contract specifically to Hyansoo. Demon Instructor, who was sitting next to Hyansoo, admired Minna's beauty. Demon Instructor said that Minna's beauty was very difficult to find, even in her home world. However, the Demon Instructor felt that Hyansoo's behavior was not normal, even though a beautiful woman like Minna is asking Hyansoo to agree to the contract. However, Hyansoo looked confused while reading the contract. In Minna's heart, she also didn't understand why Hyansoo made such a confused face. Minna suspects that Hyansoo doesn't like the details of the contract. Then, the Demon Instructor advised Hyansoo that Hyansoo should not agree to the contract easily. According to Demon Instructor, Hyansoo deserves what he deserves. The listening to instruction skill is active again. Demon Instructor instructed Hyansoo to pay attention to his contract period. Hyansoo also realized that the written contract period was 10 years. Firmly, Hyansoo told Minna that he preferred a 5-year contract. According to Hyansoo, the lost payment was lower than Hyansoo expected, because there was still a possibility that he would be asked to enter the S-rank portal. Minna didn't understand why a newbie who had just gotten his ranking would want to play hard. But Minna tries to survive because Hyan-Soo is a rookie that the association pays attention to. Minna knows that Hyan-Soo is someone who might become S-rank in the future, so she can't afford to lose Hyan-Soo. Suddenly a woman forced the door to the office where Minna and Hyan-Soo were discussing. The woman asked if the association still gave out such selfish contracts. It seems she heard the conversation Hyan-Soo had with Minna. Minna was surprised when she saw the tall, pink-haired woman coming. Hyan-Soo also realized that the woman was a member of the Red Lions. The woman approached Hyan-Soo, then introduced herself as Han Yu-rak from Red Lions. Hyan-Soo's face turned red, his eyes focused on Yu-rak's chest. Yu-rak shook Hyan-Soo's hand and made sure that his arrival did not disturb the discussion between Hyan-Soo and Minna. Hyan-Soo said that Yu-rak's arrival didn't bother him at all. Hyan-Soo panicked and couldn't look at Yu-rak's face. Hyan-Soo realized that he was facing an S-rank hunter. Demon Instructor also praises Yu-rak's beauty. Hyan-Soo didn't understand the Demon Instructor's behavior when he met a beautiful woman. Yu-rak sat next to Minna and then said that the Red Lions would give Hyan-Soo a bigger one from the association, greater than anything offered by the association. It looks like Yu-rak is trying to snatch Hyan-Soo from the association. Minna was annoyed with Yu-rak because he entered the association's building at will, and then Yu-rak also drank Minna's juice. Yu-rak already knows that this is a building owned by the association, because he also registered through the association in the past, then teased Minna as stingy. Demon Instructor could feel that Yu-rak was a strong woman, stronger than the people he had met after he came to this world. Hyan-Soo knows that Han Yu-rak is an S-rank hunter, who is also the master of the strongest guild in Korea, Red Lions. Han Yu-rak made an offer to Hyan-Soo. If Hyan-Soo wanted to think about it, the Red Lions Guild would give much more than what the association offered because the association itself had a lot of expenses. Minna tries to stop Yu-rak. She says that the association holds the rights in the raid portal. However, Yu-rak said that the information from Minna was old. Now the Red Lions also hold the same rights as the association, just waiting for an official decision from the committee. Well, this information is still being kept secret from the public, so it's natural that Minna doesn't know about it. Minna said that she would check it first. Yu-rak didn't mind that either. Hyan-Soo, who had been watching the two women, was amazed by the achievements of the Red Lions. Now the Red Lions have become a guild equivalent to a national organization. Yu-rak and Minna argue again. Minna brings up ethical issues and Yu-rak talks about the association which has always controlled everything. Hyan-Soo stood up and then told Minna and Yu-rak that he had made a decision. Then, the scene switches to a portal on Mount Ilja. A group of B-rank hunters were diving under the sea while fighting several merman monsters. A hunter felt there was something strange about the portal they entered. In the report, it was stated that they had to walk in the water, but it was not mentioned that they would dive into the sea. The number of merman monsters is also greater than the number of hunters sent. The hunter felt that the portal he entered could not be a B-rank portal. If this continues, the group of hunters will be wiped out. The hunter also tried to inform the team leader. The team leader also gave orders to his members to immediately get out of the sea, while the team leader held back the candies. The team leader uses unique authority that he can use in an emergency. The team leader also used the shadow clone technique. This technique is the ultimate S-rank technique which can last for 10 minutes. Finally, the hunter group was able to get out of the sea. They felt that they owed the team leader another favor today. However, one of the members realized that the team leader's shadow body had come out of the sea, but the team leader's real body was still in the sea. Then the team leader's real body appeared, and he managed to get out of the sea. The member could finally breathe a sigh of relief after seeing that his team leader was fine. But suddenly, a giant sea monster appeared from behind. The monster immediately devoured half of the hunter team leader's original body. At the association office, the expressions of the two beautiful women who wanted to recruit Hyan-Soo changed to expressions of disappointment. Hyan-Soo hung them both up. Because there was a possibility that other guilds had better facilities, Hyan-Soo chose to wait a little longer. Hyan-Soo gave his cell phone number to Yu-rak and Minna and then asked them both to contact him again later. Hyan-Soo left the two of them. Yu-rak felt that he had run out of words to face Hyan-Soo. Hyan-Soo left after receiving a contract offer from the Red Lions and the association. Yu-rak thinks that no other guild wants to compete with these two large organizations for Hyan-Soo. Yu-rak became angry, then he ran out of the association office with all his might. Minna could only sigh. Yu-rak had always been carried away by emotions. Elsewhere, the demon instructor returns to train Hyan-Soo. A skilled window-reading transcendent rank skill heavenly demon dominating stride appeared in front of Hyan-Soo. Hyan-Soo was surprised because there were only supposed to be 5 skill levels. The demon instructor said to Hyan-Soo that from now on he would teach Hyan-Soo the heavenly demon dominating stride. This skill can only be obtained when killing certain monsters or obtained from treasure. Hyan-Soo was surprised because there was still a skill level above transcendent rank skill, namely heavenly demon dominating stride. Hyan-Soo had to learn Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride before learning Demon Instructor's martial arts. Demon Instructor told Hyan-Soo to pay close attention to himself. Judging from Hyan-Soo's abilities, Hyan-Soo should be able to understand it after seeing it once. Hyan-Soo agreed he would listen to the Demon Instructor's instructions. Then the Demon Instructor began to demonstrate the first step of the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, namely Heavenly Demon Emergence. Hyan-Soo continued to pay attention to the movements made by the Demon Instructor. The skill window appeared with the words you comprehended the first step of the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride. Heavenly Demon Emergence. Demon Instructor explained to Hyan-Soo that the first step had to be light and smooth. Hyan-Soo felt that the Demon Instructor was moving even though it looked like he wasn't moving. The Demon Instructor finished his movement and then explained that it was Heavenly Demon Emergence, the rest was basic footsteps. Hyan-Soo still doesn't understand how someone can move like that. Then the skill window appeared again with the words your level of understanding has decreased, you failed to understand. Level of understanding, 38%. Demon Instructor tolerated Hyan-Soo because according to him, even with Hyan-Soo's abilities, it was impossible for him to understand it directly. So Hyan-Soo had to observe it slowly. Hyan-Soo was required to go through many tests and failures. Then the Demon Instructor demonstrated the second step, namely, Heavenly Demon Flight. Demon Instructor flew into the air very quickly. The Demon Instructor explained that to do this move you need to ride the wind as if you were flying through the sky, then target the enemy's blind spot while covering your blind spot. Demon Instructor moved again, flying into the air very quickly. The speed couldn't even be compared to the speed when the Demon Instructor flew while lifting Hyan-Soo at that time. Then the skill window appeared again with the words your level of understanding has decreased, you failed to understand. Level of understanding, 31%. Hyan-Soo is increasingly confused because he still doesn't understand what the Demon Instructor is teaching. Demon Instructor said, if Hyan-Soo managed to master Heavenly Demon Emergence and Heavenly Demon Flight, Hyan-Soo would be able to use the first move of the Demon Instructor's 6 special cult techniques, Heaven Obliterating Demon Instructoric Fist. The skill window reappeared with the words you learned a Transcendent rank skill, Heaven Obliterating Demon Instructoric Fist. Hyan-Soo is learning Transcendent level skills again. Demon Instructor admonished Hyan-Soo, who was stunned, to pay close attention to himself, because from the third step, it will start to be impossible to understand it. Then the Demon Instructor began to demonstrate the third step. He suddenly disappeared from in front of Hyan-Soo. Then the skill window appeared again with the words your level of understanding has decreased, you failed to understand. Comprehension level, 0%. Hyan-Soo was confused, he didn't understand what was happening. Hyan-Soo could feel that the Demon Instructor was in front of him, but he couldn't see the Demon Instructor at all. Then the Demon Instructor suddenly appeared again and explained that this move was Heavenly Demon Soul Breakout. Hyan-Soo didn't realize when the Demon Instructor was standing behind him. Demon Instructor explained that this step was specifically for killing enemies secretly. Demon Instructor then demonstrated the fourth step, namely Heavenly Demon Soul Shed. Demon Instructor stepped very quickly past Hyan-Soo as if his soul was leaving his body. The Demon Instructor explained that this step was done with very fast movements as if his soul was leaving the body while taking out the enemy's soul. This move is the Demon Instructor's favorite move to counterattack his enemy. Hyan-Soo was silent in confusion, let alone understanding it. Hyan-Soo couldn't even see what was happening. Demon Instructor explains that if Hyan-Soo can master Heavenly Demon Soul Breakout and Heavenly Demon Soul Shed, Hyan-Soo will be able to use the remaining 5 moves of Heaven Obliterating Demon Instructoric Fist. Hyan-Soo thought that there were a total of 11 techniques, but it turned out that his guess was wrong. The Demon Instructor said that for Hyan-Soo to be able to use the 12th technique as a basis, Hyan-Soo had to master the 5 steps of the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride. Hyan-Soo also concluded that even though he had mastered the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, he still couldn't use the 12th Heaven Obliterating Demon Instructoric Fist technique. Demon Instructor began practicing the 5th step, namely Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent. The Demon Instructor began to stomp his feet on the ground, causing Hyan-Soo to lift into the air, then immediately turn his body around and drop him back to the ground. Demon Instructor explained that the principle of the 5th step, Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent, was to stand above all by making others kneel. Demon Instructor looked at Hyan-Soo, who was still lying on the ground, fainted because of the movement made by Demon Instructor earlier. In the association's high-ranking meeting room, a high-ranking official reported that the Mount Ilja expedition under the association's responsibility had failed. The survivors were 4 B-rank hunters and 5 supporters, while team leader Odiho died. One of the higher-ups argued that this must be an error in measuring the portal's rank. Others also started blaming the measurement department. A high-ranking official from the measurement department defended himself that the measurement department had never been wrong in measuring the portal rank so far, because the measurement department provided measurement results based on equipment. Another higher-up asked how the measurement department would explain the failure of the expedition even though there were 5 A-rank and 11 B-rank hunters. A woman tried to stop the fight between the high-ranking officials. It turns out it was Min-ah, the association employee who wanted to recruit Hyan-Soo yesterday. Min-ah said that the argument would be fruitless. Min-ah also conveyed to the higher-ups that she had a solution. In Hyan-Soo's room, he woke up from his sleep. Hyan-Soo asked the demon instructor who was standing in front of him when he would return to his room. Demon instructor mocks Hyan-Soo as a pathetic bastard. Hyan-Soo fainted because he couldn't hold back his training. Hyan-Soo also remembered that he fainted while trying to use the heavenly demon instructor dominating stride. The demon instructor explained that the heavenly demon instructor dominating stride was a footstep that could make Hyan-Soo walk in the air like stepping on clouds. If the demon instructor had been serious, he was sure Hyan-Soo would have bled to death. Hyan-Soo gripped the blanket tightly. She didn't want to experience that again. As the demon instructor had said, Hyan-Soo couldn't perform heavenly demon instructor dominating stride now. At least Hyan-Soo must have internal energy equivalent to 120 years. Demon instructor suggested that Hyan-Soo focus on strengthening his inner strength, mastering heavenly demon instructor emergence and heavenly demon instructor flight. Hyan-Soo also obeyed the demon instructor's words. At the association office, Min-ah is seen looking at the computer screen while thinking about something. She remembered what happened during the meeting, and the senior official asked what solution Min-ah had. Min-ah replies that it is time for the association to cooperate with outside forces. The impatient higher-up still didn't understand what Min-ah wanted to convey. Min-ah also explained that the association must work together with Red Lion. The association officials didn't seem to like the suggestions given by Min-ah, especially after the association gave the right to use the portal first to Red Lion at yesterday's committee meeting. They cursed Min-ah and told her to resign if Min-ah still insisted on working with Red Lion. Min-ah finally understood that, according to the current association, portals are businesses. Perhaps in their opinion, the higher-ups of the association, the portal was an easy place to overcome, even though they never went there. In a shopping complex, Hyan-Soo is seen in a bright mood while staring at his cell phone screen. Hyan-Soo's payment had already entered his account. First, he will pay off Hyan-T's hospital bill. Then his facial expression turned gloomy because after paying the bill his money would run out. But then Hyan-Soo remembered that he still had a hunter contract to approve. All the guilds are desperately contacting Hyan-Soo. The association and Red Lion have also contacted him. Now Hyan-Soo is very famous among hunters. Because Hyan-Soo will soon get money, Hyan-Soo invites the demon instructor to eat ramyeon. Hyan-Soo teases the demon instructor, saying that the demon instructor should also taste the ramyeon. The annoyed demon instructor tried to hit Hyan-Soo on the head, but with agility, Hyan-Soo was able to avoid it. Demon instructor teased Hyan-Soo as a brat. Hyan-Soo laughed and told the demon instructor that he had already learned heavenly demon instructor emergence. Demon instructor admonishes Hyan-Soo not to brag too much. This time, the demon instructor's punch hit Hyan-Soo's head. Hyan-Soo entered a minimarket but was surprised because there was no one inside. A woman calls Hyan-Soo Appa. Hyan-Soo recognized the woman. Her name was Yoon. Hyan-Soo also asked how Yoon was doing. Yoon answered that she was fine. Hyan-Soo asks if Yoon still works part-time on weekends. Yoon agreed because there was no other choice if she wanted to take care of his sister. Yoon looks busy putting things on the minimarket shelves. Because he didn't want to disturb him, Hyan-Soo finally asked permission to scan the items he was going to buy himself at the cash register. Yoon thanks Hyan-Soo for his concern. After scanning, Hyan-Soo put the money on the table and hurried away from the mini-market. Then Yoon called Hyan-Soo again. He said that Hyan-Soo had forgotten his change. Hyan-Soo told Yoon to buy his sister fried chicken with the change. Yoon blushed seeing Hyan-Soo's kindness. Demon instructor suddenly appears in front of Hyan-Soo and calls himself pathetic. Demon instructor thinks that Hyan-Soo is trying to win a woman's heart. Hyan-Soo avoided it. He tried to explain that everything was not what the demon instructor thought. With a sad face, Hyan-Soo said that Yoon also lost his parents because of the appearance of the portal 2 years ago, just like what happened to Hyan-Soo. To care for his younger siblings alone, Yoon chooses to work to earn money instead of going to school, just like Hyan-Soo. Demon instructor poked Hyan-Soo on the head and said that his students should not express themselves. Arriving at the room, Hyan-Soo cooked ramyeon, his favorite food. Hyan-Soo looked like he enjoyed the ramyeon. Because he hadn't eaten ramyeon for a long time, he missed the taste of ramyeon. Demon instructor became even more curious about whether ramyeon was really that delicious. Hyan-Soo answered that Korean ramyeon is the best ramyeon in the world, so it tastes good. Seeing Hyan-Soo enjoying the ramyeon made the demon instructor feel annoyed because he couldn't taste the ramyeon himself. Demon instructor grabbed Hyan-Soo's hand, then fed ramyeon to himself using Hyan-Soo's hand. Hyan-Soo was surprised because it turned out that the demon instructor could eat the ramyeon, even though all this time he couldn't eat or touch anything. Demon instructor smiled with satisfaction after successfully tasting the ramyeon. He also mentioned that ramyeon is truly one of the most delicious foods in the world. Demon instructor also understood that he could eat the ramyeon if he used Hyan-Su's hands. He rubbed Hyan-Su's head and praised Hyan-Su as a useful student. Addicted to the delicious ramyeon, the demon instructor asked Hyan-Su to feed him once again. Hyan-Su could feel that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. During the hustle and bustle of busy city traffic, Yoon, Hyan-Su's friend, is seen walking on the sidewalk. Yoon smiled happily while carrying a black shopping bag. She had bought a lunchbox that his younger siblings liked. She feels lucky because the lunchbox hasn't finished yet. A loud voice startled Yoon. Water overflowed from the holes covering the water channels and flooded the entire city. People panicked and asked for help because the water was flowing very fast, sweeping away people and vehicles on the road. Plus, scary merman monsters are also starting to appear. Everyone was scared seeing those monsters. The monsters began to kill the humans in front of them one by one. The leader of the merman monsters announced that this area had become the property of the merman race. She threatened to kill all other races who pollute this land. Then the leader also joked that the merman monster group would become the rulers of this land. The giant sea monster that appeared previously appeared again in the middle of the city filled with water. Yoon, who witnessed this terrible incident, could only stand there, his expression filled with fear. The dimension behind the portal on the wall of his room is now Hyan-Su's personal training ground. That day, supervised by the demon instructor, Hyan-Su was carrying out the energy circulation process. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, like someone in meditation. A flow of energy was seen coming out of Hyan-Su's body and forming a circle around him. While Hyan-Su was doing his training, the demon instructor looked around. He was amazed. There was nothing there. However, he could feel the abundant energy radiance, and what made him wonder was why dimensional and time travel could be done in that place. After completing the energy circulation process, Hyan-Su looked happy and told the demon instructor. He said his body now felt fresher, even though previously Hyan-Su felt like he was almost going crazy with frustration. Demon instructor explained that energy circulation not only strengthens internal energy but also cleanses impurities in the body. Hyan-Su innocently replied that if he could do it right, he would no longer need to come to the hospital. Demon instructor stared at Hyan-Su sharply. He firmly asked Hyan-Su to stop all his nonsense and return to his original position to study heavenly demon emergence and flight. Hyan-Su obediently did what the demon instructor ordered. Hyan-Su thought that even though his level of understanding had decreased, thanks to the listening to instruction skill, he could still understand some. So he tried to imitate the demon instructor's movements as much as possible. As the demon instructor once pointed out, Hyan-Su tried to perform heavenly demon emergence. The demon instructor observed Hyan-Su's movements. In his heart, he praised how talented Hyan-Su was. The demon instructor couldn't believe that a kid who had only been his student for a few days could perform heavenly demon emergence so quickly. Thinking that Hyan-Su had mastered heavenly demon emergence enough, the demon instructor then ordered him to learn heavenly demon flight. At the association office, the emergency alarm was sounding incessantly. They have just received reports of a crash on the Mount Ilja portal and now Guangdong district is affected. Lee Min-ah stood anxiously looking at the employees who seemed busy coordinating the matter. Min-ah had expected that to happen, and now like it or not, they have to work together with Red Lion. Guangdong district is in the territory of the Isaac Guild and the guildmaster is a human named Choi Hyun-woo. Min-ah shouted to the people in the office that the Isaac Guild couldn't handle the incident alone. So, she plans to go there directly. Min-ah also requested that the association gather as many people as it could. After giving this order, Min-ah rushed from the office to the scene of the incident. In contrast to all the chaos that occurred in Guangdong district, the area where Hyan-Su lived, on the other hand, looked very calm. People carry out their activities as usual without any disturbance. After finishing their training, Hyan-Su and the demon instructor returned to his house. As soon as he arrived at Hyan-Su's room, the demon instructor immediately acted strangely. The old man glanced at Hyan-Su with a smile. His voice sounded so authoritative, calling Hyan-Su my student. Of course, Hyan-Su was immediately confused when he heard the demon instructor call him in that tone. There must be some hidden meaning as to why the demon instructor suddenly called him that. Sure enough, a few moments later the demon instructor told him to make rayon because practice was finished. Hyan-Su immediately pouted. Even so, he still took a pan and boiled water to cook the ramyeon. Behind him, the demon instructor laughed casually as he lay on Hyan-Su's bed. Don't forget, he also told Hyan-Su to turn on the television. Demon instructor reasons he needs to watch the news to learn about the world he now lives in. In his heart, Hyan-Su said in annoyance that the demon instructor's behavior was like anyone in this world. Hyan-Su then grabbed the remote and turned on the television. As soon as the television turned on, Hyan-Su was immediately shocked to see the news that was broadcast. The newsreader broadcast that mermen had appeared and attacked residents in Gandong district. As a result, the place now looks like a sea of hell. Hyan-Soo wonders if it's possible that the portal break on Mount Ilja happened because the triple circle wasn't enough to prevent it. Demon Instructor asked Hyan-Soo, wasn't Mount Ilja the place they had come to before? Hyan-Soo confirmed this. Suddenly Hyan-Soo remembered Yoon. His face turned panicked when he remembered that Yoon lived in Gangdong district. Hyan-Soo ran out in a hurry. Anyway, now he must be able to get to that place as quickly as possible. Going by car would be too slow, but if he ran straight, he could be there in 20 minutes. Even though it sounds impossible because there are many buildings in the way. However, the current him had the heavenly demon flight skill. Hyan-Soo took a stance before finally, he shot quickly over the cars and tall buildings without difficulty. The demon instructor, who followed from behind, praised Hyan-Soo's abilities, which he thought were quite good. Screams of pain and panic were heard throughout Gangdong district. The merman monsters that appeared there slaughtered the residents completely. No wonder the residents, most of whom were just ordinary people, experienced terrible deaths because of these monsters. A black panther jumped from the top of the building, lunging at the mermen who were on a rampage killing people. The black panther slashed the merman's body in two using its nails, which were as sharp as swords. The monster died instantly. Unfortunately, the woman in the monster's mouth also experienced the same thing. The people who were still safe in the building shouted to encourage the Black Panther. It turns out that the Black Panther is the embodiment of Choi Hyan-Woo, guildmaster of the Isaac Guild. Choi Hyan-Woo then called on his guild members not to panic. He asks them to fight calmly. A burly man responded to Choi Hyan-Woo's orders. The man's name was Bang Bogum, a Gangdong district busker. Riding a rubber boat, Bogum approached the merman without fear. Bogum swung his sword and instantly the bodies of the mermen who were about to attack him were cut in half. Bogum smiled triumphantly. However, that smile didn't last long. Suddenly from behind a merman jumped at him. Bogum turned his head. He looked panicked. The monster was too close. He didn't have time to lift his sword. Suddenly a fireball shot at the merman and made him explode. A woman appears behind Bogum riding a jet ski. The woman stuck out her tongue, mocking Bogum and his rubber boat. She said the small ship would not be able to. Bogum at least needs a jet ski like her. The woman drew her bow, aiming at the merman. 3 glowing arrows pierced the heads of the 3 mermen. A few moments later the 3 monsters were blown to pieces by the explosion. The woman grinned proudly. She calls herself the Arrow Acid of Gandong district. Bogum turned his head and pointed his thumb at the woman. He was caught off guard. Suddenly a water dragon appeared and pounced on his head from behind. Bogum was dead before he even realized it. The woman bit her lip. The feelings are mixed. Sad and angry at the same time seeing her colleague killed before her eyes. Furiously, the woman shot the water dragon blindly. Choi Hyan-Woo, who saw his guild member losing control, immediately jumped on the jet ski and stopped the woman. Choi Hyan-Woo couldn't lose 2 members at once, so he told the woman to change direction. The water dragon's pupils flashed, staring at the 2 of them angrily. A second later the creature roared loudly. Following her captain's advice, the woman quickly changed the direction of her jet ski. They fled, avoiding as far as possible from the raging water dragon's pursuit. A mysterious figure can be seen standing on a water pillar, watching the water dragon chase its prey. The figure grinned. She felt grateful for the appearance of a strong hunter because it was good nutrition for the monster. The water dragon was now right behind Choi Hyan-Woo and the woman. The monster opened its mouth wide, baring its sharp fangs. Just as the monster was about to pounce on the 2 of them, Hyan-Soo seemed to appear from the sky and hit the water dragon's head with the left crouching tiger technique. It is indeed an ordinary martial art. However, as long as it is infused with internal energy, it will become an extraordinary martial art. Hyan-Soo's punch was so strong that the water dragon's head bled. His action shocked Choi Hyan-Woo and the woman. Hyan-Soo's punch made the water dragon's head sink deep into the water. People praised Hyan-Soo's extraordinary actions. They were curious about who had just carried out the attack. Choi Hyan-Woo couldn't believe what he saw at all. Seeing how Hyan-Soo defeated the water monster with just 1 blow, he thought it made no sense at all. The woman even thought that Hyan-Soo was an S-rank hunter. Hyan-Soo jumps to the top of the building, while his gaze was still focused on the water, observing if there was still any movement from the water dragon. Demon Instructor said that he could still feel the monster's energy. Sure enough, only a few seconds later, the monster appeared. His 2 red pupils looked at Hyan-Soo with a look that wanted to kill him. The water dragon roared. His body crashed into the building where Hyan-Soo was now standing until it was destroyed. Hyan-Soo jumped to avoid materials falling from the destroyed building. He ran to a safer place. However, that only made the water dragon angrier. The roar now sounded louder and more terrifying. The buildings that were blocking his movement were completely hit by the monster in pursuit of Hyan-Soo. Hyan-Soo still kept trying to avoid it. Finally, a notification appeared from the system that his comprehension level towards Heavenly Demon Emergence had increased by 40%. The demon instructor who saw Hyan-Su just ran away, clucking in annoyance. He then approached Hyan-Su and scolded him severely. The demon instructor shouted at Hyan-Su for not using his inner strength to strengthen the heavenly demon emergence skill. Hyan-Su grumbled back because the demon instructor didn't tell him earlier. Demon instructor ignored Hyan-Su's protests and asked the young man to do as he ordered. Meanwhile, Lee Min-ah, who was on his way to Gandong District, shouted angrily in his car. His journey was hampered because the roads were jammed everywhere. Even the subway was crowded, so he couldn't use other alternative vehicles. In the midst of her frustration, suddenly the mini-TV on his car dashboard showed a video recording of an unknown hunter attacking a water dragon monster. The news distracted Min-ah. Her face looked surprised, although the broadcaster did not mention the identity of the hunter. However, Min-ah recognized his posture. Min-ah got out of her car and chose to run to the location. Hyan-Su used the heavenly demon flight skill and then landed repeated blows on the water dragon's body. At the same time, the system informed him that Hyan-Su's level of understanding regarding heavenly demon flight increased by 30%. Hyan-Su looked satisfied because his skills are working well. He proudly said if it was a measurement, the points he would get would be above 13-0. The demon instructor's instructions seemed to sound in Hyan-Su's head, asking him to approach with heavenly demon flight and attack the water dragon's chin from below. Without delay, Hyan-Su immediately flew towards the monster. He concentrated his inner strength on his hands, ready to punch the monster. Unknown to Hyan-Su, the female magician who controlled the water dragon was still there. The female witch seemed to be inviting the water dragon to speak telepathically. The woman screamed silently, asking the water dragon to kill Hyan-Su. One of her eyes emits orange light. Likewise with water dragons. Hyan-Su was about to punch the water dragon's chin. Unexpectedly, the monster's tail hit Hyan-Su's body, hitting the building behind him hard. Instantly, Hyan-Su became unconscious. Meanwhile, the water dragon was approaching him. That's when the demon instructor realized that there was a wizard who was helping the water dragon and other monsters recover. This made the demon instructor feel annoyed. Moreover, the situation did not allow him to fight. Demon instructor thought to himself, if only he could fight, he would have beaten the monsters completely. However, now what was more important was to save his disciple first. The water dragon would have devoured Hyan-Su's body if a voice hadn't interrupted it. The monster turned around, and so did the female magician. Both of them looked so angry because someone suddenly came to disturb them. Ha-Yurek, the S-rank hunter, arrived just in time before Hyan-Su became the water dragon's meal. Ignoring the killing intent of the monster, Ha-Yurek casually spoke to the fainted Hyan-Su. Ha-Yurek praised Hyan-Su, saying he had endured well. Ha-Yurek thinks that if Hyan-Su were aware of the witch's existence, he would definitely be able to win and defeat them. She then asked Hyan-Su to hand over the rest to him. Ha-Yurek unleashes his power. The raging fire covered her whole body. Seeing Ha-Yurek's strength, the female mage looked excited. From the start, she had always hoped for the arrival of a strong hunter, because the greater the opponent's strength, the more nutrition the monster she controls will get. While Ha-Yurek rushed to attack the water dragon, the demon instructor carried Hyan-Su, who was still unconscious, away from the fighting area. Demon instructor reasoned that it was not an act of running away, but rather retreating for a moment. Yoon screamed hysterically when she saw two scary mermen approaching her. One of them even grabbed one of my legs. Yoon cries, screaming for help. An arrow hit the head of one of the mermen, causing it to explode instantly. When the merman exploded, Choi Hyan-Woo, who killed the other merman, immediately protested to the person who had just shot the merman, because the effect of the attack almost hit him. The female hunter laughed on the pretext that she knew her target. She jumped off his jet ski and approached Yoon. The woman told Choi Hyan-Woo that she would take Yoon to a safe place. Choi Hyan-Woo agreed. They parted ways there. While the woman accompanied Yoon, Choi Hyan-Woo intended to look for other survivors who might still be in the area. Hyan-Su groaned softly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the silhouette of the demon instructor standing in front of him. While holding the injured part of his body, Hyan-Su asked what happened when he fainted. Demon instructor tells Hyan-Su there is a magician who controls the water dragon. If it weren't for that, demon instructor said Hyan-Su would have won. Hyan-Su thought the demon instructor was taking him to escape. However, the old man insisted his action was not to escape, but to step back for a moment. He asked Hyan-Su not to worry because Ha-Yurek really came to save him. Hyan-Su tried to get up even though it was difficult. He shouted firmly that the water dragon was his prey. Therefore, only he was allowed to kill him. Hyan-Su fell when he tried to walk. Seeing his condition, the demon instructor said Hyan-Su couldn't do anything with a body full of wounds like that. So, he had to recover with energy circulation. Demon instructor then asked who the woman was fighting the water dragon outside. Hearing Hyan-Su's answer that the woman was Ha-Yurek, guildmaster of the Red Lion Guild, the demon instructor looked calm. According to him, Ha-Yurek should be able to handle these two monsters. However, Hyan-Su still insisted that he was the one who would resolve the problem to the end. Again, the demon instructor advised Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su will only damage his own body if he forces him to fight. Responding to that advice, Hyan-Su shouted in a tone full of revenge. He had to do it. Because of those monsters he lost both his parents, and even now, his younger brother is still lying in the hospital because of them. Hyan-Su clenched his fists to hold back his emotions, while a flow of energy flowed through his hands. Hyan-Su says he got his strength thanks to the demon instructor. It would be insane if he gave up at this point. Demon instructor was speechless when he saw Hyan-Su's gaze. At first, he thought Hyan-Su lacked fighting spirit despite his talent. It was unexpected that Hyan-Su had a look like that. In the end, the demon instructor said there was still one way. However, Hyan-Su will have to bear the consequences later. Meanwhile, outside, Ha-Yurek, who was fighting the water dragon, started to look annoyed. Many times he attacked the monster with his fiery fists. However, the water actually made it difficult for Ha-Yurek. Plus, she couldn't see the existence of the magician controlling the monster at all. After telling him there was still one way, the demon instructor was seen channeling his skills to Hyan-Su. In his heart, he said it was a test for Hyan-Su to feel the strength he would later gain. What the demon instructor is doing right now is temporary. He hopes Hyan-Su won't act carelessly and thinks he's invincible. The water dragon was no longer visible. The monster was probably hiding in the water. Instead, the merman now appeared to attack Ha-Yurek. With blazing flames covering his body, Ha-Yurek jumped into the water. Her strength was so great that some of the water evaporated, leaving only dry land that he could stand on. Ha-Yurek smiled when he found the water dragon he had been looking for. She took out a fireball in his hand, preparing to burn the monster. Ha-Yurek's fireball exploded on the water dragon's body. That's when the female witch appeared again. She released his power to restore his master, the water dragon, after being hit by a powerful attack from Ha-Yurek. Of course, Ha-Yurek wouldn't let that happen. Actually, she deliberately attacked the water dragon just to make the witch appear. Because the wizard always appears when his master is in danger. The wizard looked panicked. She couldn't escape when Ha-Yurek's fire burned his body to ashes. Hyan-Su gritted his teeth as best he could to resist the enormous power that possessed him. His entire body was enveloped by a powerful energy flow. Even his eyes radiated blue light. A few moments later, a notification appeared that Hyan-Su had temporarily awakened the heavenly demon body. Now that the witch was gone, there was no one left to help the water dragon recover. The monster sped up to run away. However, Ha-Yurek calmly took off her shoes. Before finally the woman took off and flew after the monster. Ha-Yurek was about to burn the water dragon's head when the monster suddenly spat out a ball of fire from its mouth. Ha-Yurek bounced and hit the building behind her. A few seconds later, her body fell into the water. Meanwhile, from inside the helicopter, the pilot informed their guildmaster that all the residents had been successfully evacuated, and there was no one around there anymore. From inside the water, Ha-Yurek grinned. Can't believe he just got hit by an attack from a lowly monster like that water dragon. Ha-Yurek unleashes his strength again. She exclaims that he is Ha-Yurek, one of the 9S rank hunters in the world. Fire erupted from inside his body, blowing up every building there. Now that the building was razed to the ground, there was no longer any place for the water dragon to hide. Ha-Yurek excitedly jumped up to attack the water dragon. However, before he reached the monster, Hyan-Su suddenly appeared to stop him. Lee Min-ah ran in a hurry after seeing the recorded video of Hyan-Su fighting the water dragon. According to Min-ah, Hyan-Su won't be able to face the monster alone because he still lacks experience. While running past the sports equipment shop, Min-ah's gaze suddenly fell on the kettlebells being sold there. She went into the shop and decided to buy one for 15,000 won. Min-ah just dropped the object on the ground. A few moments later, with his strength she lifted it back up. The kettlebell floated in the air and circled Min-ah several times before finally, the woman grabbed the handle again. With the kettlebell, Min-ah flew off, surprising the shopkeeper who came out to give him change. Ha-Yurek turned to Hyan-Su who suddenly appeared and stopped her hand. While smiling, Ha-Yurek asked why Hyan-Su was there. Hyan-Su smiled back and answered that he would be the one to finish off the water dragon. Ha-Yurek refused to allow Hyan-Su to do it alone because she was also very angry with the monster. However, Ha-Yurek reasoned that maybe it could be considered if Hyan-Su was willing to join their guild. Hyan-Su just smiled faintly as he raised his hand. Instantly Ha-Yurek felt a strong energy pressure from the young man. Ha-Yurek knows that Hyan-Su is a talented person who is different from the others. However, she didn't expect it to be this strong. Suddenly Hyan-Su was darting towards the water dragon. He is very fast, to the point that Ha-Yurek was surprised because he couldn't see his movements. The water dragon roared again as soon as it saw Hyan-Su flying towards it. Hyan-Su activated the first technique of the heaven-obliterating demonic fist skill, namely Seed Impact. He punched the water dragon's head until it bled. The monster ran away quickly. However, Hyan-Su managed to chase him. He blocked the water dragon and attacked again using the second technique of the heaven-obliterating demonic fist skill, namely Root Impact. The water dragon's head hit the ground heavily. Blood spurted from the wound again. The monster growled angrily. Now that the enchantress was gone, the monster couldn't recover like before. Each of Hyan-Su's attacks had fatal consequences for his body. From a distance, the demon instructor observes Hyan-Su who is fighting. He had indeed suppressed Hyan-Su's fatigue and maximized his energy. However, what he didn't understand was how the heavenly demon muscle memory that had been passed down from generation to generation could flow to Hyan-Su. The water dragon opened its mouth to attack Hyan-Su. However, Hyan-Su dodged with heavenly demon flight. He flew away from the monster's reach. As the final attack, Hyan-Su used the third technique from the heaven-obliterating demonic fist skill, namely Leaf Impact. He aimed his attack at the point between the water dragon's forehead and both eyes. The monster's head exploded, causing its eyes to fall out of their sockets. Not only the head, but the monster's entire body also exploded, shattering into small pieces. Ha-Yurak was stunned to see him. Minna suddenly appears. She was also a little in disbelief seeing how the water dragon's body shattered and exploded. It turns out Hyan-Su really defeated the monster. With a red face, Minna called Hyan-Su SSI. It even made Ha-Yurak surprised to hear it. After successfully defeating the water dragon, Hyan-Su received a notification warning that the return would start soon. Hyan-Su didn't understand what the system meant by return. However, suddenly he coughed up blood. Hyan-Su lost consciousness. His body plunged. Seeing this, Ha-Yurak and Minna simultaneously headed towards him. The death of the water dragon caused the water that flooded the Gandong district to slowly recede. Yoon, who arrived at his house safely, was immediately greeted by his two younger siblings. The three of them hugged each other while crying. Yoon looked so relieved to see that his two younger siblings are okay. The woman who accompanied Yoon called Choi Hyan-Woo to tell him that her task was finished. The woman looked surprised when she heard that the water dragon had been defeated by an unknown person. When he woke up from fainting, Hyan-Su found himself lying on a hospital bed. He tried to sit up and then asked what happened. Hyan-Su thought that he also lost for the second time. Demon instructor sneered at Hyan-Su who didn't seem to remember anything at all. He then informed me that Hyan-Su fainted after using the heaven-obliterating demonic fist. Demon instructor continued to scold Hyan-Su for not being able to use the skill properly. Hyan-Su, who panicked seeing his master's anger, defended himself by saying that he didn't remember anything at all. The door to Hyan-Su's treatment room opened. Ha-Yurak and Minna appeared with bright smiles. Apparently, the two women came together to visit him. After the chaos that occurred in Gandong district, hunters were seen cleaning up the remaining mermen. Choi Hyan-Woo, when interviewed by a reporter, said that currently the association and various guilds are looking for the remaining mermen. They paid great attention to his search, especially in the sewers. They have no intention of letting any monsters survive so that the residents can feel safe. Meanwhile, in one of the apartment complexes, strange foam appeared from inside a bathtub that was completely filled with water. Hyan-Su looked awkward when Ha-Yurak shamelessly fed him a piece of apple. Minna, who had the task of peeling the apple, looked annoyed at Ha-Yurak's behavior. Ha-Yurak ignored Minna's scolding. Instead, she casually asked Minna to take out that. Minna took a deep breath. She said he wanted to do that without having to be told. Hyan-Su looked confused about what Ha-Yurak meant. Finally, when Minna opened a box, she was shocked when she saw the contents. A round, golden object emits light as soon as the box is opened. The object was the heart of a water dragon, Hyan-Su's loot item. Demon instructor was surprised to see the item. It was the first time he had seen an elixir with that much energy. Minna explained that these items usually drop from boss monsters or monsters that have lived for a very long time, so they contain very strong energy. Ha-Yurak continued Minna's explanation. The woman tells Hyan-Su that by eating the item, she will gain great power. At least it could make him move up to the next rank if Hyan-Su is a low-level hunter. Ha-Yurak also told Hyan-Su about the water dragon. Initially, the size of the monster was not that big. However, because it dropped the monster's heart, Ha-Yurak thought it must have lived a very long time. Demon instructor stared at the elixir longingly. According to him, the elixir has 500 years of energy. Hyan-Su then asked why they gave him something so extraordinary. Ha-Yurak smiled as he stroked Hyan-Su's bangs gently. The woman said that Hyan-Su could consider the item a gift from them. Minna was annoyed by Ha-Yurak's words and behavior. She asked Ha-Yurak to stop acting as if the gift came from him. Ha-Yurak refuted Minna's words. She insisted that he had killed 30 mermen to reach the monster. However, Minna continued to corner him and said that Hyan-Su was the one who ultimately killed the water dragon. Minna looked at Ha-Yurak as if she wanted to scratch the woman's face. However, when he turned to Hyan-Su, what he saw was his usual friendly face. Minna said that Hyan-Su shouldn't just eat the monster's heart. She will tell you how to consume it when Hyan-Su visits the association after being released from the hospital. Minna is sure that if Hyan-Soo learns from him, the contents of the monster's heart can be absorbed by 25%. Ha-Yurek didn't want to lose. He said he was better at it than the association. At least with this method, Hyan-Soo can absorb 35% of the contents of the monster's heart. Demon Instructor also joined in and said that if he taught Hyan-Soo, at least the item's content could be absorbed by 70%. Seeing Minna and Ha-Yurek continuing to argue endlessly, the Demon Instructor asked Hyan-Soo with the intention of teasing him. He asked between the two women, whom Hyan-Soo would choose as his companion. Hyan-Soo immediately protested and subconsciously said Master, in a loud voice, making Minna and Ha-Yurek look at him in surprise. Ha-Yurek peeked in through the gap in the door to Hyan-Soo's room, which was slightly ajar. In there, Minna is seen trying to get Hyan-Soo to join the association. Minna shows a document that contains additional provisions that were not in the previous contract. According to Minna, the new provisions probably won't be in any contract, so it would be a shame if Hyan-Soo rejected it. Minna looks nervous. After all, Hyan-Soo is someone who will become an S-rank hunter. That's why before anyone else, Minna had to recruit him to restore the association's reputation. Hyan-Soo thought for a moment while carefully examining what was written in the additional provisions. A few moments later, Minna came out and told Ha-Yurek to come in. Ha-Yurek immediately sat down next to Hyan-Soo. Without further ado, he asked whether Hyan-Soo liked the offer from the association. In the background, even though Ha-Yurek couldn't hear it, the Demon Instructor answered that he wasn't even interested in their offer. Seeing that Hyan-Soo didn't answer, Ha-Yurek continued his sentence. She believes the association provides tremendous benefits. One of them is being allowed to kill someone. Hyan-Soo was a little surprised. He was surprised how Ha-Yurek could know this. Ha-Yurek said that soon Hyan-Soo would become an S-rank hunter, and something like that was meaningless for an S-rank awakened. This world moves with the strongest power, and that power is not measured by money, but rather by the presence of S-rank hunters. Ha-Yurek sneered at the association's ways. According to him, giving permission to someone like that is ridiculous. She said the only thing Hyan-Soo needed was a fortress that would protect the young man until he became an S-rank hunter. And that fortress is her, Ha-Yurek of the Red Lion. After talking, Ha-Yurek left Hyan-Soo's room. It turned out that Minna was still waiting outside with an anxious face. Ha-Yurek smiled as he asked Minna to relax. After that he walked away from there. Minna glanced at Ha-Yurek. In her heart, he still thought the woman was annoying. After Ha-Yurek left, Minna stepped back into Hyan-Soo's room. Hyan-Soo's expression looked awkward. He apologizes to Minna, however, respond calmly. Minna said there was nothing the association could do if Hyan-Soo had already made a decision. On the other hand, she also didn't want to force Hyan-Soo to join them. Before leaving, Minna shyly prays for Hyan-Soo's recovery. Minna would have left if Hyan-Soo's voice hadn't stopped her. Minna looked back. Hyan-Soo says it might seem shameless. However, now he couldn't move, and he needed a little help from the association. Demon Instructor laughed at Hyan-Soo's words. He admitted that Hyan-Soo was indeed his student. However, it had to be said that the young man was indeed shameless. In one of the apartments located in Gandong District, Yoon was seen waking up her two younger siblings. Yoon asked them to get up immediately, brush their teeth, then have breakfast. It's the weekend now, so Yoon has to leave for work early. Yoon's two younger siblings got up reluctantly. They both still looked very sleepy and wanted to sleep more. Yoon says they can sleep again later after breakfast. Yoon's two younger siblings are seen focusing on brushing their teeth. Without them realizing it, a head began to emerge from the bathtub. Yoon, who was cooking, was shocked by the screams of her two younger siblings from the bathroom. The two ran out screaming in fear as a merman chased behind. Yoon didn't understand how the monster suddenly appeared from the bathroom of their house. Yoon's younger sister was captured by the merman. Its mouth full of fangs opened wide, about to devour the child's head. Yoon's love for her younger siblings overcomes his fear of the monster. So, Yoon swiftly took a kitchen knife and lunged without hesitation at the merman. The merman almost devoured Yoon's little sister's head. Armed with a knife, Yoon ran to attack the merman to save her little sister. The sharp tip of the knife stabbed the merman's waist until it bled. The monster turned to look at Yoon and then threw the girl's body with one arm. Yoon's body was thrown. Her back hit the kitchen table, causing the ingredients and utensils she was going to use to cook breakfast to fall scattered on the floor. The merman grabbed Yoon's little sister's body with both hands. The child can no longer be seen moving. Maybe she fainted from the shock of seeing that scary monster. Compared to the merman, the child's body size looked very small, as if she were a miniature porcelain doll held by an adult's hands. Meanwhile, Yoon's youngest brother peeked out from behind the cupboard while covering his mouth. Her small body trembled with fear seeing her second sister in the monster's grasp. The merman opened his mouth again. Luckily, Minna arrived just in time before Yoon's sister ended up on the merman's breakfast menu. With the kettlebell in her hand, Minna hit the merman's waist as hard as she could. Yoon's sister slipped out of the merman's grip and fell hard onto the floor. The merman was pushed to the wall. He held her waist. Yoon's knife stab plus Min-Ah's kettlebell hit was enough to make him feel a little pain. The merman growled lowly and looked at Min-Ah with an angry expression. Min-Ah activates her levitate skill. Instantly objects around her began to float. The kettlebell, kitchen knife, and sharp-edged wooden shards all flew up because of Min-Ah's ability. As soon as Min-Ah pointed her hand at the monster, all the weapons she had made flew up, attacking the merman mercilessly. The merman tried to survive. However, there were too many weapons. A knife stuck into his right shoulder. Apart from that, the merman's body was now injured and bleeding here and there. Min-Ah again uses her other skills to send the merman to her friend's place. The merman exploded and burned starting from his head, and a few moments later the monster finally died. Min-Ah immediately approached Yoon and asked if he was okay. Yoon looked up, looking at Min-Ah with a tear-stained face, then thanked Min-Ah for saving them. Yoon also asked how Min-Ah could come to their residence. Min-Ah answered that she came at Hyun-Soo's request. Her expression looked so relieved because he managed to arrive in time to save Yoon and his two younger siblings. At the hospital where Hyun-Soo was being treated, a doctor and two nurses who treated him looked surprised to see that Hyun-Soo had recovered, even though just yesterday he was treated there with a broken leg and arm. However, now his legs and arms are back to normal. Hyun-Soo smiled to himself all the way while looking at his cell phone. The demon instructor, who was floating next to him, asked if Hyun-Soo's brain had short-circuited after seeing that much money. Hyun-Soo replies that the master probably won't understand how sad it is to not have money. Moreover, in this world everything needs money. Even just to eat ramyeon you need to spend money to get it. Hearing the word ramyeon, the demon instructor immediately drooled. Without further ado, he lifted the back of the t-shirt Hyun-Soo was wearing, and took him home with the heavenly demon flight skill. Hyun-Soo was of course confused about why the demon instructor suddenly took him flying. The demon instructor cheerfully said that Hyun-Soo had to hurry home so he could make ramyeon. Once they arrived at his house, Hyun-Soo and demon instructor again entered the portal there. Demon instructor explained to Hyun-Soo about the loot items he got after fighting the water dragon. According to Demon Instructor, 10% of the elixir would provide him with 20 years of energy. Hyun-Soo looked surprised to hear that explanation. The Demon Instructor further said that as long as Hyun-Soo followed his directions, he could at least get 70%, which is equivalent to 140 years of energy. Demon Instructor then asked what Hyun-Soo would do after becoming strong. Hyun-Soo was silent for a moment. While bowing his head, he told the Demon Instructor that 2 years ago, when the portal broke for the first time, many people died, including his parents as well as Yoon's parents. Hyun-Soo clenched his fists. He has determination. Now that he has become a hunter, he will not let anyone experience the same sadness as him. Demon Instructor stroked his beard. After hearing Hyun-Soo's words and thinking about it many times, he thought that the portal might be the great enemy that the ancestors told him about. Demon Instructor again touched on the 3 techniques used by Hyun-Soo in the final battle, even though he had never taught that to Hyun-Soo before. Demon Instructor explains that heavenly demons will transmit their martial arts memories to future generations through their bodies. That was the arrangement created by the first heavenly demon, which aimed to convey to his generation that this was all to face the big enemy in the future. Hyun-Soo bluntly said that now they are in a different world from Demon Instructor. Demon Instructor gasped. He forgot that fact. He felt that now he had a reason to immediately return to his world. Min-Ah was seen flying using her kettlebell and then landing in front of a house. Min-Ah checks the piece of paper in her hand. Based on membership information, that's where Hyun-Soo's house is located. Min-Ah took out her cell phone and sent a message to Hyun-Soo. She doesn't know why Hyun-Soo doesn't answer his calls even though he's home from the hospital. Without Min-Ah knowing, Hyun-Soo's cell phone was lying on the table. Meanwhile, the owner was not at home. That's why Hyun-Soo didn't know Min-Ah called, including sending her a message. Min-Ah stood uncertainly in front of Hyun-Soo's door, not knowing what to do, even though she had to immediately tell Hyun-Soo about the incident at Yoon's house. Demon Instructor firmly told Hyun-Soo to eat the elixir. Hyun-Soo looked at the elixir in his hand. The size of the elixir was at least the size of a baseball, so he was confused about how to swallow something that big. Demon Instructor flicked Hyun-Soo's forehead. He said in an annoyed tone that he didn't tell Hyun-Soo to swallow the elixir, but rather eat it. He was sure that if Hyun-Soo did it himself, the young man would eat bite by bite and then spit it out. Hyun-Soo didn't understand why the demon instructor would say something like that. Hyun-Soo then fed all the elixir into his mouth. Meanwhile, Min-Ah, who was still in front of Hyun-Soo's house, accidentally discovered that the door to the house was not locked. She opened it and looked inside while calling Hyun-Soo. Min-Ah stepped in, looking around to find Hyun-Soo. When looking at the wall, Min-Ah was surprised to find a large black hole there. Eating the elixir is not as easy as it seems. Hyun-Soo gets into trouble. Moreover, the object looked like it would come out of his mouth at any time. Demon instructor asked Hyan-Su to calm down and listen to his instructions. While saying that, the demon instructor turned his back to Hyan-Su. He tried his best not to laugh after seeing Hyan-Su's ridiculous face while trying to eat the elixir. Demon instructor said if Hyan-Su didn't eat such a powerful elixir properly, he would probably be dregs for life. Demon instructor began to explain how. First, the microscopic orbit technique. He asked Hyan-Su not to think of the elixir as food, but just feel the energy. Demon instructor told Hyan-Su to feel the energy from the elixir, then slowly draw the energy from the danchan to the Wailu acupuncture point. Only then is it pulled slowly from the will to Beiyue acupuncture points. Hyan-Su's listening to instructions skill has been activated. He listened to every instruction from the demon instructor carefully while doing what the instructions said. Minna thought Hyan-Su hadn't cleaned his house in a long time, to the point that portal-shaped mushrooms appeared on the walls. Minna also took the initiative to clean the wall. She wets the cloth with soapy water. Before she could wipe the wall, Minna's cell phone suddenly rang. She immediately answered the call. The person who called asked her to come back because something was going on. Minna hung up the call and then walked out of Hyan-Su's house. Before leaving, he glanced briefly at the black hole. Minna felt a little regretful that she couldn't clean it up. A few moments later, he flew again with his kettlebell. In another dimension, the demon instructor again asked Hyan-Su to direct the energy into his microscopic orbit. He had no idea that the water dragon had that much energy. Demon instructor thought the place called the portal was completely beyond his expectations. However, he thought it was better. Moreover, the heavenly demon martial art is an extreme yang martial art. So, no matter what, Hyan-Su had to strengthen his yang energy. Hyan-Su seemed to be concentrating. Now the elixir absorption rate has reached 32%. When the elixir had completely melted, the demon instructor asked Hyan-Su to solidify it and then direct it to the microscopic orbit, and not let it escape. When the absorption of the elixir had reached 50%, Hyan-Su could feel strong energy flowing within him, which he could barely hold back. However, the demon instructor asked him to restrain that energy. Moreover, Hyan-Su had the heavenly demon seed, so he told Hyan-Su to continue absorbing it. Blood spurted from Hyan-Su's ears and nose when he managed to absorb 70% of the elixir. He fainted but still managed to keep his body sitting up straight. Demon instructor looked at Hyan-Su. Previously, he suspected that Hyan-Su was only able to absorb 70%. However, it turns out it can be up to 80%. Absorption is continuing. Demon instructor thought it might be because this place supported the process of absorbing that much elixir. The absorption rate of the elixir has reached 90%. 10% left. Hyan-Su is still trying to survive even though blood is now flowing out of his eyes and nose. This time the demon instructor intervened to help Hyan-Su complete his absorption. He used the Origin Kai pressure release technique. Demon instructor patted Hyan-Su's back to channel his energy. Immediately Hyan-Su coughed up blood. Now that all the elixir has been completely absorbed, Hyan-Su's body has changed and looks stronger than before. Even the clothes he wore were torn because they were unable to withstand the changes in his body. A series of notifications appeared a few moments later. Because he succeeded in absorbing the elixir of the Amugi, Hyan-Su got the extreme young physique. With this ability, it could be said that heat energy could not possibly hurt Hyan-Su. Besides that, Hyan-Su's listening to instructions skill has now leveled up. New effects were added to the skill. This effect is to allow Hyan-Su to learn certain people's techniques one day. The hospital seemed very busy treating patients who were victims of the merman's rampage. Ambulances kept coming and bringing new victims. All along the hospital corridors were crowded with patients because all the wards were full. Minna even had difficulty walking in the corridor because there were so many patients. The merman's attacks caused heavy losses. Minna visits Yoon, who is being treated after being attacked by a merman. She approached Yoon and asked about his condition. Minna told Yoon that her two younger siblings were at the Saesong Health Service Center because the beds at this hospital were full. Yoon then asked about the condition of his two younger siblings. She was so shocked when Minna told him that they were both unconscious. Minna rubbed Yoon's head affectionately, asking her not to worry. To calm Yoon, Minna said that it was indeed a common symptom that appears after meeting mermen. She assured Yoon that the doctor would find the cause and cure them. After visiting Yoon, Minna again tries to contact Hyan-Su. However, until now the young man has not picked up the phone or replied to the message. Minna doesn't understand, even though Yoon received the most injuries from the merman's attack. However, somehow her little sister hasn't woken up after fainting from fear. While her younger sister was not attacked, they both fell into a coma. At the Red Lion Guild, Ha Yurak was listening to the report submitted by the association representative. The man in the black suit said that they estimated the losses suffered due to the merman attack at 1 billion won. Meanwhile, the death toll continues to increase with deaths currently around 117 people, and some people who encounter mermen fall into a coma for unknown reasons. After listening to the entire report, Ha-Yurek asked the man to leave. She took out his cell phone and then called someone. However, the person who called never answered. This annoyed Ha-Yurek. She shouted until the fire came out of his mouth, just like a dragon spitting fire. Meanwhile, somewhere, a silver-haired man doesn't seem to like the fact that Hyan-Su is joining Ha-Yurek. The man was Haxon Baldier, an S-rank hunter who was also the guildmaster of the Shadow Experience Guild. Haxon's fellow S-rank hunter, Jill Lordeman, said that for a newbie class, Hyan-Su was extraordinary. Haxon looked angry. Even so, a few moments later a grin appeared on his face. Haxon says he wants to destroy Hyan-Su. Jill firmly reminded Haxon to stop his nonsense. However, Haxon didn't listen at all. He shouted angrily that he would destroy Hyan-Su rather than let Ha-Yurek have him. Hyan-Su lay back relaxing, basking in the hot sun. Suddenly he heard someone calling his name. Hyan-Su opened his eyes and found Minna squatting next to him. Minna smiled and said that Hyan-Su seemed very tired. Before Hyan-Su could digest what was happening, Ha-Yurek suddenly shouted, asking how long Hyan-Su would sleep. Irin also reminded him that they came to the beach to play volleyball. Irin hit the ball as hard as he could until it hit Hyan-Su's cheek. Ha-Yurek laughed at him. While holding his cheek, which felt hot from being hit by the ball, Hyan-Su said it was his first time playing volleyball. Hyan-Su stepped into the water and picked up the ball, which had suddenly drifted that far. Suddenly the sea water formed a vortex, and from within it emerged the water dragon that Hyan-Su had previously defeated. The monster shouted angrily, demanding its elixir back. Hyan-Su's body was dragged into the ocean. The deeper he sank, the temperature of the seawater felt hotter. Hyan-Su gasped. When he opened his eyes, he was in his room, instead of sinking to the bottom of the sea. It turned out that what he experienced just now was just a dream. The first thing Hyan-Su heard when he woke up was the scolding from the demon instructor asking him to make ramyeon. The demon instructor pointed to the wall and told Hyan-Su that the big needle there had been spinning 25 times while Hyan-Su was asleep. Hyan-Su was so surprised to hear that he fell asleep for 2.5 days. At the association office, Minna, who received a call from Hyan-Su, was shocked to hear what the young man said. On the other hand, Hyan-Su, who was calling Minna, had to move his cell phone away a little, hearing the woman's scolding. Minna scolded him after Hyan-Su told him he absorbed the elixir alone. Even though Minna had previously warned him, he could die if something went wrong during the process of absorbing the elixir. At the Red Lion Guild, Ha-Yurek was just as surprised as Minna, hearing that Hyan-Su had fallen asleep for 2 days after consuming the elixir. Ha-Yurek breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't say anything after Hyan-Su told him. She is grateful that Hyan-Su didn't die or experience something bad. Hyan-Su, who heard Ha-Yurek's words, could only smile. Unexpectedly, the woman was calmer than he expected. Hyan-Su fed the demon instructor the ramyeon he had finished cooking. However, because his focus was on other things, Hyan-Su didn't notice that his chopsticks hit the demon instructor's cheek. Instantly, his forehead received a deadly flick from the demon instructor until it became swollen. The skill window shows that Hyan-Su's level has increased to level 3 with a series of additional abilities that he obtained thanks to leveling up. Hyan-Su jumped so excitedly that it disturbed the demon instructor, who was trying to focus on watching the news. Hyan-Su ignored him. Instead, he excitedly told the demon instructor that he had gained a new ability, which allowed him to copy one of the demon instructor's techniques once a day. Demon instructor couldn't believe it at all. In his opinion, it was impossible for such an ability to exist. Even if there is, it is cheating. Unfortunately, this ability exists. Hyan-Su laughed, making the demon instructor feel annoyed again. He intended to flick Hyan-Su's forehead. However, this time Hyan-Su managed to avoid it. Hyan-Su visits Yoon in the hospital after hearing Minna's story. He looked at Yoon with concern. The girl just told me about the condition of her 2 younger siblings. Hyan-Su patted Yoon on the back, trying to calm her down. Hyan-Su assures that Yoon's younger siblings will wake up. He also said that the 2 of them were the same in many ways. Yoon wiped her tears and looked at Hyan-Su, not understanding. Hyan-Su then took Yoon to visit a patient who was being treated in one of the wards. A man was lying down with an oxygen mask covering his mouth and nose. Hyan-Su introduces the man to Yoon. He is his younger brother, Hyuntae. Hyan-Su tells Yoon that her sister fell into a coma after experiencing an incident 2 years ago. Even doctors don't know the cause. Yoon cried again hearing Hyan-Su's story. She held Hyuntae's hand while introducing himself. Yoon tells Hyuntae how Hyan-Su has helped him a lot all this time. Yoon also said that Hyan-Su waited a very long time and hoped that Hyuntae would wake up soon. Demon instructor observed Hyuntae. He then tells Hyan-Su there is a strange energy coming from his brother. Demon instructor said there was some kind of curse seal in Hyuntae's heart. Hyan-Su looked surprised to hear that, especially after hearing there is a way to overcome it. At an auction house, a weapon called the skeleton spear was offered for 70 million won. The offer was accepted by a man named Choi Yi-huk from the Aegis Guild. The host of the event then opened the offer again, this time for 80 million won. Feeling that no one was able to bid for 80 million won, Choi Yi-huk smiled with satisfaction. He had already imagined that the item would become his. Finally, a man named Jin Se-huk raised his hand to accept the offer. Choi Yi-huk bit his lip in annoyance. After the auction ended, Jin Se-huk took the item with a satisfied smile. He was just about to open the car door when Choi Yi-huk called him. Choi Yi-huk approached Jin. He said the man was crazy because he bid 200 million won for an item that only cost 70 million. Jin chuckled, pointing at the skeleton spear, and said he would still buy it even if it cost 300 million won. Jin satirized Choi Yi-huk. He said that people who are afraid to spend 200 million won should not participate in the auction and should go home and eat ramyeon or something else. Choi Yi-huk was offended to hear that. He stamped his feet. Suddenly Jin's car swerved and hit a basement pillar until it shattered. Jin was surprised. However, in the end his expression still looked calm. He took out the skeleton spear and then pointed its sharp tip at Choi Yi-huk. Choi Yi-huk's hands seemed to be starting to be covered in steel armor. The man said he would show Jin why the item was only priced at 70 million won. Jin didn't care about that. Instead, he jumped headfirst towards Choi Yi-huk and attacked the man with his spear. Before Jin's attack hit him, Choi Yi-huk had already punched the man in the face. He smiled as he said that no one had survived after beating him in the auction. At the Red Lion Guild, Ha Yurak scolded Choi Yi-huk severely after receiving news that the man was constantly causing trouble. Ha Yurak hit the table because he was annoyed. There are countless complaints he has received because of Choi Yi-huk. With an innocent face, Choi Yi-huk said he was only consumed by anger because Jin snatched the auction item from him. Ha Yurak looked increasingly annoyed. She also threatened to destroy and burn Choi Yi-huk if he caused trouble again. She then threw Choi Yi-huk out of his room. Instead of leaving immediately, Choi Yi-huk stuck his head out from the front door again. He asked when Ha Yurak would introduce him to the new rank hunter recruitment. Choi Yi-huk further said he was not trying to show a higher position or anything else. However, Ha Yurak didn't want to hear that. She threw the man out again. She even took out his fiery fist to make Choi Yi-huk leave. Yoon asked enthusiastically if Hyeon-soo was also a hunter. Hyeon-soo agreed to this, making Yoon look even more enthusiastic. Yoon said it was only fitting that someone in a high position like Min-ah would come to her aid. Hyeon-soo laughed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Hyeon-soo then asked Yoon to go back to rest. He promised that after visiting his sister, Hyeon-soo would visit Yoon's two younger siblings, so she doesn't need to worry. While Yoon returned to his room, Hyeon-soo and the demon instructor visited Hyuntae again. Hyeon-soo repeated what the demon instructor had said, that there was a way to help his younger brother. Demon instructor confirmed this. He explained that the method he was referring to was called severing heavenly language. Unfortunately, currently, the demon instructor admits that he cannot use it. Hyeon-soo immediately asked the reason. According to the demon instructor, severing heavenly language is a mystical technique, a type of occult science discovered by one of the heavenly demons. However, Hyeon-soo couldn't learn it because he did not have a heavenly demon body. Hyeon-soo immediately exclaimed that he could do it. Since his listening to instructions skill had leveled up, he could imitate the demon instructor's technique once a day. Hyeon-soo activated his skill and immediately imitated the demon instructor's transcendent skill, severing heavenly language. His hand was aimed right at Hyuntae's heart. As soon as Hyeon-soo used severing heavenly language, golden light radiated from his hand, followed by patterns with complicated writing. This skill can be done. Demon instructor still couldn't believe how Hyeon-soo could imitate severing heavenly language. He wondered what kind of abilities his students had. Hyeon-soo strengthens Hyuntae's Kai beam. He also channeled Kai's energy directly into his younger brother's heart. Hyeon-soo continued to give his all, until finally a bright light enveloped Hyuntae's body. Hyeon-soo even bounced several steps from his sister's bed. Hyeon-soo looked at Hyuntae. However, the young man still lay. There was no sign of waking up. Hyeon-soo didn't understand why he failed even though he thought he had done the technique correctly. Demon instructor said he felt the power of an extremely powerful figure. He comforted Hyeon-soo so he wouldn't be too disappointed. The process was unsuccessful because Hyeon-soo's strength was still lacking. So there is a possibility that in the future when his strength has increased, Hyeon-soo will succeed in doing it. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Experience Guild headquarters, Jill is seen reprimanding Haxon after hearing his desire to destroy Hyeon-soo. Even though Haxon himself also knew that they needed all strong hunters, Hansen didn't want to hear it. He insisted that no matter how many times he said it, Jill wouldn't be able to make him change his mind. Jill seemed about to reply to Haxon's words. However, a voice came from the door, making him turn his head. It turned out that Experienced Shadow's deputy guildmaster, Takeshi Yamamoto, had just returned. After hearing all the stories from Jill, Takeshi said that was why he doubted working for Haxon. Jill took a sip of her can of beer and then suggested that Takeishi do a solo like him. It was Jill's turn to ask Takeishi about the fragment this time. Takeishi took a deep breath. He tells Jill it's not the right fragment, just like last time. Jill sighed too. He asks if they need to bet on luck in searching for new fragments in Korea. Takeishi replies that since the place is under the control of the Red Lion, those outsiders can only observe while waiting. Jill thinks maybe Hyan-Soo will get the fragment expedition first. Takeishi also agrees with that. According to Jill, if the Paradise boss is the ancestral dragon, surely the portals scattered throughout the world are Paradise's fragments. Having to overcome all the fragments within 1 year, for Jill, was like being hit by a curse. He remembered the words of the ancestral dragon. If they couldn't deal with all the creature fragments within a year, this world would face a disaster that even S-rank hunters couldn't handle. Takeishi is determined that within a year they must find all the fragments, no matter what. That's why their guild needed more high-rank hunters. As promised, Hyan-Soo visited the health center where Yoon's 2 younger siblings were being treated. The nurse who accompanied Hyan-Soo said they had done what they could. Now they can only provide warm mattresses. The nurse also told Hyan-Soo that the place was filled with patients who experienced the same thing as Yoon's 2 younger siblings. Demon Instructor observed the situation and then told Hyan-Soo that the cause was cold energy. He explained further that creatures that live in water usually have yin energy, especially the mermen. They have strong yin energy. Therefore, those with bodies with high yin energy could not resist it. When both their and the merman's yin energy met, the yin energy would turn into cold energy. People who fall into a coma seem to be hibernating. Hyan-Soo then asked if there was a way to treat it. His face smiled brightly when the demon instructor said, use yang energy to get rid of yin energy. That way, they will wake up soon. One of the children who was waiting for his father asked his mother to look at the person across from them. The woman turned in the direction her son was pointing. A moment later he immediately approached Hyan-Soo. The woman tried to stop whatever Hyan-Soo was doing. Suddenly, the boy spoke. He tells his mother that Hyan-Soo is the Imugi killer. He also showed a video recording of Hyan-Soo's fight with the monster. Hyan-Soo channels yang energy into Yoon's younger brother's body. Suddenly, from behind the child's head, a wisp of dense yin energy emerged. The demon instructor then ordered Hyan-Soo to scorch the yin energy. Instead of doing what the demon instructor ordered, Hyan-Soo said he felt he could absorb that yin energy. Demon instructor looked shocked. He also reminded Hyan-Soo that his body is extreme yang. If Hyan-Soo absorbs that energy, something bad will happen to his body. Hyan-Soo ignored that. Instead, he continued to absorb the yin energy that came out of Yoon's younger brother's body. A notification appeared from the system that Hyan-Soo had successfully absorbed the power of yin. Hyan-Soo's extreme yang body begins to change into a harmonious yin-yang body. 3 luminous blooms suddenly appeared above Hyan-Soo's head, surprising the demon instructor. Even though it was only a glance, he was sure he saw 3 flowers blooming above Hyan-Soo's head. Hyan-Soo looked at the demon instructor and then asked what the harmonious yin-yang body was. Demon instructor did not answer. In his heart, he asked how Hyan-Soo was able to do something like that. Suddenly Yoon's younger brother woke up and immediately asked where he was. Seeing this, the boy and his mother gaped in surprise. Yoon's little brother turns to Hyan-Soo and calls him Hyung. Hyan-Soo smiled in relief to see that the child could recognize him. The boy's mother ran out and then called doctors and nurses in a hurry. This time it was Yoon's younger sister's turn to be healed by Hyan-Soo. A doctor and nurse who had been called by the boy also witnessed what he was doing. Hyan-Soo does the same thing as before, and little sister Yoon wakes up from her coma. The doctor and nurse were shocked to see him. Meanwhile, the boy and his mother cried happily. They seemed to have hope. Yoon, who got the news that her 2 sisters had come to their senses, cried sobbing. Repeatedly he thanked Hyan-Soo. Meanwhile, Minna received a report from one of her subordinates that the number of coma patients had increased until there were no beds left in the hospital. Responding to this, Minna said he would ask the branch manager to increase the number of beds in the hospital. Minna's cell phone rang, and there was an incoming call which she immediately answered. Minna was so shocked after the person who called her told her what Hyan-Soo had done. At the same time, Ha-Yurek, who also received similar news, showed the same reaction as Minna. Thanks to Hyan-Soo, one by one the patients who were in a coma and being treated at the Saesong Health Service Center began to wake up. One of the patient's family greeted Hyan-Soo while saying thank you with emotion. Hyan-Soo humbly replied to the woman's thanks by saying he was only helping as best he could. What a miracle. People who were in a coma are now waking up and reuniting with their families. Hyan-Soo suddenly became famous at the health service center that day. People praise his abilities. Some even asked him to take photos. Demon instructor teases Hyan-Soo. Seeing how those people praised Hyan-Soo, he said that as a heavenly demon, Hyan-Soo should be used to such treatment. That day Hyan-Soo got a call from Ha-Yurek. He intended to tell the woman that he was at Saesong Hospital. However, it turned out that Ha-Yurek already knew about that. Ha-Yurek tells Hyan-Soo that the association gave them a request to help examine patients at the association's hospital. Of course, it's not free. Ha-Yurek says the association grants requests with a fee, and Hyan-Soo can take it all. Hyan-Soo laughed embarrassedly. He asked how he could take all that, even though he was only a member of the guild. Ha-Yurek then explained in a written contract that if Hyan-Soo did something without having anything to do with the guild, but of his own free will, everything he got would belong to Hyan-Soo. Hyan-Soo also told Ha-Yurek that he would go to the association after his work was finished. Before the phone call ended, Hyan-Soo received praise from Ha-Yurek. That night, Haxon finally got Hyan-Soo's address from one of his subordinates. He put on his jacket and prepared to go to Hyan-Soo's house according to the address he got. Haxon smiled faintly. Moments later, he sped away at incredible speed. The next day, Hyan-Soo was again asked to cook ramyeon by the demon instructor. Hyan-Soo, who was bored because he was constantly asked to cook the same thing, asked the demon instructor if he wasn't bored of eating ramyeon every day. Demon instructor even asked if Hyan-Soo had forgotten that he said that ramyeon was the best food in the world. Hyan-Soo had no other choice. In the end, with unsteady steps, he still went to the kitchen to cook. While preparing water, Hyan-Soo answered Ha-Yurek's phone and asked why a woman called him. It turns out Ha-Yurek asked where he was at the moment. As soon as Hyan-Soo answered that he was at home, Ha-Yurek immediately told him to leave. Hyan-Soo didn't know what the woman was talking about. Plus, his voice sounded a little panicked. Demon instructor suddenly said something was heading towards them with enormous power. Seeing how the demon instructor got into a stance, Hyan-Soo immediately ran out of his house. When he arrived outside, he looked up towards the sky and saw a beam of light shoot up and fall in front of him, causing a quite large explosion. From behind the explosion appeared the figure of a silver-haired man that Hyan-Soo didn't recognize. Hyan-Soo didn't know why the man suddenly released his strength and immediately attacked him without further ado. The alarm sounded again at the association office. In the control room, the supervisors were seen checking the monitor, and according to their expectations, signs of an unknown person were at Hyan-Soo's residence. Min-Ah looked worried, seeing that person has supersonic speed, which is even very rare among S rank. Right now there is one person that comes to mind. To prove her suspicions, Min-Ah decided to inform Ha-Yurek. At the Red Lion Guild headquarters, Ha-Yurek was seen talking on the phone. She confirmed that the unknown person at Hyan-Soo's residence was Haxon. Ha-Yurek is sure of that because Haxon really hates him. Ha-Yurek expressed his thanks for the information. She also said that only he was able to stop Haxon. After informing Ha-Yurek, Min-Ah also plans to leave. However, the branch general manager suddenly appeared and forbade Min-Ah to leave. The manager said there was a possibility that there would be an S-rank battle, so it was useless for her to go there. Furthermore, the manager said the association would not remain silent either. They had told the Azure Dragon Group to prepare the divine item, Mirror World. The Azure Dragon Group, referred to by the manager, can now be seen driving on the highway on their motorbikes. The leader of the Azure Dragon team asked them to hurry because the opponent was S-rank, and that was something completely different from what they had been doing so far. The team leader then asked one of his members, Hawk, if he brought Mirror World. Hawk agreed and said he would move now. Hawk then jumped down from the top of the building. A moment later, both of his arms turned into a pair of wings. Even half of his body has now changed shape to resemble an eagle. Hawk flew off following the footsteps of his colleagues below. Meanwhile, at the place where Haxon and Hyan-Soo were fighting, the demon instructor was observing the two of them. He couldn't stop thinking. Now Hyan-Soo has gained the power of yin-yang and reached the evolutionary realm. Hyan-Soo's speed of development was truly extraordinary, and it was quite surprising for him. The demon instructor's gaze then fell on Haxon. He could feel a power stronger than him, even stronger than Ha-Yurek. According to the demon instructor, if it was in his original world, Haxon would have at least reached the realm of a supreme peak. Hyan-Soo doesn't understand why people he doesn't know suddenly appear and attack him. However, when asked why, the person did not answer at all. On the other hand, Haxon didn't believe at all that an A-rank hunter could withstand his attack. Hyan-Soo suddenly panicked when he heard the commotion around him. He thought there had been an accident. Hyan-Soo shouted, telling the people there to immediately go back inside because it was dangerous outside. Demon instructor then told Hyan-Soo to focus. This was not the time to worry about others when he himself was also in battle. Demon instructor was right. Because he was busy warning the residents, Hyan-Soo was caught off guard. Haxon's attack almost hit him. Hyan-Soo then used his skill yin-yang flower arts to block the attack. Hyan-Soo smiled, mocking Haxon, who attacked again with the same attack as before. Hyan-Soo said there was no way the attack would succeed. However, something surprising happened. Haxon suddenly moved behind him. When Hyan-Soo turned his head, Haxon had already activated his body transmutation skill. His body has now turned into metal. Hyan-Soo doesn't understand how much ability Haxon has. In fact, the man had just fired an energy bullet. Haxen clenched his fist and fired a supersonic Mach 3 punch at Hyan-Su. Even though Haxen hit him from a distance, the energy released by the blow was extremely powerful. Hyan-Su was thrown several meters. His body hit the building wall until it shattered. Hyan-Su coughed. His right hand went numb. Hyan-Su didn't expect it to be like that at all, even though he had gathered his inner strength. Haxen approached Hyan-Su. He again prepared to attack with a supersonic Mach 5 punch. This time the blow looked stronger than before. Before the attack hit him, that's when Hyan-Su heard the demon instructor's voice behind him. The demon instructor asked with a sneer whether Hyan-Su learned the heavenly demon's footsteps just for show. Hyan-Su activated the listening to instructions skill. At the same time, a notification appeared that his comprehension level regarding heavenly demon flight had reached 57%. Using the heavenly demon flight skill, Hyan-Su shot towards Haxen. Now it was his turn to attack. Meanwhile, Haxen, who saw Hyan-Su approaching, was a little surprised by the young man's technique. It felt like he saw Hyan-Su and his clone attacking simultaneously towards him. Hyan-Su threw a punch at Haxen, and suddenly a big explosion occurred again. A body was seen being thrown outside and crashing hard into the building opposite. Ha-Yurak flew towards Hyan-Su's residence. Her face looks worried. She keeps hoping that Hyan-Su and Haxen haven't met each other. If they met, Ha-Yurak didn't know how long Hyan-Su could last against Haxen. According to Ha-Yurak, Hyan-Su probably wouldn't be able to last more than 20 seconds. That's why she had to hurry. Return to the battle arena between Hyan-Su and Haxen. The silhouette of the person who was thrown into the building turned out to be Hyan-Su. He groaned softly as his back hit the building again for the second time. Haxen stepped over to Hyan-Su, who looked helpless. Haxen said it was really strange. He thought he could end Hyan-Su in one blow. However, Hyan-Su was able to survive this far. Demon instructor watched from a distance. He thinks Hyan-Su's level of understanding is not that high. However, it was quite surprising to see how he could attack the real Haxen in an instant. Demon instructor admits that Hyan-Su is indeed strong. However, if you can't pass a test like that, according to demon instructor Hyan-Su, it's impossible to become a heavenly demon. Haxen praised Hyan-Su for being able to survive even though he had received repeated attacks. He again prepared to attack Hyan-Su, who had not been seen moving at all since earlier. It turned out that Hyan-Su was not silent because he couldn't move, but was gathering his energy to attack Haxen. Hyan-Su concentrated internal strength on his fists. He then jumped to attack Haxen with the first technique of the heaven-obliterating demonic fist skill, namely Seed Impact. Haxen, who didn't expect the attack, couldn't avoid it. Instantly a large explosion occurred as a result of Hyan-Su's powerful attack. Hyan-Su attacks Haxen with Seed Impact. The man tried to resist the attack. However, in the end his body fell far backwards. The impact of the attack turned out to be much greater than he expected. Haxen was surprised to see his own hands. He didn't believe his reinforced arm could be destroyed by an Arranker at all. Haxen activated the Silver Pulse skill. His metal hand is now back to normal. It was Hyan-Su's turn, who was surprised to see this. The demon instructor even said that Haxen had a recovery rate that was on the same level as a demonic monster. Demon instructor also ordered Hyan-Su to attack with Wood Impact to destroy the inside of Haxen's body. Without thinking, Hyan-Su immediately did what the demon instructor ordered. He attacked Haxen with Wood Impact to slowly destroy the man's transmutation. Haxen grinned. Suddenly a dazzling bright blue light enveloped him, and a few moments later Haxen's body disappeared from sight. Hyan-Su was shocked to see Haxen turn into a water bubble. He thought the man evaporated after being hit by Wood Impact. However, demon instructor says Haxen's energy is still felt, so he's not dead. Hyan-Su looks annoyed. He sharpened his vision, looking for Haxen's whereabouts. Suddenly the man appeared under him. Hyan-Su swiftly jumped when Haxen's arm, which had mutated into a sword, was about to attack him. Hyan-Su kept his distance as much as possible so as not to get too close to the reach of Haxen's sword. Haxen's movements were very fast. Hyan-Su could barely read them. Just as the man was standing in front of him, Haxen was already racing again. And suddenly he was flying behind him while grabbing Hyan-Su's hair tightly. Haxen grinned at Hyan-Su. His hand was ready to slash the young man's head. Hyan-Su stared back at Haxen sharply. He firmly said that the same movement would not work on him. Hyan-Su quickly turned around so that Haxen's grip on her hair was released. Hyan-Su then took out Leaf Impact. The attack hit Haxen's waist. Not only that, the electricity poles in the edge of the building behind were also cut due to Hyan-Su's attack. Haxen looks annoyed to see Hyan-Su manage to injure him. The bottom of his jacket was torn and dirty with his own blood. Seeing Haxen recovering again, Hyan-Su was determined to destroy him with relentless attacks. However, fighting at that place was too dangerous as there were many people there. Hyan-Su sped away. He intended to move towards the school building. It was a holiday now, so no one was there. Moreover, since the terrain there was higher, he should be able to minimize the damage as much as possible. Haxan held his own wound. Even though it had been restored with silver pulse, the wound had not healed at all. Haxan holds the head. His face looked tense. A moment later he was already speeding away following Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su continued to run towards the top floor of the school. He was relieved that no one was there. With his supersonic speed, Haxan can catch up with Hyan-Su easily. In an instant, his position was next to Hyan-Su who was running. Haxan smiled sarcastically and then asked if Hyan-Su was trying to protect people. Hyan-Su was surprised to see Haxan suddenly appear nearby. He couldn't dodge when Haxan attacked. His body was blown away by the explosion. Hyan-Su said in an angry tone, "People like Haxan, who are still fighting even in densely populated areas, have absolutely no right to be hunters." Hyan-Su got up again and ran to attack Haxan. However, the man jumped and attacked Hyan-Su from behind. The attack caused a very powerful explosion. Most of the school buildings are now in ruins. Maybe soon, the building will be razed to the ground. Haxan floated looking at Hyan-Su under his feet who he thought was no longer able to put up a fight. Haxan began to think it would be a shame if Hyan-Su had to be killed. He couldn't believe that Hyan-Su could survive this long after facing him. Haxan then released a huge energy bullet and attacked Hyan-Su with it. The attack caused an explosion that was many times larger than before. Even the building where the two of them fought has now been destroyed, leaving nothing but rubble. Haxan said that Korea is a country that is bad at assessing someone's abilities. Hyan-Su is not an A-rank hunter. His abilities are equivalent to an S-rank hunter. Feeling that he had defeated Hyan-Su, Haxan turned around, deciding to go home. Suddenly, from behind the ruins behind him, Haxan heard a voice. As soon as he turned around, he saw Hyan-Su had risen again from the pile of rubble. Haxan left. He said that Hyan-Su surprised him again. Haxan releases his energy bullet, planning to burn Hyan-Su until he chars. However, something surprising happened. When Haxan was about to attack, the energy bullet in his hand suddenly disappeared. Haxan was flabbergasted. Something like that had never happened before. Hyan-Su was getting closer to him. Haxan bit his lip. Even though he doesn't have any energy bullets, at least he can still move his body. Haxan then waved his fist while exclaiming that that was the end of their fight. Hyan-Su dodged to the side so Haxan's punch didn't hit him. Without saying much, Hyan-Su counterattacked. He hit Haxan with all his strength until the man bounced hard. Hyan-Su attacked Haxan using the second technique of the heaven-obliterating demonic fist skill. Haxan, who was hit by the seed impact attack, was thrown far back, hitting the ruins of the building several times. 5 days earlier, Hyan-Su was seen sparring with his master, Demon Instructor. Hyan-Su threw his kicks and fists repeatedly. However, none of them succeeded in hitting the opponent. Demon Instructor dodged easily as if he could predict where Hyan-Su would attack. A victorious smile appeared on the Demon Instructor's face when he easily countered Hyan-Su's attack and sent him flying. While Hyan-Su is channeling his energy, the Demon Instructor tells Hyan-Su that he has the Heavenly Demon Seed and Extraordinary Movie Inner Power. However, Hyan-Su has not been able to use both of them properly. Hyan-Su in his heart confirmed this. He has more inner strength. However, Hyan-Su didn't feel like he was getting stronger apart from having a high recovery rate. And Hyan-Su was curious about why this could happen. Demon Instructor explained by giving an analogy like a deep well. A strong person can draw water 100 times. Meanwhile, a weak person cannot draw 10 times. Even so, the water in the well will not run out. Hyan-Su began to understand the meaning of the Demon Instructor's explanation. To be able to use the Heavenly Demon Seed and the Amuga's inner power properly meant he had to get stronger. Demon Instructor continued his explanation. Training that can make Hyan-Su stronger and using his inner strength is real combat. According to the Demon Instructor, defeating a strong opponent was more beneficial than training 100 times. The opponent that the Demon Instructor referred to was now in front of Hyan-Su. The person he was facing right now was his first strong opponent. Hyan-Su looked at the place where Haxan bounced anxiously. Suddenly a metal hand appeared from behind the rubble. Haxan exclaimed loudly. He had perfected his transmutation. Not only his arms, but his entire body is now covered in metal. Hyan-Su was flabbergasted. He started to think that Haxan was a monster. The man was still able to stand even though he had been hit by seed impact twice. On the other hand, Hyan-Su felt like his body was about to be destroyed by withstanding Haxan's previous attack. Haxan grinned. He couldn't believe Hyan-Su could push him this far. Now that he saw Hyan-Su's abilities, he began to understand that it was only natural that Red Lion wanted the young man. Haxan then tried to release his energy bullet again. However, it turned out that it was still not enough to be used to attack. Haxan said he was indeed called the Astral Wizard. However, he is also great in close combat. Haxan then shot quickly towards Hyan-Su. Even Hyan-Su was shocked to see Haxan suddenly in front of his eyes. Hyan-Su couldn't dodge it. Haxan's punch hit his chest and knocked him out. Before he reached the ground, Haxan was waiting behind him, preparing to cut off Hyan-Su's head with the sword in his hand. Demon instructor shouted, asking Hyan-Su to strengthen himself because his head was about to be cut off. He immediately approached Hyan-Su and then told him to use the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed. Hyan-Su's listening to instructions skill is also active. According to the system, his level of understanding of the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed had reached 65%. Hyan-Su tried as hard as he could to activate that ability. Meanwhile, Demon Instruction looked at Hyan-Su worriedly. He never stopped hoping that Hyan-Su would succeed in doing it. In the previous training, Hyan-Su smiled awkwardly and told the Demon Instructor that the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed skill was too difficult for him. Demon Instructor replied that perhaps it was too difficult to understand. He then explained that the first step was to take a step forward, then let Hyan-Su's consciousness pass through his position. Returning to the fighting area, Haxen's sword looks like it is about to touch Hyan-Su's head. That's when Hyan-Su managed to activate the Heavenly Demon Soul Shed skill, which allowed him to escape the brink of death. Meanwhile, Haxen looked confused by what he had just seen. Haxen was sure that Hyan-Su was flying towards him very quickly. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared, making it difficult for Haxen to see what was happening. He could only survive when he received continuous attacks from behind the light. As soon as the light disappeared, suddenly Hyan-Su appeared in front of him and was ready to attack. Haxen panicked. He was too late to dodge. Hyan-Su attacks Haxen using tree impact. Another explosion appeared. Even so, Haxen still stood straight in front of him, fine. His body, which was hit by Hyan-Su's attack, was not scratched at all. Hyan-Su muttered softly in a desperate tone, even though he really used all his energy to draw well water. Seeing that Hyan-Su's attack had no effect on him at all, Haxen intended to end the fight with his final blow. The field looked like a massacre arena. Hundreds or even thousands of Heavenly Demon members lay dead, most of them with bulging eyes. The only remaining Heavenly Demon member was seen challenging the demon who had killed all of his subordinates. He was a young demon instructor, the only surviving member of the Heavenly Demon martial arts cult. Seeing that the demon instructor was still standing, the demon said that the man had truly exceeded his expectations. In a dismissive tone, the demon said that the demon instructor had used all his inner strength, so there was no way the demon instructor could win against him. Demon instructor grinned at the demon's words. He swore on the honor of his fallen subordinate that he would tear the demon's body into pieces until it was made into snacks to satisfy his subordinate's soul. The demon offered the demon instructor a chance to become his right-hand man. That way they can conquer the world together. Demon instructor was of course not at all interested in that. He asked the demon to be quiet and then exerted his strength. The ground he was standing on began to crack as a result of the demon instructor's strong power. Even the devil was surprised to see him. He was sure that the demon instructor had used all his inner strength. Demon instructor snorted. He said it was a martial art that any heavenly demon could use without any inner strength. He can borrow power from nature. It was the Heavenly Demon martial art Heavenly Spiritual Body. Demon instructor flew away with a powerful energy beam covering his entire body. Even the devil was surprised to see him. Returned to the real world in the present. People gathered, surprised and afraid to see the school building explode. Black smoke rose high into the sky, and people started to wonder what was going on. After a long time, the Azure Dragon group finally arrived at the scene. The man who appeared to be the team leader of the group asked his members to carry out their duties carefully. After observing the surrounding situation, he couldn't believe that one area would be completely destroyed in just 20 minutes. The four of them began to hide among the rubble, waiting for the right moment to intervene. The female hunter on Azure Dragon then operated the drone to show the association what was happening at the location. The team leader uses his binoculars to look for Hyan-Su's whereabouts. He heard that the unknown S-rank hunter was targeting Hyan-Su. The team leader thinks that Hyan-Su should be dead by now. However, what he saw from his binoculars made the team leader exclaim in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Both Hyan-Su and Haxen were running out of energy. That's why they both relied on their respective physical strengths to continue the fight. Hyan-Su and Haxen returned fists until in the end, they both went flying. Hyan-Su tried to get up with difficulty. He asked again why Haxen suddenly came and brutally attacked him. Haxen snorted, not understanding what Hyan-Su was saying. Meanwhile, Hyan-Su shouted in annoyance and challenged Haxen to finish their fight. The team leader tells his colleagues that Hyan-Su is still alive. Now he was fighting with his fists against the unknown hunter. His colleague who heard this was shocked and couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Haxen, who felt his energy flow had recovered, laughed with satisfaction. He jumped as if flying, then attacked Hyan-Su with a very strong energy bullet. Hyan-Su was lucky that the demon instructor pulled his body away from there, so he avoided the fatal attack, and only had a slight scratch on the waist from the attack. The Azure Dragon members, who saw how strong Haxen's attack was, froze instantly. They were confused about how to stop a monster like him. Haxen, who saw Hyan-Su manage to dodge, was made curious after seeing the young man's movements. The movement looked like someone was pulling Hyan-Su. Haxen exclaimed that Hyan-Su would be finished if he was hit by his attack one more time. The drone zoomed in on Hyan-Su, who was lying unconscious. Manhwa, who watched from the association office, could only hope that Hyan-Su would wake up soon. Demon Instructor crouched beside Hyan-Su. He tried to wake him up by calling him. Demon Instructor said Hyan-Su was indeed his student. However, he couldn't keep helping Hyan-Su like that. On the other hand, Hyan-Su in his subconscious seemed to see the figure of the Demon Instructor when he was still young. He felt the figure slowly enter his consciousness. From the control room, Manhwa gave orders to the Azure Dragon group. They have to move before Hyan-Su dies. The 4 members of Azure Dragon looked doubtful. Even though it was an order, they didn't have the courage to move in at all, especially after seeing the fight just now. The team leader used his binoculars once again to see Hyan-Su's condition. It turns out that the young man has now risen again. Thanks to the Demon Instructor's help, Hyan-Su woke up from his stupor. He tried to get up while holding his injured waist. The Demon Instructor thought to himself that it would be wrong for someone to interfere in the fight. However, he couldn't just let Hyan-Su die like that. He had to help him so he could escape. Demon Instructor then asked Hyan-Su to surrender because there was nothing he could do to fight Haxen. However, Hyan-Su firmly denied this. There is still one skill he got from listening to instruction level 3, namely the ability to imitate one of the Demon Instructor's skills once a day. Seeing Hyan-Su get up again, Manhwa withdrew her previous order. Meanwhile, Haxen asked in a sarcastic tone what Hyan-Su had been muttering about since earlier. Hyan-Su activated the Heavenly Spiritual Body skill, a martial art that can be used without internal energy. Seeing that Hyan-Su could use that skill, the Demon Instructor looked surprised. As far as he remembered, he had never taught that skill to Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su launched his attack. Likewise with Haxen. Suddenly a mirror appeared in the middle and absorbed both of their attacks. As soon as the mirror world absorbed the energy of the two, it immediately shattered into pieces. A few moments later Ha-Yurek appeared in their midst, making Hyan-Su confused. Ha-Yurek turned his head before finally smiling faintly while praising Hyan-Su. In his heart, Ha-Yurek said that Hyan-Su was an extraordinary person for being able to hold Haxen back this far. Ha-Yurek then ordered the Azure Dragon members to withdraw. Ha-Yurek said that next, he would handle that person. The Azure Dragon members who heard this felt relieved. They were grateful that the Red Lion Guildmaster arrived at the location on time. Meanwhile, Haxen, who heard Ha-Yurek say he would defeat him alone, laughed disdainfully. Suddenly someone's scolding was heard from the sky directed at Haxen. At the same time, a portal appeared. Jill and Takshi were seen coming out of the portal. 1 week ago, at the Portal Strategy Committee, all the guild masters of each guild were seen holding a meeting. The leader of the meeting then conveyed the decision they had previously agreed to. The content of this decision is that every country that has an S-rank hunter will take part in handling Paradise, the portal caused by the ancestral dragon. If the portal opens in a country that does not have S-rank hunters, the committee will choose the guild that will run the expedition depending on the situation. Haxen, one of those present at the meeting, didn't seem to like it. He felt irritated because he was asked to come just to hear the contents of the decision. Haxen pounded the table. He said what was agreed in the decision would not happen. Whether or not humans can survive a disaster is only based on how strong they are. Haxen then confirmed he and the Shadow Experience Guild would act on their own. Ha-Yurek stood up from his seat. She condemned Haxen's actions and said that they must all work together for a chance to overcome this disaster. However, Haxen didn't care at all and remained adamant about his opinion. The news about the opening of the portal at school immediately caused a stir. The residents thought a monster would come out and attack. That's why they flocked away looking for a safe place until things became conducive again. The Azure Dragon members looked confused about what was happening, seeing that the 4 S-rank hunters were suddenly at the location. According to them, if the 4 hunters fought there might be a national disaster. Takshi stepped over to Ha-Yurek and apologized because their guildmaster had acted too much. Behind him, Haxen looked annoyed at Takeshi's behavior. Hyan-Su observed the 2 people who had just arrived. He had seen them both. The person who apologized to Ha-Yurek was Yamamoto Takshi. He ranked 8th among S-rank hunters worldwide. Meanwhile, the other person is Jill Lordeman, Magician of Time and Space, 9th S-rank hunter. Jill was seen scolding Haxen and asking him to stop causing chaos and provoking people. Finding out that it was the person who had been fighting with him, Hyan-Su was very surprised, because that person is Haxen Baldir from Germany, the 2nd-ranked hunter in the world. Hyan-Su only found out now because Haxen never appeared in the media, so no one knew how he looked. The only thing most people know is that Haxen is a rude person. Takshi promised in front of Ha-Yurek that the Shadow Experience Guild would apologize nationally and also compensate for all the damage caused. So he hoped that Ha-Yurek would be willing to forget about this incident. Hyan-Su couldn't accept this at all. He couldn't just forgive Haxen. He is the victim here, attacked for no reason and even destroyed the school building. Jill then greeted Hyun-soo so that the young man's anger would subside. Hyun-soo, who heard Jill greet him in Korean, was a little surprised to hear that the man could speak fluently. Jill says she can equate brain waves to speaking various languages in the world. Jill also explained that the two of them had not come to fight against her, but to drag Haxin back, so Hyun-soo doesn't need to worry. It was Taekshi's turn to approach Hyun-soo. The man bowed to apologize to him. However, Hyun-soo still couldn't accept that. He was annoyed at how Taekshi so easily apologized after all the chaos their guildmaster had caused. According to Hyun-soo, compensation was not able to solve the problem, so he wanted to finish his fight with Haxin again. Ha Yurek stopped Hyun-soo. She told Hyun-soo that Taekshi was a representative of the Shadow Experience Guild and a person he could trust. Hyun-soo finally agreed after being told by Ha Yurek. On the other hand, Taekshi again reprimanded Haxin. The man's actions were clearly an invasion. Nothing could be said even though the army was moved there. He patted Haxin on the back and invited him back. Haxin glanced briefly at Hyun-soo and said to solve the problem at a later date. Until then, Haxin hopes that Hyun-soo will be stronger than today. After saying this, Haxin sped off with his supersonic abilities and disappeared from sight. Taekshi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the crisis has been dealt with. Taekshi's gaze turned towards Hyun-soo. He said it was a moment worth celebrating with the emergence of a strong hunter. Taekshi and Jill said goodbye and returned to their country. Ha Yurek stood looking at Haxin from behind. When he found out that Hyun-soo was facing Haxin, he just hoped that the young man wouldn't die. However, who would have thought that Hyun-soo would be comparable to that man? Ha Yurek was curious to what extent Hyun-soo had grown stronger. After treating his wound, Hyun-soo decided to go home. Initially, Ha Yurek asked him to stay overnight at the hospital. However, he prefers to rest at home. Hyun-soo took the train home. Demon Instructor wasn't happy at all. According to him, they could get there faster by using Heavenly Demon Flight. However, Hyun-soo already felt very tired, so he chose to take the train. Recalling today's events, Hyun-soo felt a little regretful. For him, it was too dangerous to fight in an area full of ordinary residents. They were almost injured because of their fight with Haxin. Getting off the train, Hyun-soo walked back to his house. Along the way he was filled with thoughts that people must be noisy because the area was in chaos. However, after looking carefully, Hyun-soo realized that the building looked as before. You don't even see any traces of battle there. This made him very surprised. In the midst of his confusion, Minah's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hyun-soo immediately turned around. Minah smiled looking at him. The woman admitted that she was really worried about Hyun-soo. Minah then explained that everything was back to normal because within the association there was a special rebuilding team. She's there with them to improve the environment around there. Hyun-soo, who was too happy to hear this, said thank you and then hugged Minah without realizing it. A second later he realized what he had done and immediately let go of her hug. Hyun-soo quickly apologized. Meanwhile, Minah was just silent with a blushing face. Suddenly people were heard shouting from inside the building, thanking Hyun-soo for saving their neighborhood. The people also shouted encouraging Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo could only smile embarrassedly at getting a welcome like that. In a luxurious mansion, a man is seen with a cigar in his hand. The man said the king was unhappy with the distorted results of the Merman portal plan because there was a misjudgment in the level of the monsters. The man's men asked him not to worry. The woman said the fragments in the West Sea of Korea should be enough to defeat them. The man then asked about the progress of the parallel plan. The woman answered that the process had reached 72%. If needed, everything would be resolved when the man stepped in. He confirmed this. It's just that, according to the man, it felt good to know that his plan was going smoothly. Haxin's previous attack on Hyun-soo has now become a major topic in national news. Haxin is said to be the mastermind behind the collapse of Dowan High School. Guild Experience Shadow, the guild that oversees Haxin, has issued an official apology and promised to provide compensation as quickly as possible to anyone involved in the incident. Choi Yi-hak, who happened to be watching the news, shouted enthusiastically. He was amazed that Hyun-soo managed to survive the White Wolf's attack, even though his level was still at the level of an rank hunter. His desire to meet Hyun-soo became increasingly passionate. Choi Yi-hak can't wait to meet Hyun-soo. He was so enthusiastic that his body transmutation skill activated, causing both arms to be covered in metal. The next day at Hyun-soo's house, Demon Instructor asked Hyun-soo to hurry up and cook. From inside the bathroom, Hyun-soo shouted asking the Demon Instructor to wait a moment because he was still showering. A few moments later he came out with a fresh face. Hyun-soo walked casually, ignoring the grumbling from the Demon Instructor who saw him come out of the bathroom without covering his body with a thread. While frowning, Hyun-soo turned his head and replied to the Demon Instructor's grumbling by saying, "It doesn't matter. After all, they are both men." Hyun-soo said Demon Instructor may not know, but the best thing about living alone is to take a shower as comfortably as possible. and then leave the bathroom naked. Immediately Hyun-Soo's head was knocked from behind by the demon instructor because he was annoyed to hear what he said. After checking his cell phone, Hyun-Soo put it back on the table. He informed the demon instructor because the expedition would start tomorrow, so today he would order special food for the two of them. Demon instructor didn't understand what special food Hyun-Soo meant. He enthusiastically asked if Hyun-Soo would cook 2 packs of ramyeon. Hyun-Soo turned around and asked how could that be. In his heart, he thought that demon instructor somehow looked a little pitiful now. Hyun-Soo then told the demon instructor that their breakfast menu today was spicy pork rice. The demon instructor, who had just heard the name of such food, asked again whether it was tastier than ramyeon. Not long after, the 2 portions of spicy pork rice that Hyun-Soo ordered finally arrived. He had the demon instructor taste it immediately. Demon instructor took a spoonful and fed it into his mouth. Hyun-Soo, who saw the unusual expression on the demon instructor's face, asked fearfully whether the taste of the food did not suit his taste. Unexpectedly, the demon instructor turned out to be just annoyed because Hyun-Soo had only given him ramyeon, even though there was such delicious food. Hyun-Soo immediately defended himself. He said even though the demon instructor had just told him to cook ramyeon. The next day, Hyun-Soo came to the Red Lion Guild headquarters to carry out his first official expedition. Previously, Hyun-Soo never thought about becoming a Red Lion hunter. It felt like he was dreaming. Hyun-Soo turned his head when he heard someone's voice greeting him. As soon as he saw the person, Hyun-Soo looked surprised, especially after the man who greeted him introduced himself. That man is Sung Myunjin, a hunter with the nickname Steel of Death. Hyun-Soo, who turned out to be a fan of Sung Myunjin, immediately reached out his hand to shake hands. Not to forget, Hyun-Soo also said that he was a big fan of Sung Myunjin. Sung Myunjin chuckled. He shook Hyun-Soo's hand in return and said, "This is a little embarrassing," after hearing Hyun-Soo claim to be his fan. Sung Myunjin didn't expect Hyun-Soo's first expedition to be the Fragment of Paradise. That would be a little difficult, so he invited Hyun-Soo to do his best. After Sung Myunjin left, the demon instructor approached Hyun-Soo and asked what made Hyun-Soo look so happy. Hyun-Soo explained that the man was Sung Myunjin. He is a person who can never give up and has saved many people from dangerous situations. Hyun-Soo smiled brightly and told demon instructor that he had always been a fan of Sung Myunjin. Suddenly Hyun-Soo saw another hunter he admired. Without wasting any time, Hyun-Soo rushed over to the man to introduce himself. Demon instructor again asked who it was this time. Hyun-Soo answered that the hunter was Hyo Junsung. He does look thin. However, that man possessed great strength. Hyun-Soo also said that Hyo Junsung was a hunter who was loved by many people. Suddenly, demon instructor hit Hyun-Soo hard on the back of the head. He was annoyed to see Hyun-Soo's behavior, which easily lowered his head in front of other people. Demon instructor reminds Hyun-Soo that he is the heir to Heavenly Demon. He shouldn't have lowered his head that easily to anyone. That place was indeed not near him. However, Hyun-Soo is still the Heavenly Demon heir who will lead the Heavenly Demon martial arts cult. Demon instructor told Hyun-Soo to remember this carefully in his head. He also asked him to act properly. Hyun-Soo obediently says he will remember all that. In his office, Ha-Yurak was looking at a portrait of himself with a man when Hyun-Soo suddenly appeared at the door. Ha-Yurak welcomed Hyun-Soo and then said there was something he wanted to ask the young man. Because they didn't have much free time, Ha-Yurak asked straight to the point whether Hyun-Soo would continue working as a Red Lion hunter. Asked like that, Hyun-Soo looked confused. He didn't understand the meaning of Ha-Yurak's question. Ha-Yurak then explained that Hyun-Soo was safe after dueling against Haxon. The evaluation results determined Hyun-Soo as a rank, because maybe at that time he was indeed a rank hunter. However, according to Ha-Yurak, Hyun-Soo is now truly an S-rank hunter. Hyun-Soo was even more surprised to hear that. He couldn't believe at all that he had become an S-rank hunter. Ha-Yurak then continued his words. She once promised to support Hyun-Soo until he became an S-rank. However, he no longer needed it. It's the same as if the contract no longer exists. So Ha-Yurak wanted to know what Hyun-Soo would do next. Hyun-Soo gave an answer that made Ha-Yurak smile in relief after hearing it. Hyun-Soo firmly said that he would continue to work at Red Lion. Until now he hasn't done anything for the guild. Plus, he already received some money from his contract. Ha-Yurak seemed happy to hear that. She patted Hyun-Soo's shoulder. Then with a serious tone and expression, Ha-Yurak asked Hyun-Soo to do his best on his first expedition. Ha-Yurak also told Hyun-Soo to go to the basement to pick up after his battle. Hyun-Soo understands. He said goodbye and subconsciously lowered his head again. Shortly after closing the door to Ha-Yurak's office, Hyun-Soo was shocked because the demon instructor was suddenly behind him. Demon instructor immediately asked why Hyun-Soo was so surprised after seeing him. Is that because he did something he shouldn't have done? Hyun-Soo laughed awkwardly while scratching his head. Hyun-Soo said he just subconsciously lowered his head again in front of other people. Demon instructor spontaneously hit Hyun-Soo on the head. He said that Ha Yurek was Hyun-Soo's boss, so the woman wasn't someone with a random name like before. Hyun-Soo should be respectful to her. Moreover, she is a good boss. Hyun-Soo rubbed his head where he had been hit. He slightly didn't expect the demon instructor to know the meaning of boss. Demon instructor proudly said of course he knew that from watching dramas and news. All Red Lion members are now seen wearing their respective combat suits. As expedition leader, Ha Yurek said in front of all her members that the time to conquer the fragment of paradise had arrived. Before leaving to start the expedition, Ha Yurek made a speech to raise the enthusiasm of his men. She told them that apart from top-grade items and healing potions, the most important thing needed is the courage to protect each other. Demon instructor, who was listening to Ha Yurek's speech, commented that Ha Yurek proved himself as a heroine today. Meanwhile, somewhere, a woman was seen kneeling before a man named Knight. The woman reported that the Red Lion expedition team had arrived in the West Sea of Korea. The woman further told Knight that apart from Ha Yurek, who was S rank, 30 A rank hunters took part in the expedition. Knight got up from his chair and walked over to the woman. Hearing the report, Knight said they should not be careless. Even so, now will be the last day for the Red Lion, and Korea will also disappear from the face of the earth. A portal appeared right in front of the ship carrying the expedition team from the Red Lion. While waiting for orders from the guildmaster, Sung Myungjin told Hyun-Soo that it was his first time in paradise. Of the two expeditions, Myungjin said the first failed. Everyone died apart from the S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, the second expedition was successful. Despite this, more than 20 people died and others were seriously injured. People go to paradise and die there. That's why the portal got the nickname Paradise. Just facing each other with one of the fragments of paradise, according to Myungjin, will make your whole body shiver. Demon instructor said to Hyun-Soo that there was an aura of death looming over the portal in front of them. Hyun-Soo's face looked tense. Now after hearing the demon instructor say that, the portal couldn't be compared to an ordinary portal. Ha Yurek then ordered them all to enter the portal. She exclaimed that in the portal there were clues to save humanity. Ha Yurek and all the hunters who came along, including Hyun-Soo, flocked to paradise. Once out of the portal, Hyun-Soo found himself arriving in a barren and arid desert. No trees grow there except cacti. Demon instructor surveyed the desert. In his opinion, the place was too large to be just an illusion. Hyun-Soo looked confused. Then the demon instructor said that when he was young, he almost died because of the Heavenly Guardian illusion, which is a mystical dimension technique. If the desert was also an illusion, all they needed to do was find and destroy the thing that activated it. Hyun-Soo nodded in understanding hearing the demon instructor's explanation. He then looked around, looking for Ha Yurek and his other colleagues. However, he didn't see them anywhere. Hyun-Soo thought they disappeared and he was the only one left alone in the desert. However, according to the demon instructor, there was still one person who was also in the desert. It turned out that that person was Choi Yi-hyuk. He wandered around the portal he came out of to look for the presence of the others. However, as far as his feet went, he did not meet anyone. Choi Yi-hyuk was starting to think he was the only one in the desert. While walking, Choi Yi-hyuk saw an object sparkling in the sunlight. He rushed over. His expression changed to joy when he found out that the object was a fairly large diamond, maybe around 500 carats. Yi-hyuk bent down, about to pick up the diamond. Suddenly from the sand, a monster appeared who wanted to devour him. Choi Yi-hyuk realized his carelessness. There can't be diamonds just lying around on the ground, especially in a place like the desert. Choi Yi-hyuk dodged nimbly as the monster attacked him. He then used his rock breaker skill and hit the monster until its body turned upside down. Another monster attacks again. The tip of its tail, sharp like a scorpion's tail, aimed towards Choi Yi-hyuk's back. However, the man swiftly activated the Spartan shield to prevent the monster's tail from piercing him. Choi Yi-hyuk intended to have someone extend the skeleton spear to him. A second later he realized, on this expedition, there was no support participating. He decided to attack again using Rock Breaker. He jumped into the air, taking a stance before attacking. Choi Yi-hyuk landed on the monster's back. One heavy blow landed on the monster's head. Blood spurted from his cranium and was shattered by Choi Yi-hyuk's punch, dyeing the sand red. Choi Yi-hyuk smiled with satisfaction, facing that monster wasn't a big problem for him at all. Unexpectedly, the monster that had been destroyed regenerated again, even now its size was bigger than before. Choi Yi-hyuk activated the double shield skill. 2 light shields emerged from both of his hands. However, this time the monster's attack was stronger. Even double shield couldn't stop it. Both shields exploded and shattered while Choi Yi-hyuk was sent flying backward. The monster darted towards him. Choi Yi-hyuk thought his time was just there. Suddenly Hyun-Soo appeared out of nowhere and attacked the monster with seed impact until it exploded. Hyun-Soo concentrated his inner strength on his fist and attacked the monster using seed impact. The monster's shell cracked and then exploded a moment later. Choi Yi-hyuk looked surprised. He didn't believe that Hyun-Soo could defeat the monster in one attack. Meanwhile, Ha Yurek was seen flying around the ocean. None of his men could be seen by her. She couldn't believe that they would all be scattered after entering the portal. Ha-Yurek was surprised. She started to think about whether there might be another portal within the portal, since earlier all she saw was the endless ocean. Ha-Yurek said to himself, he can't keep flying like this. She had to check if there was anything under that ocean. Ha-Yurek activated the Inferno Night skill. Instantly a circle of light resembling a moon appeared above Ha-Yurek's head. She then directed these lights to the bottom of the sea. The seabed exploded, leaving a large valley that was not filled with water. Ha-Yurek immediately drove there. She looked around, until finally, her gaze fell on a black figure hiding behind the seawater. In different places, many other Red Lion members have fallen. Those who still survive continue to fight as much as possible, using all their abilities to face monsters that resemble werewolves. Sung Myunjin called out, encouraging those still fighting not to give up. Hyo Junsung responded to Myunjin's words. He and the others never said they would give up. Junsung tore the monster's mouth off and kicked it with all his might. Junsung said with confidence that he would go home and get an abundant bonus. One of their colleagues then activated his lightning annihilation skill. Golden lightning emerged from his body and struck the monsters around him. Unfortunately, the attack couldn't last long. A monster lunged from behind and bit him. The man couldn't put up any resistance at all when his body was thrown to the ground. The man was not the only one in trouble. Junsung is the same. As he tried hard to hold back the wolf from pouncing on him, the other monster stabbed Youngsung's back with its horn until it penetrated the heart. Myunjin, who saw that, hurriedly ran towards him. Junsung tried to warn Myunjin not to come closer. However, his voice was too soft to be heard. Myunjin, who was worried about Youngsung, was completely unaware of the danger approaching him. From behind him, a monster jumped out carrying a weapon that looked like a giant barbell. The monster then hit Myunjin's body with the barbell. Myunjin tried his best to keep the barbell from falling on his body. He did manage to survive. However, another danger is approaching. The spider-like monsters surrounded Myunjin and then stabbed his body with their sharp, sword-like legs. Seeing his comrade being killed before his eyes, Junsung shouted. He threw out his power in a rage. Junsung hit the wolf's head with both fists until it died. He then strangled the neck of the monster that had stabbed him until he was helpless. Apart from Junsung, it now appears that only a few Red Lion members are still alive. They continued to try to attack and defend, even though the monsters kept coming endlessly. From the top of the cliff, the knight and his servant were seen watching the battle between the rank hunters from the Red Lion and the monsters. Knight raised his tea glass. He said the fight would probably be over before the tea was finished. The woman sighed with her hands on her hips. The gulag hasn't even appeared yet. However, the fight was just about over. For him it was boring. Knight replied to the woman's words. According to him, it would be even more boring if the gulag appeared. He then asked the name of the person who had killed Amugi and survived the duel against Haxon. The woman answered, Park Hyun-soo. She smiled, even though Knight had been told 3 times. However, I still always forget. The woman then used her binoculars to see more clearly what was happening in the distance. She doesn't feel that Hyun-soo can handle the Sorcerer King, Anthropy alone. That's why she paired Hyun-soo with one of the strongest, namely Choi Yi-hak. Now, the two of them have met. After Hyun-soo managed to defeat the monster, he and Choi Yi-hak continued their journey to look for the others. Throughout the trip, Choi Yi-hak was seen trying to engage Hyun-soo in conversation. The man says it must be fate that guided them. Choi Yi-hak didn't expect to meet Hyun-soo like this. Half joking, Choi Yi-hak admitted that he almost cried because he thought he was the only one who was separated. Hyun-soo laughed awkwardly in response to Choi Yi-hak's words. Inwardly, he wondered if the Aegis Guildmaster always talked like that. Choi Yi-hak admitted that he had watched all the videos about Hyun-soo defeating Amugi as well as videos of his fight against Haxon. Choi Yi-hak openly said he was a fan of Hyun-soo. The demon instructor, who was fed up with hearing all of Choi Yi-hak's ramblings, told Hyun-soo to slap the man to shut him up. Hyun-soo turned his head with a smile. He replied to the demon instructor's words in his heart, frankly saying that he couldn't do what was asked. Seeing Hyun-soo ignoring him and instead looking at the empty air, Choi Yi-hak became curious. Moreover, previously he sometimes saw Hyun-soo looking at the sky when they were talking. Choi Yi-hak has already looked for more detailed information about Hyun-soo. That's why he also knows that Hyun-soo has a unique ability, namely listening to instruction. At first, Choi Yi-hak thought Hyun-soo was just filling it in because he wanted to hide his true abilities. However, what if this is true? He was curious about what kind of instructions Hyun-soo listened to. After watching all of Hyun-soo's fighting videos, he could see that the young man's fighting style looked like an unreal martial art. He thought that Hyun-soo might be listening to instructions related to martial arts. However, I don't know from whom. Demon instructor tells Hyun-soo that Choi Yi-hak is keeping an eye on him. He also asked Hyun-soo to be careful, because the look in Choi Yi-hak's eyes looked as if he held hostility towards him. Hyun-soo doesn't seem to believe it. He turned to Choi Yi-hak, who looked a little surprised. Hyeon-soo looked at the man closely, until finally, Choi Yi-hak smiled awkwardly and then asked why Hyeon-soo was looking at him like that. Hyeon-soo didn't answer. Instead, he asked Choi Yi-hak to look at what was in front of them. A portal suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Choi Yi-hak exclaimed in shock at seeing a portal within a portal. The ship carrying hunters from the association was seen arriving at the location where the Fragment of Paradise portal opened. Minna, who was the team leader in the group, said that the Red Lion and Aegis Guild had entered the portal, while they were there just in case the two guilds' raid failed. A supporter told Minna that his Anderson intensity for now was still 24. When the number reached 100, the man said there would be a portal impact. Hearing this, Minna could only ask in her heart that Hyeon-soo be careful about what she would face in there. Finding a portal in front of them, Choi Yi-hak asked Hyeon-soo if they should go in there. Hyeon-soo looked doubtful. They don't even know where they are now. Entering the portal in a state like that felt a little inappropriate according to Hyeon-soo. Seeing Hyeon-soo hesitating, Choi Yi-hak decided to go in first. He didn't even turn around when Hyeon-soo asked him to stop. After Choi Yi-hak left, Demon Instructor asked Hyeon-soo to ignore the noisy man. It would be better if they went back to exploring the desert a little further. However, Hyeon-soo couldn't do that. He said they came here as a team, so Hyeon-soo couldn't let Choi Yi-hak enter the portal alone. The Demon Instructor looked a little annoyed because Hyeon-soo dared to ignore his orders and entered the portal after Choi Yi-hak. Hyeon-soo screamed in panic when he realized the portal had appeared on the wall. His feet lost their footing, while his body floated in the air. Hyeon-soo swiftly activated the Heavenly Demon Flight skill and then flew to the top of the wall. Hyeon-soo couldn't help but think that the portal was in the wall of a castle. Hyeon-soo immediately looked for Choi Yi-hak, who should have arrived there first. It turned out that the man was still below, trying to climb the wall. Hyeon-soo rushed to help him up. Arriving at the top, Choi Yi-hak glanced at the city below. He thought that the two of them should go there. Even though he has entered many portals, Choi Yi-hak admitted that this was the first time he saw a civilization in a portal. They went in opposite directions. It's just that the place they went to was the same, namely the castle. Before leaving, Choi Yi-hak gave Hyeon-soo a flare so he could give a signal if something happened. Hyeon-soo was amazed to see how Choi Yi-hak prepared everything well. As expected, a veteran was indeed great. Hyeon-soo then said that someone should not just judge other people. Demon Instructor felt insulted after hearing that. Deep inside the castle, which looked like it was about to collapse, there was a human skeleton sitting on a throne. Seeing a crown attached to the skull, the skeleton seemed to belong to a king who used to rule there. One of the skull's fingers was seen moving. He asked someone if the Gate of Light had opened. In place of the knight and his servant, none of the Red Lion hunters now managed to survive after fighting against these monsters. Knight then asked about the situation of the remaining two people. The woman returned to using her binoculars. She told Knight that Hyeon-soo had now entered Anthropy's ancient castle while Ha-Yurek was fighting alone in Obel Sea. By the woman's words, Ha-Yurek is now fighting against the monsters in the sea. She uses the Mephisto fire skill. Instantly the fish monster caught fire and fell into the water. Ha-Yurek panted. There were a lot of monsters. They kept flying out of the water. She couldn't just walk away and leave them be. Plus, the way out seemed to have disappeared as well. The fish monsters appeared more and more. Ha-Yurek activated his Fire Fist skill to ward off all the monsters. Unexpectedly, all the monsters merged with the herd, forming one very large individual. Ha-Yurek groaned in annoyance. The monster now rushed towards him to attack. Choi Yi-hak circled the wall, looking for an exit to the city below. However, no matter how far he walked, Choi Yi-hak felt like the place had no end at all. He decided to jump down from the wall. Arriving at the bottom, Choi Yi-hak looked around. According to him, the environment in that place looked like a fantasy world. He felt that something good would appear at that place. Choi Yi-hak brought out one of his abilities. He formed a circle of light in his hand and asked the light to show him the way to where the valuables were. The light flew off and did as it was told. Choi Yi-hak hurried to follow him. He couldn't wait to find out what items he would get this time. Previously, thanks to that light, he managed to get Rock Breaker. Meanwhile, Hyeon-soo is seen still walking in circles on the wall. After making observations, he discovered that there was no one in that place. It seemed like something had happened there before. Suddenly the Demon Instructor stopped and pointed at something. He tells Hyeon-soo that something extraordinarily large is approaching. Suddenly there was an explosion that shocked Hyeon-soo. From behind the smoke created by the explosion, a creature resembling a skull appeared. The creature was wearing armor with a crown perched on its head. The creature asked Hyeon-soo and Demon Instructor if they were both trying to enter the Gate of Light. Hyeon-soo looked around the castle. He wondered what kind of place it was. The skull-shaped creature that met them outside the wall has now returned to sitting on its throne. The creature expressed his gratitude because Hyeon-soo and the Demon Instructor were willing to accept his invitation. The creature then asked if they had come to that place through the Gate of Light. Hyan-Su thought the gate of light that the creature was referring to was a portal, so he agreed to the question. Demon instructor then tells Hyan-Su that the creature seems to be able to see him. And it turns out that's true. The creature pointed its index finger at Hyan-Su. He calls Hyan-Su a magician who controls souls. However, Hyan-Su denied this. The creature snapped his fingers. Immediately 2 sets of tables and chairs appeared with a glass of tea served on each table. Hyan-Su looked surprised to see the creature's magical abilities. Different from Demon Instructor, he didn't seem to care at all about the tea table that had suddenly magically appeared in front of them. Without further ado, the Demon Instructor immediately asked whether the creature was a king. The creature held his forehead. He was also not sure because his memory was vague. He has counted up to 283 years, and perhaps time has passed by the number of years he counted. Hyan-Su was shocked to hear that. The creature asked them both to drink the tea he served. The creature said the tea was good for increasing mana sensitivity. He served him the tea because he hadn't had guests for a long time. Hyan-Su immediately sat down and drank the tea. Meanwhile, the Demon Instructor did not move from his place at all. He asked what if the tea was laced with poison. Hyan-Su, who heard this, reflexively spat out the tea he had been drinking. This time it was Hyan-Su who asked what had happened in the castle so that things were messy. The creature cleared its throat, making Hyan-Su quickly apologize for being rude. Luckily the creature didn't mind that. He just felt grateful to have someone he could talk to. The creature said he might once have been king of that place. He started telling stories. It used to be a country that received envy from everyone. That country is a place that promises happiness as long as they are willing to work hard. However, a gate of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and various monsters started to arrive. The creature was not sure whether he was king at that time or not. It's just that one thing he was sure of was that at that time he could use magic. That's why he used all the magic he had to destroy all the monsters. The monster called the Gulag by the night servants is now seen to have risen. The monster picked up Junsung's corpse and devoured it. The woman then informed the Naik that the Gulag had woken up. She then asked what they would do next. Knight strictly ordered the woman to connect them. In Obel C, Ha-Yurak tries to avoid the monster. With the size of a monster that big, Ha-Yurak admitted that it was difficult to handle it. Moreover, the monster keeps following him wherever he goes. Ha-Yurak was surprised when he saw another portal appear again. Behind the portal was a giant monster. Once again, Ha-Yurak was confused by the existence of the portal within the portal. A crack appeared above the sky. From the crack, seawater began to gush out, pouring down on the Gulag which stood confused beneath it. Returning to Anthropy Ancient Castle, Hyan-Su continues to listen to the skull's story. The creature said that even though he had tried everything, he still couldn't defeat all the monsters that emerged from the Gate of Light. And when he woke up, suddenly he had become like this. The creature began to cry, lamenting the fate of its people. Hyan-Su didn't know what to say. It's just that this incident was very unfortunate. The creature looked at Hyan-Su and the Demon Instructor and thanks them. It seemed to have a reason for coming to that place. He also asked the two of them to kill him. Hyan-Su looked confused at the strange request. Isn't that creature dead? Why ask them to kill him again? At least that's what Hyan-Su thought in his head. The two portals are now connected. Ha-Yurak was shocked to see the bodies of his team members lying on the water. Meanwhile, the Gulag roared and flew out of the water. On top of the cliff, the night servants pranced with joy to see Ha-Yurak and the Gulag finally facing each other. She then invited Knight to make a bet. Knight answered in a lazy tone that he was betting on Gulag's victory. Ha-Yurak looked angry with the two monsters. He activated his skill in Firebird mode. The Gulag is also seen unleashing its power to attack. Ha-Yurak dashed to attack the two monsters and moments later a large explosion occurred. I don't know who managed to attack whom. Hyan-Su and the Demon Instructor, who were still in the castle, looked confused when Skeleton suddenly told them to kill him. Demon Instructor then said that Skeleton should just kill himself instead of bothering to ask them to kill him. Hyan-Su exclaimed in surprise when he heard his master's words, which seemed impudent. Hearing Hyan-Su call the Demon Instructor master, Skeleton was a little surprised that the two people were teacher and student. Skeleton couldn't stop thinking that a human would accept a soul as its master. To him, it really didn't make sense. Skeleton then raised his magic wand, absorbing the energy around the castle into the wand. Only after that did Skeleton hit his own skull until it shattered. Hyan-Su was shocked to see his actions. Likewise with Demon Instructor, Skeleton's skull shattered and his crown fell near his throne. A few moments later, the scattered skull fragments began to come together and return to normal. Skeleton said he had attempted suicide many times. However, instead of dying, he rose again like that. Even Skeleton forgot what curse he received. Skeleton again begs whether Hyan-Su and Demon Instructor can end the suffering of living alone in the world for him. Demon Instructor was finally willing. It's just that he put forward a condition. Meanwhile, Choi Yi-Huk was seen still following where the light directed him. Finally, he stopped in front of an old castle door. He could feel that something was in there. Choi Yi-huk activated his rock breaker skill and then destroyed the door. He stepped in without hesitation, passing the rows of stone statues lining the right and left of the corridor. Choi Yi-huk chuckled in amazement. The inside of the castle looks like an ancient building. However, it looks absolutely fantastic. While walking, Choi Yi-huk's ears suddenly caught the sound of falling behind him. He turned his head quickly and was immediately shocked by the sight presented in front of him. The stone statues that were earlier now come to life and become a group of monsters ready to attack him. The condition that the demon instructor put forward to the skeleton was that the creature had to tell them the way out of the castle. If skeleton said so, demon instructor didn't mind fulfilling his request. Hyan-su confidently says that if they want to get out, they just have to go through the same portal as before. Instantly the demon instructor poked his forehead so hard that it bumped. Demon instructor rebuked Hyan-su. He told the young man that the portal was no longer there. He then gave Hyan-su advice to always make sure that the way into a place is the same as the way out. Hyan-su listened obediently, and at that moment a notification appeared that his listening instruction skill was active. Skeleton said that he himself didn't actually know anything about the way out of that place. If he had known, he would have gotten out of there long ago, without having to spend thousands of years waiting for the arrival of the person he would ask for help. Even though I don't know exactly where the exit from that place is. However, Skeleton said he knew there was something that might help Hyan-su. He moved from his throne to another room in the castle. Hyan-su and Demon Instructor followed closely behind. Demon Instructor, who doesn't fully trust Skeleton, asks Hyan-su not to let his guard down. The creature might be planning something. However, Hyan-su thought differently. In his opinion, Skeleton had no intention of doing anything. The three of them now arrived in a room with a tightly closed door. Skeleton casts a spell. A stream of mana began to gather on his wand. He then used the stick to open the door. As soon as the room opened, Hyan-su could feel a radiance of energy that was different from the kind usually used by demon instructors. He immediately asked the demon instructor about this energy. However, demon instructor didn't know either because he had never felt such energy before. The door to the room closed by itself once the three of them were inside. Hyan-su turned around with a worried expression. However, Skeleton said there was nothing to be afraid of. He could break through the door without any problems. The energy beam that Hyan-su felt earlier turned out to come from a marble ball placed in the middle of the room. Skeleton says the ball's name is Anthropy. It was something that could not be compared with anything in the world. Skeleton then asked Hyan-su to put his hand on the ball. Skeleton says the ball might show Hyan-su something, whether it's everyday life or even the birth of the universe. However, according to Skeleton, whatever the ball showed was Hyan-su's biggest wish. Hyan-su looked doubtful. However, the demon instructor convinced him not to hesitate once he got that far. His words were completely different from before, asking Hyan-su not to let his guard down. Even so, in the end, Hyan-su still wanted to put his hand on the ball. The ball glowed as soon as Hyan-su touched it. Hundreds of spirits trapped in the ball slowly came out. Hyan-su panicked. The energy in the ball felt like it was going to suck him in. He then asked if the skeleton was trying to trick them. The skeleton laughed with satisfaction. It turns out that the creature had intended to trick Hyan-su from the start. On the other hand, Hyan-su was having even more difficulty because his hands couldn't be removed from the ball at all. Repeatedly he summoned the demon instructor. However, the master was still engaged in conversation with Skeleton. Demon instructor asked the reason why Skeleton did that. Skeleton answered, just like the two of them, he also wanted to get out of that place. After a very long time of research, he finally found various ways to make the Gate of Light appear. However, Skeleton admitted that he didn't have enough energy for that. He got an intuition when Hyan-su and the demon instructor came into his world. Intuition that the time has come. Hyan-su shouted angrily because Skeleton had tricked him. Skeleton honestly admits that he has absorbed the souls of all his people and succeeded in defeating the monsters. However, because he did this, he ended up alone in that place and had no more energy to gather. Then Hyan-su appears along with the energy of thousands of lives. Skeleton said he wouldn't ask how Hyan-su could have that much energy. The creature laughed slyly and said confidently that Hyan-su's energy would be his. Now after asking everything he wanted to know, Demon Instructor turned towards Hyan-su and asked him to calm down. He gave instructions for Hyan-su to use the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride. Hyan-su only realized this after being told by the demon instructor. He was so panicked because his hands couldn't be released that he didn't realize there was a way to free himself. Hyan-su activated the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride skill, and a few moments later the castle room exploded. Skeleton didn't know what happened. Previously he had almost absorbed Hyan-su's energy when a sudden explosion occurred. And now, Skeleton found himself prostrated on the floor. Anthropy stops emitting light. Under Hyan-su's feet, the object now looked like an ordinary marble ball. Skeleton was so angry to see how he was made to prostrate in front of Hyan-su. The demon instructor said firmly, that was the attitude that everyone should show in front of the heavenly demon. Skeleton grew angrier hearing the demon instructor's words. He rose to attack. However, knowing that Hyan-Su was already in front of him, Hyan-Su focused his inner strength on his palms then attacked the skeleton's skull with seed impact. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Choi Yi-huk was seen fighting against a monster that had previously appeared as a statue in the castle. He activated Spartan Shield to withstand the monster's attack. Choi Yi-huk looked overwhelmed. No matter how powerful the attacks were, the monsters continued to come without stopping. Finally, he decided to run away. Choi Yi-huk accidentally stepped on a trap on the castle floor. Suddenly, the floor he was standing on disappeared, leaving a fairly large square-shaped empty hole. Choi Yi-huk fell. Not only did he get there, his body bounced and fell back into the hole full of sharp objects. His body was almost pierced. Luckily, Choi Yi-huk has an ability that allows his hands and feet to stick to walls without difficulty. Thanks to this ability, he managed to get out of the trap hole. Choi Yi-huk crawled out with a sigh of relief. He almost died down there. A few meters in front of him, there was a crystal monument. Choi Yi-huk immediately ran excitedly. What he was looking for was finally found. Choi Yi-huk destroyed the crystal with his signature rock breaker punch. What he was looking for was not the crystal, but the item protected within the crystal. Skeleton's skull was shattered by Hyan-Su's attack. The crown fell and rolled on the floor. Meanwhile, his body slumped and fell, emitting smoke. Demon instructor tells Hyan-Su that it's not over yet. And sure enough, a green light appeared on the missing part of Skeleton's body. Even an attack as powerful as tree impact had no effect on the creature. A few moments later, Skeleton was standing and recovered in front of Hyan-Su. Skeleton picked up the crown and said the attack was quite powerful for a kid Hyan-Su's size. However, unfortunately, in front of him, Hyan-Su was nothing. Skeleton laughed then raised his magic wand. Demon instructor reminded Hyan-Su to be careful of attacks behind him. Hyan-Su turned his head and was surprised to see that his body had suddenly been caught in the skeleton's magic trap. Demon instructor asked him not to panic. Hyan-Su activated the heavenly demon materialization skill according to the directions of the demon instructor. Hyan-Su moved nimbly, freeing himself from the magic trap. Meanwhile, Skeleton continues to attack Hyan-Su while laughing arrogantly, calling Hyan-Su just lowly trash. Skeleton's magic seems capable of cutting through anything it hits, including the castle floor. Hyan-Su activated the heavenly demon flight skill because running on the destroyed floor was giving him a hard time. Most of the floor had been destroyed, leaving Hyan-Su without a place to stand. He had to hold on to the remains of the rebel so he wouldn't fall. Demon instructor encouraged Hyan-Su. He assured that Hyan-Su could defeat Skeleton. Hyan-Su jumped up. Meanwhile, Skeleton, who saw that he was still safe, looked very angry because Hyan-Su dared to use low tricks on him. Demon instructor scolded Skeleton, telling the creature to be quiet. He says Skeleton is the bug here. That creature was so brave to fight against him at such a level. Demon instructor reiterated that skeletons were just insects, so don't you dare try to reach heaven, because he is heaven. Skeleton sneered at the demon instructor's arrogance. He said that the demon instructor was just a soul who couldn't do anything. However, the demon instructor calmly replied that he could act arrogantly because he was in heaven. Hearing this, Skeleton looked even more annoyed. Skeleton casts his magic again. The creature arrogantly said that he would kill Hyan-Su and then show the demon instructor that there is always someone greater than him in the world. Skeleton then directed his magic to attack Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su kept trying to avoid it. This time he jumped towards the only pillar untouched by the skeleton's attack. Hyan-Su focused his energy and then destroyed the pillar with seed impact. At the same time, Choi Yi-huk had also succeeded in completely destroying the crystal monument. He smiled looking at the item hidden in the crystal. Choi Yi-huk immediately grabbed it without thinking. He intended to absorb all the power stored within the item. Skeleton pushed away the pillar's ruins with his staff. A second later, he was surprised when Hyan-Su suddenly sped up quickly and was now in front of him. On the other hand, Choi Yi-huk didn't believe the power contained in that item at all. He could feel a power that was stronger than a rank. He guessed that it might be an S-rank item. Even though he was in a different place, Skeleton could feel someone touching his life vessel. It turned out that Skeleton's life container was none other than the item currently in Choi Yi-huk's hands. Before Skeleton cast his magic, Hyan-Su activated the sixth technique of the Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fist skill, second half, Heavenly Spiritual Body. Hyan-Su's body was covered with abundant energy. He darted quickly towards Skeleton, who was looking at him with a worried expression. Choi Yi-huk was still trying to absorb all the power of the item. His face looked troubled. Even so, he didn't want to give up. The force he absorbed was so great that the metal layer on Choi Yi-huk's hand shattered. Not only that, but even his battle armor was also destroyed because it couldn't withstand such a huge force. Using the Heavenly Spiritual Body skill, Hyan-Su slashed the skeleton's body until it melted. Now that its life vessel was taken by someone else, Skeleton lost its ability to regenerate. He disappeared in a huge explosion. The souls that Skeleton had absorbed during his lifetime now gathered and floated around Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su wasn't the only one who succeeded. Choi Yi-hyuk also seemed to have completely absorbed all the power contained in the skeleton life vessel. He could feel immense energy flowing within him. Choi Yi-hyuk again faced the monsters at the entrance to test his new strength. Now the situation is different from before, so he was not at all afraid to face no matter how many monsters there were. Choi Yi-hyuk activated his body transmutation skill. Instantly both hands were covered in metal up to the elbows. Choi Yi-hyuk smiled happily. His strength is now flowing so great. The monsters growled. Before they could attack, Choi Yi-hyuk had already released his power first. A dazzling purple light emerged from his hand, destroying all of the monsters without a trace. Choi Yi-hyuk looked satisfied. He could feel now that his body was the strongest in the world. Still not leaving the room where Skeleton was defeated, Hyan-Su sat in front of the marble ball. Demon Instructor thought Hyan-Su was talking nonsense when he said he would enter the marble ball. However, Hyan-Su wasn't joking at all. When he touched the marble earlier, his entire body could feel the screams of the countless souls within the marble, begging him to save and set them free. Hyan-Su then asked the Demon Instructor to wait because he would enter alone. Demon Instructor then asked what if Hyan-Su couldn't come back after entering. However, Hyan-Su remained adamant. He still had to go, and even if that happened. Hyan-Su knelt down and bowed his head. For the second time, he repeated his words to enter the marble ball first. Demon Instructor couldn't do anything seeing his student's stubborn attitude. Hyan-Su was just about to touch the marble ball when the Demon Instructor grabbed his shoulder from behind. Hyan-Su turned his head. With a sour face, the Demon Instructor asked, would he have to wait there forever if Hyan-Su didn't come back? Hyan-Su remembered that the Demon Instructor was tied to him. Like it or not, he also had to go with them into the marble ball. The marble ball radiated purple light again. At the same time, Hyan-Su and the Demon Instructor felt a huge force pulling them inside. When he woke up, Hyan-Su found himself in the middle of the city. The atmosphere in the city was so calm. The residents are seen chatting with each other. They live their daily lives there in peace. Hyan-Su guessed what he saw now. It seemed to be the appearance of the city before it was destroyed. He seemed to be inside Skeleton's memories. Suddenly a portal appeared, and from inside it, giant monsters began to appear one by one. The previously peaceful atmosphere suddenly turned tense. People started panicking and running for their lives. The monsters started to wreak havoc. They destroyed the entire city and killed the inhabitants. Cries for help were heard everywhere. A few moments later, Raylud Kingdom soldiers began to arrive to ward off the monsters. However, they were no match for those monsters at all. In a short time, quite a few of these soldiers died while fighting. The king finally arrived riding a dragon. He shouted for his soldiers to retreat and get away from all the monsters. If you look closely, the king's figure is very similar to Skeleton. The king recited a spell to activate his Heaven Strike skill. One by one the monsters exploded due to the king's attack. The royal soldiers who saw this cheered happily to celebrate their victory. In his castle, after fighting the monsters, the king is seen sitting on his throne. His eyes were closed, while his face looked very tired. The king reached for his drink glass with trembling hands. He took a sip of the contents of his glass while thinking that if this situation continued, he would be the one to die. He no longer had the strength to handle the problem. The king's head drooped limply. He began to think about what use the world would have if he died. Apart from him, no one could stop the monsters that continued to emerge from the Gate of Light. The king began to think that the kingdom was him. The only way left now is necromancy, namely magic that allows him to collect human souls and gain tremendous power. The king immediately dismissed that thought. He must be out of his mind. A kingdom cannot be called a kingdom if there are no people. However, others thought that as long as he was alive, he could establish a new kingdom. The king experienced great inner turmoil. His dark side wants to use necromancy and destroy this place. The people were destined to regroup around the strong figure. Meanwhile, the good side continues to try to suppress those bad thoughts. The king reminded himself that using necromancy was the same as killing people, and the kind of king who can kill his own people. The king waved his magic wand, causing a small explosion behind him. He screamed loudly, asking the noisy voices inside his head to quiet down. Suddenly one of his people came in panic to report that the Gate of Light had appeared again on the eastern castle wall. The man said there was a monster that was very large and looked like a dragon. The king shouted loudly, making the man look at him questioningly. The king shouted at the man angrily. He said that the man and the other residents could only whine, asking him to do this and that. They are no different from parasites that try to survive by sticking to it. He then swung his magic wand and used the tip to stab the man. The man fell and died. So that the blood would not go to waste, the king used it to initiate his necromancy spell. He drew a circle with the man's blood. The king raised his magic wand, which began to light up. He called everyone related to the man and called the people related to them, then collect their souls into eternity to gain extraordinary power. When the spell was active, a magic circle formed above the castle and then expanded to cover the entire kingdom. People who didn't know just stared at the magic circle. Before they knew it, their souls had already separated from their bodies. Lifeless bodies were strewn along the road, while their souls flew towards the castle. The king looked satisfied knowing that the spell had worked. He could feel himself getting stronger as the souls poured in. After absorbing all the souls into his body, the king headed towards the east gate to face the monsters that appeared there. As the man said, the size of the monster was very large. However, that did not deter the king. He said confidently that he would not lose against the monsters that emerged from the light of gate. As if understanding what the king said, the monster looked angry. He swung his large arm to attack the king. However, his opponent managed to dodge. The king used the power he gained from the necromancy spell to attack the monster. A ball of purple light was seen attacking the monster, blasting its body until it shattered into thousands of pieces. Hyan-Su covered his ears tightly. He could hear all the suffering of those souls in there. Unable to bear hearing the screams of the souls, Hyan-Su asked the demon instructor what he could do for them. Demon instructor scolded Hyan-Su for forcing his way in, even though he told him not to. He then told Hyan-Su to hold back the screams. Since he was there, Hyan-Su should be able to endure it. Hyan-Su covered his ears even more. This time he heard the curious spirits inviting him to join them. After enduring it for a while, the voices of the souls finally stopped being heard. It's just that Hyan-Su's condition changed like a dazed person. His face looked much thinner than before. Hyan-Su walked like a confused person. Suddenly a voice was heard saying that Hyan-Su seemed to feel the suffering he was feeling. Hyan-Su looked for the owner of the voice. However, he did not find anyone at that place. There was only a wisp of silvery light. Hyan-Su turned his head, intending to ask the demon instructor about it. However, the master was also not there. Hyan-Su looked around, looking for the demon instructor. That's when the voice came again from within the light, asking him to come closer. Hyan-Su finally stepped into the light. Hyan-Su was so surprised. Behind the light, he met a human figure whose whole body was shining, sitting on a throne, welcoming his arrival. Hyan-Su immediately asked the figure's true identity. Instead of answering Hyan-Su's question, the figure held Hyan-Su's head and said he had become dry after enduring that much soul pain. I don't know what spell the figure said, it's just that now Hyan-Su's body is recovering. He also found himself in a city similar to before. Hyan-Su looked surprised to find a familiar man in the city. He observed it carefully. The man's crown and wand were exactly the same as Skeleton's. In an unsure tone, Hyan-Su asked if the man was Skeleton. Unexpectedly, the man laughed and confirmed this. Hyan-Su looks annoyed and grumbles because Skeleton is trying to trick someone again. The man, who turned out to be the Sorcerer King, smiled faintly. Hyan-Su might consider him a fraud even though he has been waiting in that place for 24 years after this day. The Sorcerer King says Skeleton is not the only one who is waiting for the arrival of a powerful person from the outside world. Hyan-Su was a little surprised to hear the time period mentioned by the Sorcerer King. Even though the previous skeleton said to wait 2,000 years. The Sorcerer King laughed, calling Hyan-Su stupid for believing Skeleton's words. Annoyed at being called stupid, Hyan-Su pointed at the Sorcerer King and then asked if he and Skeleton were the same person. The Sorcerer King answered that if seen, yes. However, on the other hand, they are two different people. The Sorcerer King explains that when he uses necromancy, he discards his evil side and is absorbed into entropy. Or rather, the Sorcerer King was kicked out of his own body. That's when he pushed himself and created another world in another dimension. Thanks to that, he was able to save some of the souls absorbed in entropy and help them live life in their current place. The Sorcerer King said that the people he managed to save were not in pain even though they lived the same life every day. The Sorcerer King looked at Hyan-Su closely. He then said that even though he had lived for more than 3,000 years, he had never discovered a skill called listening to instruction. Hyan-Su was stunned to hear the Sorcerer King's words. He didn't expect that the old man could easily find out his unique skill. When Hyan-Su asked how he knew about that, the Sorcerer King only answered so that Hyan-Su wouldn't be offended because the two of them didn't have much time. Hyan-Su seemed increasingly irritated because the Sorcerer King had been saying things he didn't understand. This time Hyan-Su asked the demon instructor's opinion, whether he should hit the Sorcerer King or not. However, the demon instructor was not there. The Sorcerer King also told Hyan-Su that he did not summon the demon instructor into that dimension. Hyan-Su was surprised to hear that, not knowing that this could be done. The Sorcerer King then said that listening to instructions was the exact skill needed. For the umpteenth time, Hyan-Su was annoyed again. He asked the Sorcerer King to stop talking about something that only he understood. The Sorcerer King explains that the evil side stores its life energy in a separate place from their bodies in order to gain a life that is close to immortality. However, said the Sorcerer King, Hyan-Su and other humans who came from outside took his life vessel, and now that person has become another incarnation of evil and is looking for Hyan-Su. The Sorcerer King said that person was no longer the human Hyan-Su knew. He also told him that that person would try to kill Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su's face looked tense after hearing all the explanations from the Sorcerer King. He couldn't understand why, of all times, it was happening now. Without further ado, Hyan-Su immediately sat cross-legged. He had the Sorcerer King quickly do what he was supposed to do. The Sorcerer King praised Hyan-Su's actions. He then asked the young man to make him his instructor. Hyan-Su looked shocked, not understanding how the Sorcerer King could also know that. A notification appeared in front of Hyan-Su. It was written there that the Sorcerer King had been appointed as the instructor. Meanwhile, in the real world, Support, who was tasked with monitoring the portal's intensity, reported to manhwa that the portal's Anderson intensity had reached 63. Manhwa couldn't stop thinking that the only thing she could do was wait there. Even so, if a portal crack occurs, she is ready to risk his life to stop it. In her heart, Manhwa prayed that Hyan-Su and Ha-Yurak could survive until the end. Ha-Yurak, who was still fighting against the Gulag, attacked the monster using the Firebird and Inferno Knight skills simultaneously. Ha-Yurak is determined to finish off the Gulag with all her strength. Gulag growled. The monster also looks like it will use its strength to respond to Ha-Yurak's attack. A large explosion occurred again and Ha-Yurak was seen flying out of the cloud of smoke. She looked down. It was unexpected that the monster would still survive after being hit by such a big attack. Meanwhile, in a different dimension, the Sorcerer King said that he had used all the power he had to build that world. That's why Hyan-Su had to learn how to use mana to release the souls of the people trapped inside there. Hyan-Su thought what the Sorcerer King meant was the same as the Kai energy taught by the demon instructor. The Sorcerer King said that the Kai energy that Hyan-Su used came from filtered natural energy, so just think of it as pure natural energy. Hyan-Su's listening to instructions skill is also active. Hyan-Su felt something enter his sense of smell. He inhaled it and a moment later his body felt filled with a flow of energy. Hyan-Su assumed that this was what the Sorcerer King meant. The system informed Hyan-Su that he had understood what nature mana was and his exp would increase thanks to that achievement. The Sorcerer King was shocked and amazed to see that Hyan-Su could do it that quickly. Even he, the best Sorcerer King in the world, needed 3 hours before he could perform his first mana breath. Even if Hyan-Su has the listening to instructions skill, for a beginner he shouldn't be that fast. The Sorcerer King thinks that Hyan-Su is an extraordinary genius. Hyan-Su tells the Sorcerer King that he can feel mana and asks about the next process. The next process is quite difficult. However, the Sorcerer King was confident that Hyan-Su could do it easily. He asked Hyan-Su to control all the souls in Anthropy. The Sorcerer King said Hyan-Su could probably feel the pain of those people. All he needed to do was return their pain. Hyan-Su, who was still focused on calming the souls, didn't realize the danger was approaching him. Choi Yi-huk grinned as he said that he had been looking for Hyan-Su for a long time. Seeing Hyan-Su not responding at all, Choi Yi-huk thought the young man was asleep. He felt a little disappointed, even though he really wanted to see how great Hyan-Su's abilities were. Choi Yi-huk released his strength and aimed it right at Hyan-Su, who still hadn't moved at all since earlier. In his subconscious, a series of thoughts began to cross Hyan-Su's mind. While carrying out instructions from the Sorcerer King, Hyan-Su felt as if his heart was going to explode due to the influence of mana. Hyan-Su then asked what he should do next. The Sorcerer King asks Hyan-Su to be careful because there is no second chance. He asked Hyan-Su to channel mana into every word and then cast the disappear spell. As soon as Hyan-Su cast the spell, the souls trapped in atrophy began to be freed and found their peace. Seeing how the souls had all disappeared, Demon Instructor had a feeling that Hyan-Su was doing something. Suddenly a voice appeared behind him. That person called Hyan-Su an undeniable genius. Demon Instructor turned his head and found the Sorcerer King standing behind him. He then asked to confirm whether the Sorcerer King was the true form of skeleton. The Sorcerer King smiled. He told the Demon Instructor that his student, Hyan-Su, had achieved great achievements. Thanks to that young man, he and the people were successfully exterminated and gained liberation in the end. Demon Instructor asked again, did that mean the Sorcerer King would disappear? The Sorcerer King confirmed this. He said he would be very grateful if the Demon Instructor told Hyan-Su that his soul and the souls of his people were free. The Sorcerer King's form slowly disappeared like burning paper. Hyan-Su still hadn't realized that Choi Yi-huk was behind him, ready to attack with his magic. The marble ball broke into pieces and that's when Hyan-Su realized that there was danger. Hyan-Su opened his eyes and immediately found Choi Yi-huk releasing his magic power to attack him. The castle tower exploded. The explosion could even be seen far away. Hyan-Su was lucky to dodge so the attack didn't hit him. Choi Yi-huk, who seemed to no longer be himself, said that it was right to wait for Hyan-Su to wake up because it would be very boring if he just killed him. Choi Yi-huk released his magic and attacked Hyan-soo again. However, before he succeeded in attacking, Choi Yi-huk was first shocked when Hyan-soo was suddenly in front of him and punched him hard in the stomach. He didn't expect the attack at all. He couldn't even see Hyan-soo's movements. Choi Yi-huk was thrown outside the castle. Hyan-soo floated after him, preparing to deliver the next attack. Choi Yi-huk felt furious, unable to accept the fact that he could be attacked so easily. Choi Yi-huk considered himself the strongest after gaining S-rank power. He clenched his fists and shouted to show Hyan-soo what kind of power he had gained. Purple light radiated from Choi Yi-huk's hand. Hyan-soo could vaguely feel the Sorcerer King's power from there. This meant that Choi Ji-huk had truly absorbed energy from the Sorcerer King's life vessel. Hyan-soo then concentrated his mana in his hands. No less loudly, he also shouted that he would not let Choi Yi-huk go. Their fists collided. However, Hyan-soo's strength was greater. It even made the metal covering Choi Yi-huk's arm crack and shatter. Hyan-soo didn't stop attacking until there. He attacked again from the left side, destroying Choi Yi-huk's reinforced arm. While saying that Choi Yi-huk had been distracted in the fight, Hyan punched Choi Yi-huk in the face so hard that the man flew away and hit the ground hard. Half of Choi Yi-huk's body was crushed by rocks. Meanwhile, one of his hands felt like it was almost broken by Hyan-soo's attack. Choi Yi-huk then crushed the rocks to free his body. His upper body managed to get out and now all he had to do was free his legs. However, it was too late. Hyan-soo was now in front of him. Hyan-soo attacks Choi Yi-huk with seed impact. The man couldn't dodge because his legs were still stuck. Choi Yi-huk was seen being thrown into the air due to the explosion caused by Hyan-soo's attack. His body bounced on the ground several times before finally stopping and not moving anymore. Hyan-soo exclaims, telling the demon instructor that he is filled with power. Hyan-soo felt that the mana power taught by the Sorcerer King synergized with his inner power. This made him think that he could win even if Haxan came looking for trouble with him. Demon instructor smiled in acknowledgement of that. He said the radiance of power coming from Hyan-soo was equivalent to a supreme peak realm master from his world. Hyan-soo looked at the demon instructor with an incredulous expression. He didn't understand why the demon instructor suddenly praised him like that. Demon instructor chimed in angrily, even though he just wanted to praise Hyan-soo without any meaning. However, the young man was still noisy. Hyan-soo immediately denied that he wasn't making a fuss at all. Hyan-soo also said that the demon instructor didn't need to praise him like that. Hyan-soo's words seemed to irritate the demon instructor. He hit Hyan-soo's forehead until it had a bump. Demon instructor turned his back to Hyan-soo. In an indifferent tone, the demon instructor asked whether he would praise Hyan-soo again or not. Hyan-soo looked at his own hands. His hands still radiated mana, although not as strong as before. Even now, the mana seemed to be evaporating slowly. Demon instructor turned back to Hyan-soo. He commented that Hyan-soo was becoming weak again. The demon instructor then explained that, apparently something like mana couldn't be stored and used for a long time like Kai. Suddenly the ground Hyan-soo was standing on felt like it was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. And what was even more surprising, a portal suddenly appeared above them. Hyan-soo was surprised, especially after seeing Ha-Yurek fighting alone against a monster that looked very big and strong. Hyan-soo didn't understand why Ha-Yurek suddenly appeared there. While reading a book, Knight asked his servant whether the Sorcerer King had been defeated and emerged from entropy. The female servant smiled and then confirmed Knight's question. If the Gulag was also defeated, that meant that the Knight's current location could be attacked at any time even though they had tried to avoid it. The woman confirmed it again. Hearing that, Knight closed his book. His face looked furious. He said the Gulag could not be defeated. Even if both sides of the Sorcerer King united, it would not be able to defeat the Gulag. The Knight grabbed his sword and then left. Before they were attacked, he planned to deal with the root of the problem first. Hyan-soo didn't understand why the portal showing Ha-Yurek suddenly appeared in his place. The ground shook again and another portal opened again, revealing the desert where Hyan-soo had originally come. Hyan-soo became increasingly confused. It seemed like the portals were trying to merge into one place. A voice was heard, providing an answer to Hyan-soo's confusion. The voice said the phenomenon was called overlapping. Hyan-soo turned his head quickly. Behind Hyan-soo stood a woman with a terrible smile. The woman said Hyan-soo had disrupted Knight's plans too much. Demon instructor felt a murderous aura coming from the woman. Hyan-soo felt the same way. The woman forms a heart sign with her fingers. Suddenly, sharp thorns appeared from underground that were about to attack Hyan-soo. Hyan-soo jumped swiftly. Seeing this, the woman did not expect Hyan-soo to be able to move so fast that he could create an afterimage. Meanwhile, the demon instructor smiled proudly seeing Hyan-soo use it to strengthen his strength. Hyan-soo started to use the mana he had absorbed and then jumped to attack the woman with seed impact. Unfortunately, Hyan-soo's attack hit empty ground. Unexpectedly, the woman was able to avoid seed impact using an umbrella as if she were playing around. In a mocking tone, the woman called Hyan-soo a terrible person. She couldn't believe that Hyan-Soo would use an attack like that on a weak woman like him. Hyan-Soo activated the Heavenly Demon Flight skill. He jumped as if flying and caught up with her up the castle wall. Hyan-Soo ran to attack the woman angrily. He demanded an explanation as to why the woman had suddenly appeared and attacked him. The woman argued, "Why should I tell Hyan-Soo when the young man was chasing her with such a scary look?" She made a heart sign again. Instantly the ground Hyan-Soo was standing on was filled with sharp thorns. Hyan-Soo didn't care and continued running past him. He activated Tree Impact to attack. The woman jumped back while laughing, teasing Hyan-Soo because her attack wasn't close enough. However, the woman was wrong. Hyan-Soo's attack came from behind. The woman reflexively opened her umbrella to protect herself. However, she seems to be a little late. An explosion occurred, throwing the woman's body backwards. Luckily she didn't fall. Suddenly Knight appeared there and grabbed his arm. The woman whined and apologized to the Knight for underestimating Hyan-Soo so that she could be defeated easily. Knight did not respond to the woman's words. Instead, he looked at Hyan-Soo sharply and said that Hyan-Soo's role was only to weaken the Sorcerer King. Hyan-Soo asked in an annoyed tone who the man was. However, he didn't get the answer he wanted. The Knight instead darted towards him. Hyan-Soo was surprised to see how fast the man moved. Not only is he fast, but he is also very strong. Hyan-Soo had difficulty holding back the man's blow. As a result, Hyan-Soo's body fell far backward. The woman made the heart sign again. Thorns appeared behind Hyan-Soo and pierced his back. Hyan-Soo screamed in pain when the sharp part of the thorn penetrated his body. Meanwhile, at the place where Ha-Yurek was fighting, the monster she was facing growled as if shouting his name out loud. Hearing that, Ha-Yurek guessed that Gulag was the name of the monster. She believes that Gulag also took the fight seriously. Ha-Yurek said, no matter who died, at least they had to know each other's names so they knew who killed whom. She then introduced himself in front of the Gulag, Ha-Yurek from Red Lion. Ha-Yurek swears by his fallen comrades. She will destroy the Gulag with all his strength. Gulag growled, feeling challenged after seeing Ha-Yurek's strength. 6 pairs of eyes now appeared on his back. Ha-Yurek thought that most S ranks have techniques that can be used when sacrificing their lives, namely techniques that absorb their life energy as collateral. Ha-Yurek placed his hand on a glowing fireball. He shouted, "Burn everything, plasma." Meanwhile, in the real world, the man who was analyzing Anderson's density shouted to inform everyone on board that the number had now increased to 85. Min-Ah and the hunters from the association looked at the portal in front of them with worry, especially Min-Ah. Min-Ah felt like the portal would explode at any moment. They didn't stand a chance if the S ranks couldn't stop them. Min-Ah's cell phone rings. She immediately answered the call. To the branch manager who called her, Min-Ah said Anderson's density is now 85, and they probably won't be able to hold him. Min-Ah then asked about the response from the defense line. The branch manager said there was no answer yet, and no help seems to be coming. Min-Ah stood up feeling confused after hearing the branch manager's words. She thought that day might be their last day. However, the branch manager continued his words, asking Min-Ah not to worry because someone would come to help. Several hunters looked up curiously to see a flash of light in the sky. The light then fell right on top of their ship. Min-Ah was surprised to see Haxon suddenly on the ship. In Germany, before Haxon leaves for Korea, Jill asks him if he would accept a request from Korea and go there alone. Jill still couldn't believe it when Haxon decided to leave considering what happened before. Plus, with Haxon going to Korea, that meant he would be helping Ha-Yurek. The person take she said was the party that Haxon hated. Haxon said there was only one reason for his move. Can be solved with or without him. Haxon admitted that he would not move if someone could resolve the situation. Apart from that, the purpose of having hunters to protect people has not changed. After finishing his words, Haxon immediately sped away at supersonic speed. Jill smiled broadly seeing Haxon's change in attitude. Meanwhile, Takeshi commented that it was impossible that no one would fall in love seeing Haxon's side like that. Not long after Haxon arrived, Anderson's density had reached 89. If this continues, a portal impact will occur in the next 30 minutes. Min-Ah told Haxon that inside the portal 30 rank hunters entered together with Ha-Yurek. Suddenly another portal opens on the ship, surprising Min-Ah who is explaining. Luckily, it was Jill and Takeshi who came out of the portal. Haxon then asked where Hyan-Soo was. Min-Ah says Hyan-Soo also entered the portal. Min-Ah initially wanted to say that the guild master of the Aegis Guild was also on the expedition. However, Haxon quickly interrupted his sentence, only after Min-Ah said Hyan-Soo entered the portal. Haxon said that if Hyan-Soo went in there would be no problem. The young man had something more than just ability, and Haxon was sure of that. The manifestation of the plasma sword has been completed. In Ha-Yurek's hand, there was now a large flaming sword. On the other hand, the Gulag was also seen preparing a large force to attack. The 6 eyes on his back radiated light. The light gathered at one point to form a ball of light. The Gulag roared, releasing the ball of light towards Ha-Yurek. Ha-Yurek prepared her sword to slash the attack. The demon instructor who witnessed the fight said to himself that Ha-Yurek had unleashed her ultimate attack. He didn't expect that Ha-Yurek could control that much fire energy. His attention was then slightly diverted when Hyan-Su suddenly appeared with his body covered in wounds. Hyan-Su groaned softly. His battle suit was mostly covered in bloodstains, indicating that the injuries he had received were also quite numerous. Hyan-Su didn't think he was still affected by such a big impact, although he managed to withstand the attack by gathering mana and Kai at the same time and immediately increasing his defense power. Demon instructor without further ado immediately asked why Hyan-Su was covered in blood. Hyan-Su muttered softly so that the demon instructor would not be rude to him who was seriously injured. Hyan-Su then asked what his master was doing. Demon instructor told him that Ha-Yurek was trying to end the fight. Knight, who felt ignored, asked angrily why Hyan-Su kept muttering in the middle of the fight. He then attacked Hyan-Su again. Demon instructor told Hyan-Su to use the yin-yang demon evolutionary realm. Hyan-Su's listening to instructions skill is now active. He immediately did what the demon instructor told him to do. On the other hand, Knight was very surprised to see Hyan-Su escape his attack. Knight launched another attack. He jumped spinning in the air then slammed his feet at Hyan-Su. Based on the demon instructor's instructions, Hyan-Su avoided the right direction. He planned to use leaf impact after successfully dodging the attack. Knight thought Hyan-Su did not survive the explosion caused by his attack. Unexpectedly, the young man appeared from behind the smoke in good condition. Knight couldn't believe that Hyan-Su could dodge his attack again. Knight wonders if Hyan-Su also read the attack. Hyan-Su countered the Knight's attack with leaf impact. Knight was flabbergasted. The attack was dangerous for him, so he had to dodge as fast as possible. Knight jumped into the air. Initially, he thought he had avoided the attack. However, in the end, his stomach was slashed by the attack. Ha-Yurek dashed towards the gulag with the plasma sword in her hand. The system informed Ha-Yurek that her vital limit had reached 95, so she should stop expending energy. Ha-Yurek ignored that. She kept convincing himself to hold on a little longer. Gulag shouted. Ha-Yurek's attack was repelled, and a powerful explosion occurred, ending the fierce battle. The gulag is nowhere to be seen. As for Ha-Yurek, he fell after running out of energy. Her hair, which was originally red, has now turned black. Ha-Yurek thinks that's where the time ends. Vaguely, before losing consciousness, Ha-Yurek seemed to see himself when she was not yet an S-rank hunter. There, she was fighting against monsters, along with a man Ha-Yurek called Captain. The captain rubbed Ha-Yurek's head while smiling apologetically for arriving late. The captain also praised Ha-Yurek for working hard. He said that soon Ha-Yurek would become an S-rank hunter. So, when that time came, he wanted Ha-Yurek to protect his back. The captain also made a request. If something happened to him, he hoped that Ha-Yurek would take care of his son, Yihuk. The man turned out to be Choi Yihuk's father. Ha-Yurek was a little annoyed because the captain suddenly talked about something that hadn't happened yet. The captain joked that no one knows what events await in their work. Recalling that, Ha-Yurek felt guilty. She apologized to the captain for not being able to keep his promise. Meanwhile, seawater appears out of nowhere, starting to drown the city where Hyan-Su and Knight are currently fighting. The Knight's servant exclaims that the portal has overlapped with the gulag. Knight asked the woman not to make a fuss. Even without being told, he already knew about it. Knight then swung his sword towards the sky. Hyan-Su looked surprised at how Knight could cut the portal using a sword. Knight said to Hyan-Su, he couldn't believe Hyan-Su could survive that far. Frankly, the situation is truly shocking. Knight didn't know whether Hyan-Su would survive that day or not. However, he swears that if Hyan-Su survives, they will meet again. When that time comes, Knight said he would appear in his true form to slaughter Hyan-Su. A few moments later, the figures of the Knight and his servant entered the portal and were no longer visible. Even the portal also disappeared. Hyan-Su shouted angrily asking them to come back. However, he suddenly coughed up blood. Demon instructor also asked Hyan-Su not to force himself. Besides, the enemy is also gone. The seawater rose higher and higher and now reached the top of the castle wall. Hyan-Su panicked a little, not knowing what to do. Whatever happened, he couldn't be stuck in a place like that. Demon instructor told Hyan-Su to look in the direction he was pointing. There was a sword left by the Knight. Hyan-Su takes the sword and the demon instructor tells him that the place will soon be sealed. He also told Hyan-Su to swing the sword as Knight did. Hyan-Su looked at the sword in his hand, suddenly feeling stupid. He wondered whether swinging the sword could get them out of there. However, the demon instructor snapped at him and said there was no other choice. He told Hyan-Su to channel internal energy or mana into the sword. Hyan-Su complied. He began to channel his inner strength into the sword. Only after that did Hyan-Su swing it, imitating what Knight did. However, the portal cannot open. Hyan-Su tried again. Because internal energy didn't work on the sword, this time he tried to imbue the sword with mana. Before Hyan-Su had time to swing the sword, suddenly seawater hit his body. Luckily, he managed to hold on to the edge of the wall. Demon instructor again asked Hyan-Su to hurry because they didn't have much time left. While holding onto the wall, Hyan-Su swung the sword once again. His efforts were successful. A portal appeared beneath his feet. Hyan-Su let go of his grip and jumped into the portal. Hyan-Su looked around. The place he entered looked like a desert the first time they entered the portal. Demon instructor also agreed with him. A portal opened, revealing the city they had just left. Seawater seemed to have covered the entire settlement. Even the Sorcerer King's castle was half submerged by seawater. Demon instructor then said that the water seemed to have merged with the place where Ha-Yurak was fighting. Hyan-Su was silent for a moment. A moment later he cried out in panic. If that happens, it means Ha-Yurak is in that place. So, they have to go back there. Hyan-Su immediately swung his sword so that the portal opened again. On the other hand, Knight and his servant finally arrive at the mansion. Knight fell holding his wound while groaning in pain. The woman approached Knight with a worried face. However, Knight raised one hand, signaling to the woman that he was okay. The woman looked at Knight, a little surprised that the man had not changed even though he was injured that badly. The woman asks if that means the Knight's promise to the king is very important. However, she refuted his question. King is a figure who has gone beyond fear and awe. No one dared to oppose him. Knight lay on his back on his bed. Meanwhile, two masked servants were seen treating his wounds. While bandaging the wound on Knight's stomach, one of the masked servants told Knight that he would be fine the next day. Knight somewhat regretted that the Sorcerer King had disappeared. According to him, if a break occurs in an overlapping portal, then that is something extraordinary. He also regretted losing the opportunity to fight Hyan-Su again. Knight was curious about how Hyan-Su could have powers far beyond their data. A butler then came to bring Knight a cup of recovery potion. While drinking the potion, Knight asked the butler if King contacted him. The butler answered King no, but Rook. He apologized in advance for delivering bad news. The butler delivered a message from Rook. He said that if the plan went awry, Knight would be sentenced to death. Knight was surprised. He looked angry hearing this. The glass in his hand was shattered into nothing. Knight gritted his teeth. He was furious. How dare Rook talk to him like that? Knight waved, and his loyal servant immediately approached. Knight told the woman it was time. He was sure everyone was starting to get nervous about Fragment. The woman smiled and then asked what Knight meant by looking for that. Knight got up from his bed. He put his robe back on. In an angry tone, Knight said it didn't matter even if they did it after the portal impact, but he would find it first to make Rook kowtow to him. He then told the woman to convey the message to his subordinate named Pawn looking for the singularity. From the edge of the castle balcony, a blonde woman was seen watching the seawater which had passed over the castle walls and submerged the city below. The woman said watching the fight between Knight and Hyan-Su was fun. Hyan-Su is also very strong. The woman thought Knight was an idiot. Unexpectedly, the man missed the singularity that was already in front of his eyes. Even Knight doesn't realize that and is still trying hard to find the singularity. The woman said Knight probably believed his plan was going smoothly. However, she wants to see Knight destroyed because he thinks that would be much more interesting. The woman started laughing and twirling around merrily as if she was dancing. A man was present behind the woman whose name turned out to be Bishop. The man said that they had found the person Bishop wanted. The man snapped his fingers and suddenly Choi Yi-Huk's corpse appeared in the air. Bishop exclaimed happily. However, with a slightly regretful tone, the man said that Choi Yi-Huk was dead. Bishop sighed. She squatted near Choi Yi-Huk. Bishop said he even gave Choi Yi-Huk a bracelet. Surprisingly, the man couldn't win against Hyan-Su. Even so, Knight's plan was ruined and that was the most important thing. The man then asked what he should do next. While looking at Choi Yi-Huk, Bishop said that because Choi Yi-Huk had absorbed the life vessel, Bishop was sure he would be useful in the future. So, the Bishop decided to take Choi Yi-Huk's body with them. The man carried Choi Yi-Huk's corpse on his shoulders without difficulty. After that, he opened the portal again so they could return. Bishop stepped up. His face broke into a grin. He entrusted the Oasis problem to Hyan-Su. Bishop was sure the young man could find him. Hyan-Su and the demon instructor entered the portal. However, instead of the city, they ended up out in the desert before. Demon instructor also told Hyan-Su to try again. Hyan-Su swung the sword again and another portal opened again. News broadcast that a few more portals appearing in the Western Sea will experience portal impact. The people watching the news became anxious if the portal exploded again. However, some of them calmed the others by saying Red Lion was already there to handle the matter. In Hyunti's room, Yoon was seen there visiting the young man. Yoon tells Hyunti, who is still lying in a coma, that Hyan-Su is currently the person who entered the portal to save other people. Yoon begged Hyunti to wake up immediately. Yoon said Hyan-Su would think because his sister didn't wake up. Hearing his two younger siblings joking without paying attention to the surroundings, Yoon got up from his chair. She advised the two of them not to make a fuss in the hospital, then invited the two of them to leave there. Before leaving, Yoon turned to look at Hyunti and said he would come back another time. Yoon didn't see that Hyunti's index finger moved even for a moment. Hyansu entered the next portal. However, they were still out in the desert as before. Demon Instructor didn't understand. It seemed like they had been circling in the same place for a long time. Hyansu didn't understand what was happening, and that fact made him feel almost crazy. Hyansu was so surprised to see an oasis in front of him. He and the Demon Instructor rushed over to check it out. Instantly they both discovered something strange. The oasis did not reflect any shadows at all. Hyansu put his hand in. He knew immediately that it wasn't water. Demon Instructor thought that it was a portal that resembled an oasis. Hyansu also thought so. They both decided to go in. Suddenly Hyansu found himself in his room. Hyansu got up from his sleep and stretched his arms to relax his joints. He yawned widely and said he had slept well. Hyansu saw that the clock on the wall showed 8 o'clock. He went out of his room. As soon as Hyansu appeared in the living room, his father immediately asked if he was not dead. Hyansu's mother commented on her husband's words, which she thought were too harsh. However, the man just laughed and said he was just joking. Hyunti joined in teasing Hyansu. He said that if Hyansu slept for 24 hours, it would be the same as hibernation. Hyansu responded to his sister's teasing by grabbing the burger that Hyunti was just about to bite into. The burger now moved into his hands and Hyansu casually ate it in front of Hyunti. Hyunti protested because Hyansu took the burger even though he had only eaten a bite. To keep his sister quiet, Hyansu put a 50,000 won note on Hyunti's forehead and said that he only got paid yesterday. Hyunti immediately bowed his head to say thank you. Hyansu approached his father and mother, asking what they both wanted to eat. Hyansu and his family look like they are going to go somewhere. However, they were stuck in traffic. Hyansu's father commented that the day was really bad. His mother also replied that this rarely happened at times like that. Finally, Hyansu's father decided to use another route even though he had to make a slight detour. Taking a detour turned out to be the right decision. The road they were on now looked empty, not congested at all. Hyansu's father is proud of himself. He said a skilled driver doesn't need to listen to the navigation system. Suddenly Hyunti called Hyansu. The young man opened the car window and saw a dazzling flash of light on top of a building. Hyansu thought the light was lightning. The road was suddenly destroyed and from within it emerged a group of monsters resembling the shape of purple sea coral. The 4 of them in the car screamed in panic. When Hyansu woke up he found himself in the hospital with his body covered in wounds. To the nurse who was monitoring his condition, Hyansu immediately asked where his other family was. Hyansu cried bitterly looking at the photo of her parents. Everything happened so fast. He was driving a car with his family, then the accident happened, and now suddenly his father and mother were dead. Hyansu cried loudly. At that moment he heard a voice calling his name, telling him to brace himself. Hyansu jumped. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he was no longer in the funeral home or hospital. It turned out that everything he experienced earlier was just a dream. Hyansu just dreamed of the incident that claimed the lives of both his parents. Next to Hyansu, the Demon Instructor sat looking at him seriously. He said Hyansu hadn't woken up since earlier, so he was forced to use rough methods to wake up Hyansu. Suddenly a strange man appeared in their midst and said something that Hyansu didn't understand. The man said he didn't expect a transcendental being to be the surprising factor this time. The mysterious man walked towards Hyansu and the Demon Instructor. He says just call one person. However, instead, 2 people came. Hyansu didn't understand what the man was talking about. He wanted to ask. However, the Demon Instructor had already spoken to him, so the man was ignored for a while. Demon Instructor asked in a displeased tone, what kind of dream did Hyansu see that made him shed tears like that? Hyansu asked back to make sure the incident he experienced a moment ago was a dream. Hyansu then remembered that what he experienced before happened 2 years ago. Hyansu was scolded heavily. Demon Instructor forbade him to cry, even if it was only in a dream, because that is completely unsuitable as a heavenly demon. Hyansu argued that he didn't do it on purpose. Feeling neglected by Hyansu and Demon Instructor, the man said something in a threatening tone. However, Demon Instructor pointed his finger, cutting off the man's words with his attack. The Demon Instructor told the man not to do anything before being told because he could easily erase the man's existence forever. Meanwhile, Hyansu was a little surprised to see that the Demon Instructor could use his strength to attack the man. Demon Instructor said, when he saw the man, he felt like his attack could hit him. He explained further that his attack could not hit the skeleton, because the creature has been holding back the physical world for a long time. In contrast, the Sorcerer King's good side was just like him, a pure soul form. Even so, the Demon Instructor said he did not attack the Sorcerer King because he had no reason to do so. The mysterious man grinned hearing the Demon Instructor threaten to erase his existence. He admitted that the Demon Instructor had the power to do that, and the thing he least expected was to meet a truly powerful transcendent. He then begged the Demon Instructor to put the situation aside. The man said it had been a long time since he was injured by a human. He also couldn't use his powers because he was building and maintaining that world. Hyeon-soo then exclaimed, asking if the man was the one who made her dream of the past. The man answered that he seemed to have touched a painful memory for Hyeon-soo. Hyeon-soo didn't expect the man to know his name. He wondered if the man could also read minds. The man's words were the answer to Hyeon-soo's curiosity. The man confirmed that he could of course read minds, and the place they are now is designed to make Hyeon-soo dream like that when he goes in there. The goal is to prevent Hyeon-soo from waking up from the most beautiful and worst dreams of life. That way he can get a new container, namely Hyeon-soo's body. The man admitted that he intended to summon the fire woman, Akaha Yurek. However, it was Hyeon-soo who came to the desert. This made everything not go according to plan. Plus, even now there are transcendents. Hyeon-soo was annoyed to hear the man's words. He clenched his fist, then jumped to attack the man with his fists filled with mana. The man didn't budge at all. He remained where he was, not looking like he wanted to move away at all, because he knew the attack would not affect him. Hyeon-soo's punch penetrated the man's face, and a few moments later, his figure disappeared somewhere. Sensing danger, the demon instructor shouted to remind Hyeon-soo to immediately get away from there. Suddenly, where the man had been standing, a monster appeared, roaring, wanting to pounce on Hyeon-soo. Hyeon-soo, who was shocked, couldn't avoid it. His body froze. Moments later, he felt a force attack him, even destroying his battle suit. Hyeon-soo's pupils flashed red and a black power radiated out from within him. It turned out that his body had been possessed. The man laughed with satisfaction seeing that his soul was now in Hyeon-soo's body. He said, a weak soul like Hyeon-soo, having a good body like that is useless. The man then used his power to throw Hyeon-soo's soul from his original body. Hyeon-soo was thrown out. He looked at his own body in astonishment when he saw that there was another himself. The man grinned, thinking that what he got now was worth waiting for all these years, because now he has a new body with an extraordinary body. He could feel the extraordinary mana and energy in that body. The man laughed evilly and then shouted saying he would use his new body well. Demon instructor suddenly appeared behind. He said that while still in control of Murim, witches who stole other people's bodies would be punished with torture until death. Demon instructor poked Hyeon-soo in the back to remove the soul that was possessing his student. The man was shocked. He couldn't believe he had succeeded in being forced out. He then asked how the demon instructor could do something to other people's bodies. Demon instructor replied that it was still a mystery to him, and maybe that's something he'll have to figure out from now on. Demon instructor stared at the man with an intimidating gaze. He said angrily, telling the man to prepare to disappear from the world for ignoring his warning. Seeing that the demon instructor's anger was about to explode, Hyeon-soo stretched out one arm, preventing his master from attacking. Hyeon-soo says that if the demon instructor gets rid of the man, there's a chance they'll be trapped in that place forever. Demon instructor had other ideas. According to him, since the man created the place, there was a possibility that it would also disappear with him. However, Hyeon-soo continued to try to convince his master not to act rashly. Moreover, the sword no longer followed Hyeon-soo's orders. Even if the man was eliminated, that didn't guarantee they could open the portal. The man suddenly laughed, making Hyeon-soo and the demon instructor surprised. While saying that made him crazy, the man walked towards his chair and sat there. He didn't expect it to happen like this. However, after thinking about it many times, he managed to calculate that he would leave that place today. The man then introduced himself. His name was Pavilion. At least that was the name humans gave him. He is also known as the Ancestral Dragon. Hyeon-soo was surprised to hear that. He had no idea that the man was the Ancestral Dragon. Didn't their guildmaster say that the creature had been vanquished a year ago? Pavilion smiled sarcastically. He deliberately made the incident look like that so that they would believe that he had been conquered. He even used soul language on them. Pavilion admitted that he was pressured to death before dying, and in such a situation, he did the calculations many times. Pavlichin tells Hyeon-soo that he scattered his fragments and hid while waiting for someone to find his current location. Hyeon-soo didn't understand why Pavlichin told him all that. Pavlichin, who read Hyeon-soo's mind, honestly said the reason was that he didn't have to lie to Hyeon-soo. Time is running out, and he will disappear tomorrow. Initially, Pavlichin thought that Ha-Yurak would come to that place. That way he could take the woman's body and make the outside world filled with destruction and chaos. It was the most ideal situation he could wish for. However, a transcendent existence outside of his calculations interfered with all of those calculations. Demon instructor also asked the reason why Pavlichin wanted other people's worlds. There was a moment's pause before Pavlichin finally answered that his home world was destroyed. It became an impossible world where mana flowed easily. When he was preparing to accept his fate of being destroyed, the person known as King came to give him a chance. Hyeon-soo then asked what Pavlichin meant by King. The man even asked back whether Hyeon-soo had not realized the situation even though he had fought with Knight. Hyeon-soo spontaneously laughed. It was ridiculous for him to hear their rankings taken from the names of chess pieces. He bet there would be pawn and bishop too. Pavlishin said that if Hyan-Su had met them, he was sure the taunts would immediately cause Hyan-Su to suffer and immediately disappear. If the knight returns to his original form, he will be as strong as the Sorcerer King before his body is separated into two. Pavlishin said Hyan-Su only fought the Sorcerer King and knight who only had half his strength. If he had trouble fighting a knight in that condition, Pavlishin was sure that when he met the king, Hyan-Su would immediately perish without the slightest trace. Pavlishin began to tell about what happened in his past. He learned how to create portals from them and managed to connect his part of the world to Earth. However, everything doesn't go smoothly because of humans. He thought it would be difficult to connect his world to Earth completely because there were humans. That's when Pavlishin made a plan. When the human thinks he has succeeded in killing him, he fragments the portal. As Pavlishin tells the story, the place starts to explode, indicating that time is up. Pavlishin said what would happen next would be in line with his words just now. He then looked at Demon Instructor, saying that it was an honor for him to meet a transcendent being like Demon Instructor. Not liking it because Pavlishin kept calling him a transcendent being, the Demon Instructor told him that his name was Chenjiong. Pavlishin said even if the plan didn't work, there had to be a reason why it failed. He then created a portal and asked Hyan-Su and Demon Instructor to come out through there, because the world would soon collapse. Before leaving, Pavlishin suggested that Hyan-Su inhale his mana on the way out. Hyan-Su did not respond with words. Even so, he still did what Pavlishin suggested. As a result, his mana began to grow drastically. The system said Hyan-Su's mana amount was starting to become excessive, so mana purification was needed to convert it into internal power. Hyan-Su took a breath and it worked. He could feel his mana starting to gather into inner energy. Hyan-Su gritted his teeth. He felt the same sensation as when the Demon Instructor opened his meridian points, even more painful than that. It felt more like when he temporarily got a heavenly demon body. Hyan-Su encouraged himself. It wasn't the first time he felt such pain, so he was confident that he could get through it. The system says Hyan-Su's body is starting to change to adapt to the great power. Lastly, 3 flower stalks bloomed on top of his head, marking the success of his transformation. In a different dimension, Demon Instructor stared at his surroundings, wondering what kind of trick they had used on him. He could feel the presence of another figure in that place. It shouldn't be the ancestral dragon, because that creature just disappeared. Demon Instructor said there was no point in hiding from him. And because his student, Hyan-Su, wasn't there, the Demon Instructor said he could rampage as much as he wanted. Demon Instructor released his power, attacking the place until it exploded. That's when a disembodied voice was heard, inviting the Demon Instructor to speak. Demon Instructor immediately asked the identity of the voice. However, the voice said in a teasing tone that the Demon Instructor would not know even if he was told. The Demon Instructor released his strength again, causing the voice to immediately become panicked. Demon Instructor forced the voice to reveal its identity. However, the voice answered that he couldn't. Demon Instructor asks if the voice refused because it told him it didn't want to or couldn't do it. The voice answered that he could not reveal his identity. The voice reasoned that he summoned the Demon Instructor just because he was curious and wanted to meet him. Demon Instructor laughed. However, his eyes flashed with anger. He destroyed the dimension again with the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride skill. The voice sounded panicked seeing the power. He immediately asked the Demon Instructor to leave there. There was a sound of something breaking like glass a few moments later. Demon Instructor looked angry because someone dared to summon him at will. However, the next second, he burst out laughing saying it was really interesting. After the body change was complete, Hyan-Su's unique listening to instructions skill level increased again. Now he can imitate a certain target's abilities twice a day. Not only that, his yin-yang body had now advanced to level 4. Hyan-Su opened his eyes. He could feel the power flowing within his body. He then slid down and landed on a rock. Hyan-Su could see the towers of the Sorcerer King's castle standing in the distance. The Pavlishin portal managed to bring him back to the Railed Kingdom. Demon Instructor appeared behind and then asked if Hyan-Su had improved again in such a short time. Hyan-Su laughed cheerfully in response to the question. A second later his expression turned serious, remembering that they still needed to look for Ha-Yurak. Demon Instructor said he couldn't feel Ha-Yurak's presence around there, so he invited Hyan-Su to fly to look for the woman. Hyan-Su was surprised. He didn't know that he could also fly. Demon Instructor then reminded that Hyan-Su had flown when he temporarily received the Heavenly Demon body. Demon Instructor explained that Heavenly Demon flight cut off the release of energy from the Yonquan point on Hyan-Su's feet. He can fly if he manages to prevent the energy from breaking and releasing it in large quantities. And according to Demon Instructor, Hyan-Su should be able to do that by now. Hyan-Su never thought he could fly. According to the Demon Instructor's words, he focused his energy on the Yonquan point, then threw it away and flew. Currently in the real world, the news was broadcasting that the intensity of the Anderson portal in the West Sea fragment of paradise had reached 90. The streets in big cities were crowded with cars trying to leave the city. It is said that if the Anderson intensity reaches 90 and above, it is certain that a portal impact will occur. The newscaster revealed that the current situation was truly dangerous. However, they received news that many S-rank hunters had gathered at the portal, including Haxon, the guildmaster of Experienced Shadow. Hyan-Su flew off, circling the place to look for Ha-Yurek. Hyan-Su made a small protest at the demon instructor for not telling him sooner. Demon instructor argued that Hyan-Su's situation would not be able to do that, even if he told him sooner. After flying for a while, they finally found the figure of Ha-Yurek, who was lying unconscious on a rock that was almost submerged. Hyan-Su, who is not yet used to using his new power to fly, asks the demon instructor how to land. Demon instructor also told Hyan-Su to reduce the amount of energy he released. Hyan-Su tried to do it. However, his body's speed became even faster and uncontrollable. He even bounced several times on the water and ended up hitting a rock. Demon instructor sneers at Hyan-Su as a human thrower because he can't control his strength. Hyan-Su defended himself that this happened because he was not used to that power. Hyan-Su rushed over to Ha-Yurek. He was surprised to see his guildmaster's hair change color. Demon instructor observed Ha-Yurek, then said the woman seemed to have gone through a fierce battle. The man in charge of analyzing Anderson's density exclaimed that the intensity stopped at 95. Takshi commented on the oddity. According to him, the portal should have exploded by now. The portal suddenly reacted, making everyone alert for what would come out of it. However, instead of a monster, what came out of the portal was Hyan-Su. A few moments later the portal disappeared, and someone shouted that Hyan-Su had completed the raid. Nina ran to meet Hyan-Su's arrival and hugged him while crying. Nina sobbed while saying that she was relieved. Nina admits that something happened to Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su's face turned red, and he found himself hugged by Nina in front of everyone. Hyan-Su said nervously that he had to treat the guildmaster first. Nina jumped back and released her hug. She then looked closely at the woman Hyan-Su was carrying and then realized that it was Ha-Yurek. Nina almost didn't recognize him because his hair color was different. At that time, Nina also realized that Hyan-Su looked different. Hyan-Su chuckled at Nina's surprised reaction. Hyan-Su thought. It felt like he was getting something. It was as if he had become a different person. He heard someone behind him, making Hyan-Su turn his head. He exclaimed in surprise when he found out that the person who had just spoken was Haxon. Hyan-Su still doesn't seem to like seeing Haxon. Hyan-Su points at the man and then asks if Haxon doesn't know he has a restraining order banning him from approaching her. Haxon did not respond to the question and only said that Hyan-Su was stronger than before. Hyan-Su, who didn't understand what Haxon said at all, asked anyone there to tell the man. Jill suddenly appeared to greet Hyan-Su cheerfully. Jill said that she would deal with it. Jill put her hand behind Haxon's head. I don't know what Jill was doing, Hyan-Su didn't understand. However, what was clear was that now he could understand what Haxon was saying. Haxon asks him what happened inside the portal. However, Hyan-Su refused to answer because he was just an ordinary guild member, so I can't talk about the details. Even if he could, he wouldn't tell Haxon about it. Haxon said Hyan-Su may be an ordinary member, but he is not an ordinary hunter. Hyan-Su immediately denied firmly that they were two different things. Hyan-Su said he understood himself better. Hyan-Su smiled proudly, calling himself greater than before. Haxon comments that Hyan-Su is now also more relaxed. Hyan-Su exasperatedly chimed in that he was more relaxed than before. Haxon looked at Hyan-Su. A smile appeared on his serious face. Haxon said he felt like he wanted to test Hyan-Su directly right now if he could. Hyan-Su turned to look at Minna, who called him worriedly. He also responded to Haxon's challenge that now was not the time. Haxon regretted this and said he would do it another time. Hyan-Su grinned and asked Haxon to prepare himself when the time came. Haxon did not respond. Instead, he immediately spat away. Takshi tells Hyan-Su that Haxon may look like that, but he is the type of person who focuses on one thing. The man came to Korea ignoring everything because the hunter existed to protect humans. Hyan-Su snorted at Takshi's explanation. He wondered if that was the reason why Haxon came and created chaos in his neighborhood. Takshi said he came to keep his promise. However, his presence no longer seems necessary. Hyan-Su replied that he would save it until he needed it. Takshi and Jill followed Haxon and left after that. Before entering the portal, Jill asked Hyan-Su to call them whenever needed. They will come soon. The portal that brought Jill and Takshi disappeared a moment later. That's when Minna commented maybe they were good people. Meanwhile, somewhere, Robin Ordeman, the #1 ranked S-rank hunter and chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee, seemed to have just woken up from his meditation and said, "It's Park Hyan-Su again." A woman subordinate to Robin, named Sherry, rushed into the room where he was meditating, saying that they had completed the raid. Robin confirmed. He had also seen this in his meditation. Robin let out a soft breath when he heard Sherry exclaim softly when she saw the scar on his chest. Robin said he should have been careful not to show the scar. However, Sherry was quick to say it wasn't a big deal, so Robin didn't need to think about it. Robin agreed when Sherry said Hyansu was the second singularity. 2 years ago, on the day of the fall, there was a description given to the task force team where Robin served. They are shown hope and a great evil will emerge in exchange for the death of their captain. The picture shows Deski, the Apocalypse Dragon, and the 3 singularities who will fight against him. Robin told Sherry that he was going to Korea right away. The woman then asked if Robin would go alone. Robin agreed because it would be troublesome if they moved first. Sherry understands. She also said he would contact Mr. Anderson first. Suddenly someone's voice was heard behind Robin. He is Isaac, the first singularity who is currently 17 years old. Isaac expressed his desire to participate. She acted disappointed because Robin intended to go alone without taking her. On the other hand, massive demonstrations are taking place in Korea. The people demand that they also have the right to know what the government is hiding. According to them, the government has only depended on awakeners and has not done anything. With this incident, people said that Korea would have been destroyed if there had been no Red Lion. Demon Instructor, who watched the news about the demonstration, asked Hyansu why people acted like that even though they had saved his life. Hyansu answered because each of them had the right to know what happened. Demon Instructor asked again what things could these people do even though they knew everything. Hyansu says that even so, they still want to know. Hyansu's gaze then fell on the portal that was still open on the wall of his room. He had seen many portals before, but this was the first time he had seen such a black portal. In an open space without any monsters, Hyansu is curious why he hasn't felt strange all this time. Hyansu wonders if he should report this to the association. However, Demon Instructor said they still needed the portal for a while, so he asked Hyansu to let him be. Hyansu looked surprised. He thought Demon Instructor could read minds, even though in reality the Demon Instructor was just guessing and Hyansu didn't know that. He thought his master had learned from the Sorcerer King or Ancestral Dragon. Demon Instructor kicked Hyansu. He didn't want to think that he had to learn from someone else to be able to do something. Demon Instructor then told Hyansu that he was ready. Hyansu, who heard this, smiled happily, knowing that he could finally learn the remaining 6 techniques. Hyansu had been waiting for this day for a long time. Moreover, previously, the Demon Instructor was completely unwilling to show him the technique. Demon Instructor argued that this technique was much different from the first 6 techniques, so there was no point in him showing it to Hyansu. Demon Instructor explained the first 6 techniques using the earth as a base. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 techniques use the sky as a basis. Hyansu can use the heavenly spiritual body thanks to his unknown skill. However, the Demon Instructor asked if Hyansu would explain what the technique was. Hyansu was silent. Come to think of it, he never thought much about it. Even if he thought about it, Hyansu knew he wouldn't understand. Even so, he smiled enthusiastically to receive the directions from the Demon Instructor. Before starting training, the Demon Instructor suddenly raised his hand, making Hyansu think that his master was going to convey something important. It turned out that the Demon Instructor asked him to cook the beef stir-fry first. Of course, this annoyed Hyansu. Elsewhere, Robin met Anderson Walker, chief researcher of the best S-rank hunters in his office. Robin believes Anderson will help him with his technology. Anderson said his product is still in the experimental stage, so he asked Robin to ask Jill about it. However, Robin interrupted Anderson's words and said he had no intention of meeting the man for the time being. If Jill found out he was trying to replicate the technology, Robin was sure Jill would make a fuss, and it's likely he will also be sued. Anderson asked Robin to bring him spicy fried chicken when he returned from Korea. Robin agreed to Anderson's request. He also asked for help so that Anderson would be willing to handle Isaac. Anderson asked in a surprised tone why Robin asked for it even though Sherry was already there. Robin said Anderson also knew how Isaac was. The child didn't want to listen to anyone at all other than people who were stronger than him. Anderson smiled as he adjusted his glasses. He calls Isaac a troublesome child. Suddenly there was a protest from Isaac, not accepting that he was being called troublesome. He put his hands on his hips as he looked irritably at Robin and Anderson. Behind Isaac, Sherry smiled tiredly and raised her hands in surrender. Sherry apologized to Robin. She couldn't handle Isaac, who was constantly making a fuss. So, the only thing Sherry could do to calm the child down was to ask him to talk to Robin again. Robin tells Isaac that it's still too early for him. Isaac didn't accept it. He said the only person stronger than him was Robin. Robin calmed Isaac down. Robin says he's not talking about how strong Isaac is. However, it involves ethical issues. Anderson then suggested that Robin bring Isaac this time. Maybe that way he will learn what is called etiquette while out there. Moreover, according to Anderson, Korea is known as a country with ethics. Robin took a short breath. He finally agrees and lets Isaac go with him. Demon Instructor observes Hyansu, who is practicing. He noticed that Hyansu looked different from before. Demon instructor then asked Hyan-Su's response regarding the heavenly demon. Hyan-Su was surprised that the demon instructor suddenly asked this. He answered even though he was doubtful. According to Hyan-Su, a heavenly demon is something between a demon in heaven and a demon who descended from heaven. Demon instructor did not confirm, nor did he blame Hyan-Su's answer. He was just about to explain about the heavenly demon when Hyan-Su suddenly called out telling him there was something outside. Demon instructor also felt a very strong energy. It can even reach into the portal. Meanwhile, outside, Robin and Isaac were seen starting to enter the apartment area where Hyan-Su lived. Hyan-Su read Robin's business card. On the other hand, Robin looked at Hyan-Su sharply. He could feel greater energy when he met Hyan-Su directly. Robin was a little doubtful whether Hyan-Su was someone who had just awakened a month ago. Hyan-Su started to introduce himself. His calm demeanor was a little unexpected. Robin didn't expect Hyan-Su to still be calm even though he already knew his identity. Hyan-Su was a little surprised to hear how Robin could speak Korean fluently. However, Robin honestly said he couldn't do it. Currently, he uses a communication tool created by Anderson, following the technology used by Joe Lordeman. Isaac covered his nose, criticizing Hyan-Su's room which he thought smelled rancid. Robin immediately warned Isaac that his attitude was impolite. Isaac snorted, not understanding what Robin was saying. Realizing he was using Korean language mode, Robin took off the communication device he was using and gave it to Isaac. Isaac groaned. Even so, he still put the device in his ear. Robin then asked Isaac to introduce himself. Isaac just said his name nonchalantly. Robin told Hyan-Su that Isaac was not an adult yet. Hyan-Su understands it. He said everyone was like that when he was Isaac's age. At first, Isaac looked like he was going to protest. However, Robin immediately hit his head because he was annoyed that his student had not been able to behave politely since earlier. Seeing the interaction between Robin and Isaac for some reason reminded Hyan-Su of his relationship with the demon instructor. Hyan-Su then asked the reason why Robin came to see him. Meanwhile, demon instructor watched from behind. He called Hyan-Su polite and extraordinary. Demon instructor felt like he was just supervising Hyan-Su that day. Robin immediately set his goal. As chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee, he wants to recruit Hyan-Su to become their member. Knight's servant cried seeing Knight being severely punished by Rook. Knight was punished because apart from not realizing a singularity was right in front of him, Knight also failed to carry out his plan. Rook said angrily, if the decision was in his hands, he would have killed Knight by now. However, the king seemed to grant the knight forgiveness and another chance. Rook's servant comes to bring him an umbrella. Before leaving there, Rook said it was Knight's last chance. No matter how Knight must succeed in capturing the singularity. Rook left. Now it was the knight's servant's turn to approach. The woman ran, crying, to Knight who was lying seriously injured. Returned to Hyan-Su's room. Robin tells Hyan-Su about the singularity. About 2 years ago, Robin said he saw images of the battle on Portal Impact. 3 figures will protect the Earth from great evil. They call those people the singularity. Hyan-Su then asked if there was a special reason why Robin thought it was a singularity. Robin then explained that his abilities were time interference and reconstitution. He drank the glass of water that Hyan-Su served him until it was finished. As soon as Robin placed the glass on the table, water appeared from nowhere, filling the glass until it was as full as before. Hyan-Su was surprised to see him. Robin says he can create a gap in time to see what happened and intervene. He had watched all of Hyan-Su's fights, starting from Amugi, Haxan, to the Sorcerer King. Hyan-Su, who heard that, felt a little disturbed. It felt like all his actions were being observed by someone. Robin, who realized this, immediately apologized. He had no intention of looking into someone's private life, so Hyan-Su doesn't need to worry. Demon instructor who witnessed the conversation smiled faintly. He was proud to see Hyan-Su able to maintain his honor as the heir to Heavenly Demon. After watching all of Hyan-Su's fights, Robin is convinced that he is a singularity. Isaac is one of the 3 singularities discovered by the Portal Strategic Committee. Robin again invites Hyan-Su to join the Portal Strategic Committee to save humanity together. Hyan-Su was silent for a moment. He understood what Robin said. However, Hyan-Su said he was also still a member of Red Lion. He should have discussed this with his guildmaster, Hyurak. Therefore, Hyan-Su wanted to get more time before answering. Robin agreed to that. Hyan-Su said that after deciding, he would immediately contact Robin via the number on the business card the man gave him. Robin had high hopes that Hyan-Su would join them. After that, he took Isaac back through the portal that previously brought them here. After Robin left, Hyan-Su closed the door to her house again. He breathed a sigh of relief. He almost didn't close the black hole because he forgot. Hyan-Su was just about to open the paper covering the portal on the wall. However, Demon Instructor prevented it. Suddenly the door to Hyan-Su's house opened again. Isaac peeked inside and was immediately caught off guard by Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su asks if Isaac doesn't know that it's rude to enter someone else's house without permission. Isaac replied asking how Hyan-Su knew that. even though Isaac was sure he had hidden his presence before entering. Hyan-Soo firmly said that realizing Isaac's presence at his current level was not a big problem. Isaac felt challenged. Hearing Hyan-Soo's words made him feel even more enthusiastic about fighting the young man. Isaac concentrated his strength in his hands before finally lunging straight at Hyan-Soo. Hyan-Soo welcomed Isaac's attack. Their fists collided, causing an explosion of light that dazzled the eyes. All the windows in Hyan-Soo's apartment complex exploded into pieces. Even the whole house was scattered because of Hyan-Soo's efforts to stop Isaac. Meanwhile, Isaac looked shocked, not believing Hyan-Soo could withstand his attack. Hyan-Soo pouted that Isaac's attack was so slow that it made him want to fall asleep. Isaac didn't move when Hyan-Soo slammed his body as hard as he could. In his mansion, Knight is seen being treated for his wounds by his servant. While crying, the woman asked if Knight was okay. In her heart, she felt very angry because Rook dared to hurt her master. Knight didn't answer. Instead, he groaned softly, making the woman reflexively apologize. Bishop then arrives. The woman said sarcastically that Knight always exaggerated his pain. Knight didn't like Bishop's presence. He then asked why the woman had come to his place. Bishop responded casually about whether she should only come when something happened. The next second, Bishop laughed mockingly. She heard Knight was badly beaten. That's why she came to visit, because he was curious about Knight's condition. Knight said since it was a punishment from the king, it couldn't be helped. However, Bishop taunts him again. Knight, who couldn't stand hearing Bishop's taunts, said angrily that Bishop should just be killed. Knight was so angry that he forgot that his body was injured. A moment later, he groaned as the wound felt again. While biting his lip in pain, Knight told Bishop to stop her nonsense and get out of there. Bishop replied that she was also a busy person and didn't come there to joke around. She then asked if Knight wasn't curious about what he was going to say, even though it was something that would help him. In the end, Knight asked what Bishop meant. Before telling Knight, Bishop put forward a condition first. If the Knight successfully completes the task using the advice she provides, the Knight must grant the Bishop's request without rejecting it. Knight cursed in his heart how cunning Bishop was. Even the king and queen couldn't understand the woman's train of thought. Even so, Knight finally agreed. He swears on his behalf that he will fulfill Bishop's one wish, whatever it may be. Bishop also informed Knight that the Dark Spirit had started to move. Dark Spirit is an awakened group from the Portal Strategy Committee that is opposite to the Hunter world. The group was formed because many people didn't like changes in the world with Hunters. Since the Portal Strategy Committee established the gun rules, Hunters have truly ruled the world, and Dark Spirits have basically stood above humans who have no power to fight back. Dark Spirit does a lot of terror. However, this action will have no effect. At least for now. Bishop says that the Dark Spirit has chosen Black Thunder as the leader and gives Knight the contact information of the group's leader. Knight read the business card carefully. There was written the name of the new Dark Spirit leader, Henry. That person was one of the highest among the A ranks. It is said that he is the next generation of S rank. People who left the Portal Strategy Committee. Bishop smiled broadly and asked Knight to listen to her plan carefully. The residents who lived in the same complex as Hyan-Soo flocked out of their homes. They panicked when all the windows suddenly broke at once. Hyan-Soo approached the panicked people and apologized. Hyan-Soo reasons that he did the wrong movement during practice. Some of the people grumbled. However, they did not take the matter any further. However, Hyan-Soo is still a hero in their eyes. Hyan-Soo apologized once again. He promised to immediately repair the window and provide compensation to those affected. Hearing this, the people felt a little calm and decided to return to their respective homes. Hyan-Soo took a deep breath. All the chaos happened because of Isaac. However, he was also affected by the sap. Because there is a portal in his house, Hyan-Soo can't just move. He had thought about buying the entire building with the remaining money he got from the contract. Demon Instructor suddenly appeared after hearing Hyan-Soo's plan. He excitedly tells Hyan-Soo to carve the heavenly demon symbol on the roof and black dragons on the pillars. Hyan-Soo returned to his house. This time he taught the Demon Instructor how to eat pizza. Demon Instructor seemed to really enjoy the food, which was new to him. He considers pizza to be the equivalent of gyoza. Hyan-Soo then told him that gyoza was not an amazing food in the world they lived in. Demon Instructor was surprised to hear that. He asked how much amazing food there actually was. Hyan-Soo also promised to make the Demon Instructor taste everything. Hyan-Soo went back to get the pizza. He gasped in shock when the Demon Instructor threatened to cut off his hand if he tried to eat the pizza by holding two pieces together. Isaac, who had fainted, finally regained consciousness, and the first thing that came out of his mouth was the question, "Did I lose?" Hyan-Soo approaches Isaac, offering him a box of pizza. Hyan-Soo also asked the reason why Isaac suddenly attacked him. He advises that Isaac will be really punished if he continues to act like that. Isaac still couldn't believe the fact that he lost. Isaac insisted there was no way he could lose against someone like Hyan-Soo. Demon Instructor said Isaac seemed to have a reason. Hyan-Soo also replied that everyone has a reason. Isaac looked annoyed to see Hyan-Soo talking without looking at him and instead talking to empty air. At least that's how it seemed to Isaac. He couldn't see the demon instructor who was actually next to Hyan-Soo. Isaac gritted his teeth in annoyance. He got up to attack Hyan-Soo again. Right at that moment, Robin appeared with an angry face. Even the door to Hyan-Soo's house fell off its hinges because he was too emotional when he opened it. Robin approached Hyan-Soo to apologize profusely. Hyan-Soo asked Robin not to worry about this. This time Robin's gaze turned to Isaac. He shouted at the young man, angrily telling him to apologize to Hyan-Soo right now. Isaac didn't dare argue and immediately did as he was told. Isaac looked down apologetically at Hyan-Soo. After that, he went out following Robin. Robin roughly kicked Isaac back into the portal. Only then did he turn to Hyan-Soo. Robin smiled and said he would wait for Hyan-Soo's call. Before leaving, Robin told Hyan-Soo that the Portal Strategy Committee had officially registered him as an S-rank hunter. Robin stepped into the portal. Before actually leaving, he said that the emergence of a new S-rank hunter would soon be celebrated by the world. Hyan-Soo was surprised and happy to hear that he was an S-rank hunter. Unexpectedly, the day when he became an S-rank finally arrived. Hyan-Soo's fun was slightly disturbed by the demon instructor's scolding, who told him to stop messing around and immediately return to training. Hyan-Soo and the demon instructor returned to the portal, continuing the training which had been delayed due to the sudden arrival of guests. The demon instructor explained the 6 moves in the second part of the heavenly demon martial art intended to destroy the heavens. The existence of the heavenly demon itself is basically to kill gods. Hyan-Soo wonders if that is possible. As if he knew what Hyan-Soo was thinking, the demon instructor said that he also thought that killing a god was impossible. However, he realized that gods were powerful opponents that the heavenly demon had to face. In order to fight them, according to demon instructor Hyan-Soo, he needs martial arts, internal strength, and knowledge about the heavenly demon. That was the meaning of being a heavenly demon. Demon instructor also showed 6 movements in the second part of Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fist. The first technique is Cloud Scattered Heavens. Demon instructor sucked in a breath. Lightning that looked like electricity radiated around his body. Hyan-Soo was shocked by the amount of pressure he felt. Demon instructor shouted as he raised his hand and directed the gathered power toward the ground. Instantly the ground exploded violently. A notification appeared that Hyan-Soo had learned the first technique in the second part of Heaven Obliterating Demonic Fist with a current level of understanding of 37%. The second technique is Black Crow Heavens and the third is Falling Heavens. Hyan-Soo stared at the demon instructor's extraordinary movements. He thought that if someone like a demon instructor became a hunter, it would be a nightmare. Demon instructor demonstrated the fourth technique, namely Lightning Heavens. What needs to be done is to convert the static energy produced by falling heaven into electricity, and then attack the heavens using lightning. The fifth technique is Exploding Heavens, aimed at toppling the already weakened heavens. Finally, the sixth technique is the Heavenly Spiritual Body which aims to bring death to heaven that has fallen. At the hospital, Ha-Yurek, who had regained consciousness, looked at his own reflection in the mirror. Ha-Yurek cried silently. She was disappointed in herself after losing many members. Ha-Yurek calls herself a useless guild master. The door to the room opened slowly. It turns out that Minna came after hearing the news that Ha-Yurek had regained consciousness. Minna tries to comfort Ha-Yurek who can no longer use her abilities. Minna asked Ha-Yurek not to worry. It could be that this is only temporary. Ha-Yurek asked if the situation outside was okay. Minna agreed to the question. She also told Ha-Yurek that because they managed to handle Fragment, Hyan-Soo is now a national hero. Ha-Yurek took a short breath as he said that his guildmaster had regained consciousness. However, he was not there. Minna also told Ha-Yurek that Hyan-Soo didn't show any movement at all after Robin's visit. Hearing this information, Ha-Yurek looked a little surprised. She asked what happened until Robin came to visit Hyan-Soo. After practice, Hyan-Soo returned to his room. Hyan-Soo smiled as he pointed at himself proudly for having progressed this far. Demon instructor replies that Hyan-Soo has really become arrogant. Hyan-Soo then lay down on the bed, acting disappointed because the demon instructor didn't praise him at all. Demon instructor glanced at Hyan-Soo and gave a silent compliment. That child is truly extraordinary, although not yet stable. However, he was able to master Lightning Heavens in just 1 week. Hyan-Soo checked his cell phone. He received news that Ha-Yurek had regained consciousness. Demon instructor replied that the woman had indeed regained consciousness 2 days ago. Hyan-Soo immediately protested because the demon instructor didn't know anything about it even though he already knew about it. Hyan-Soo got up again and said that he had to meet Ha-Yurek. However, the demon instructor grumbled, asking Hyan-Soo to take a shower first because his whole body was covered in sweat. Hyan-Soo took the demon instructor to the sauna. When they got there, the demon instructor was a little surprised that they needed to wear sauna clothes even though they were going to take a shower. Hyan-Soo smiled as he said there was a place he had to go to before entering the bath. The demon instructor was even more surprised when Hyan-Su took him to a room where many people were lying relaxed. There was also someone joking while holding a glass of drink, whose name Hyan-Su told was Sekai. However, what was no less surprising for him was seeing the people wearing towels resembling sheep's horns on their heads. Demon instructor even thought that these people were a group that worshipped sheep. Hyan-Su peeled an egg for the demon instructor. Hyan-Su tells him that boiled eggs are the perfect partner for Sekai. However, demon instructor denied it. Based on what he heard, it was soda instead. Hyan-Su didn't expect that the demon instructor would really adapt to this world. He also asked the demon instructor to try the egg first. Some of the sauna visitors turned out to know Hyan-Su. They immediately surrounded him to ask for an autograph. Demon instructor comments that Hyan-Su is quite popular even though he has a drag's appearance. With an innocent face, Hyan-Su said he was still more handsome than the demon instructor. Hyan-Su's head was immediately bombarded with blows. Hyan-Su decided to soak first. As soon as he entered the pool, his whole body immediately felt relaxed. Demon instructor looked so jealous looking at Hyan-Su. He thought he could also enjoy the comfort if he had a body. As if he knew what his master wanted, Hyan-Su stretched out his hand. Finally, demon instructors can now also enjoy the refreshing sensation of soaking in a sauna. While visiting Ha-Yurek, Hyan-Su told him about his meeting with Robin, including the fact that he is a singularity. Ha-Yurek turned around and walked over to Hyan-Su. Her hand reached out to caress the young man's cheek. She smiled and then said he never noticed that even though Hyan-Su was near him all the time. While brewing coffee, Ha-Yurek asked if Robin was up to something else. Hyan-Su also said that he had been registered as an S-rank hunter by the Portal Strategy Committee. Ha-Yurek guessed that Robin was trying to recruit Hyan-Su. Hyan-Su confirmed, and that's why he wanted to discuss this first with Ha-Yurek as the guildmaster. Ha-Yurek also asked whether Robin didn't tell him important details. The detail that Ha-Yurek refers to is about the hope shown by the leader of the 1st Expeditionary Force, Choi Sung-ho, who died in battle. 3 singularities. Ha-Yurek tells Hyan-Su that S-rank hunters have a different view of the singularity. Robin believes the singularity must be found even at the expense of the majority. Armin joined him and Anderson liked the research environment, so he joined too. That's how the Portal Strategy Committee was formed. Meanwhile, Haxon is on the side that doesn't want to depend on the singularity and focuses on becoming stronger. Takeshi and Jill followed suit by founding the Shadow Experience Guild. King Lan from China and Alexander from America also founded guilds for their respective purposes. Hyan-Su then asked what Ha-Yurek's own views were. There was a moment's pause before Ha-Yurek finally answered. She didn't really think about all that. She just wanted to protect his comrades with his own hands. And according to him, this desire is not too extraordinary. However, for Hyan-Su, it also sounded cool. Smiling sadly, Ha-Yurek said she couldn't save anyone. She said he was no longer worthy to do that. Hyan-Su tries to encourage Ha-Yurek. This is war. They go to dangerous places to save people. Deaths that occur because of war are not the leader's fault. Ha-Yurek smiled again. She said Hyan-Su is really good at talking. Ha-Yurek didn't expect the children to calm her down with words. Ha-Yurek then asked what Hyan-Su would do now. Will he stay with Red Lion? Hyan-Su answered that after hearing Ha-Yurek, he became even more convinced. He will get stronger. Demon instructor smiled proudly at Hyan-Su's answer. Likewise with Ha-Yurek. Ha-Yurek said Hyan-Su would walk his own path, and that was predictable because Hyan-Su is an S rank. Ha-Yurek then reminded Hyan-Su to be careful with the people he will meet later because they are aiming for a singularity like him. Hyan-Su confidently says that he has no intention of letting them catch him. Ha-Yurek chimed in with a joke. If he could do that, she would definitely lock Hyan-Su up on a remote island. Hyan-Su said again confidently that no one in this world could lock him up. Ha-Yurek sighed. She smiled faintly and then gave Hyan-Su a hug. Ha-Yurek patted Hyan-Su's back gently, reminding him again not to be careless in the slightest. Hunter can turn evil in the blink of an eye. She looks forward to working with Hyan-Su again. Meanwhile, somewhere in an abandoned building, there was a group of hunters who were listening to what their leader was saying. The group was Dark Spirit, and the one giving the speech was Henrik, the leader of Usurp, who was standing together with Dark Spirit. Henrik expressed his dislike for hunters. He said the hunters had seized the power and weapons that should have belonged to them. Henrik invites all his members to defeat the hunters and reclaim their rights as humans. Dark Spirit has now become one. Henrik said his lightning punishment would fall on those who betrayed the organization. Henrik raised his index finger. Instantly lightning shot out from his finger, penetrated the roof, and radiated far into the sky. Henrik walked bravely. Outside he was surprised by the presence of a clown who suddenly clapped his hands to greet him. Henrik asked unhappily who the clown was. The clown ignored Henrik's question. Instead, he said Henrik Abrohi Muix was also known as Black Thunder. A lightning user is equivalent to an S-rank hunter. Henrik fights Hunter even though he has awakened to become the leader of Usurp, a terrorist organization and Dark Spirit Union. Henrik again angrily asked who the clown really was. The clown then said his name. His name is Pirate. Henrik immediately attacked Pirate with his Thunderbolt. Henrik's attack hits Pirate's head and explodes. Henrik said arrogantly that such a trick would not affect him. Pirate laughed, praising Henrik's greatness. Judging from the lightning, he felt that his decision to come here was not wrong. It turns out that the figure behind it all is Night. Henrik finally begins to realize that Pirate is just an illusion. He stopped his attack and chose to light his cigarette. Henrik said there was no point for him to talk to people who weren't even there. If Pirate's real body wasn't at the location, that meant Henrik couldn't attack him. Henrik also asked why Pirate had come to see him. Pirate stated that he wanted to form an alliance with Henrik. Hearing that, Henrik didn't seem to like it. It didn't make sense to him. Why should he ally himself with an unknown person for no reason? Pirate replies there are many reasons for that. They will give the Dark Spirit and bombs, and even if they want they can also give them missiles. Henrik's face looked surprised at Pirate's words. Paris that day looked so calm. People carry out their activities as usual. None of them thought they would experience such a terrible disaster that day. A sudden explosion caused the entire city to panic. People ran to save themselves from the explosions that continued to occur in succession. From behind the smoke appeared a group of soldiers with rifles in their hands. One of them muttered a sentence in a foreign language that sounded like, Fairweather Fireworks Festival, starting in Paris. With the appointment of Hyun-soo as an S-rank hunter, South Korea is now the most powerful country because it has 2 S-rank hunters, along with America. Yoon looks amazed to see the news. She also told Hyun-tae that Hyun-soo has become an international hunter, so it will be increasingly difficult to contact him. Hyun-soo suddenly appears in Hyun-tae's treatment room, surprising Yoon who is there. Yoon tells Hyun-soo about developments in Hyun-tae's condition. Yoon said yesterday she saw Hyun-tae's finger move. Demon Instructor thought that severing heavenly language had little effect. Hearing this, Hyun-soo intended to try doing the same thing again. However, because he didn't want to show this in front of Yoon, Hyun-soo subtly asked the girl to leave Hyun-tae's room on the pretext of buying her a lunchbox. After Yoon left, Hyun-soo returned to using the severing heavenly language technique. The pressure Hyun-soo experienced felt stronger than before. Even the flower vase and the bedroom window were broken. Demon Instructor asked Hyun-soo to stop his actions any longer and he might destroy his own sister's body. Having no other choice, Hyun-soo finally obeyed the Demon Instructor's orders. Unexpectedly, the seal on Hyun-tae's body was very strong. Even the severing heavenly language was unable to break it. Suddenly Hyun-tae's eyes opened. However, those eyes don't look like normal human eyes. Instead, Hyun-tae's eyes glowed green. Hyun-soo looked shocked. Moreover, his sister's body suddenly floated on the bed. Meanwhile, in the training room at the Portal Strategy office, Isaac was seen with an annoyed face. Many times he launched different attacks: Screw Punch, Leg Axe, and Tornado Flame. Now most of the room has been destroyed, leaving nothing but rubble. His defeat against Hyun-soo last time made Isaac's feelings of irritation still persist to this day. He couldn't believe at all that he lost against Hyun-soo. Anderson, who was watching Isaac from the control room, smiled with satisfaction. Anderson was grateful for making Isaac and Hyun-soo meet, because the young man is motivated now. Anderson told this to a man who had just come to call him. The man didn't really care about hearing information from Anderson. Instead, he immediately asked where Robin was because the committee chair did not answer his calls at all. The man turned out to be Armand. Hunter S ranked number 4 and deputy chair of the Portal Strategy Committee is French. Anderson said Robin is currently meditating to find out about King and his colleagues. Hearing this, Armin then told Anderson to open the portal because he had to go to Paris. There was terror there and the Croix Guild was no longer able to protect the city alone. Armin said Paris was his homeland, so he had to go there to deal with problems. While fiddling with his computer, Anderson asked when the Dark Spirit became that strong. They might become too big a problem for the Croix Guild to handle. Armin thinks maybe someone will provide financial assistance to the group. Moreover, they used explosives and firearms. When the portal to Paris opened, Anderson again offered to come along. However, Armin refused and said that he alone was more than enough. The situation in Paris looked chaotic. Gunshots were heard everywhere, killing quite a few innocent people. 2 hunters then appeared to deal with the chaos that had been created by the Dark Spirit members. The terrorists' target changed. Now they intend to finish off the 2 hunters first so that it doesn't interfere with their work later. Dozens of bullets strafed the 2 hunters. However, none of them succeeded in hitting them. Behind the 2 hunters, it turns out there is another person whose job is to create a protective barrier with his skill, Doom Barrier. It was a skill that repelled attacks from outside. However, it can still attack from within. One by one, the terrorists began to be neutralized. However, the strongest among them appeared and told his comrades to retreat. Instead, he would fight against the three hunters. The man attacked using a rifle that could fire 400 bullets at once. The effect of the attack was very strong. The barrier that protected the two hunters was destroyed and nothing remained. The terrorist man raised his rifle again, aiming it at the three hunters. However, before he could successfully attack, suddenly a foreign force lifted his body. A second later, the man's body bounced hard against the wall of the building. The other terrorists looked surprised to see the sudden attack. The perpetrator turned out to be Armand. He managed to arrive in time before the three hunters became the next victims. Seeing that Armand had arrived at the location, the hunters could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Armand's arrival made the group of terrorists afraid. They shot Armand non-stop. However, Armand continued forward without feeling afraid at all. He blocked the bullets easily with his shield. In an angry tone, Armand said that the terrorists were really brave by fighting S-rank hunters. He released his power, and suddenly the terrorists felt like they were being strangled by an invisible hand. Armand clenched his fists. The terrorists fell without a fight. Armand floated in the air to see the situation around him. Many lives were lost. In addition, heavy fires engulfed the entire city, making it difficult for firefighters to put out the flames. Armand released his strength again, and in the blink of an eye, the fire was extinguished. People cheered happily to see Armand come to help. Armand smiled as he waved. However, a second later his smile disappeared. A flash of light suddenly appeared. In the next second, Armand's body was struck by powerful lightning, even causing him to fall and hit the ground hard. Henrik, the owner of the lightning, said Armand was great. It was surprising to see how he was able to put out the fire in such a short time. Plus, he even looked fine after being struck by lightning. Henrik praised Armand as an extraordinary hunter. Armand warned Henrik not to underestimate S-rank hunters. However, Henrik arrogantly said that Armand would not be fine after being hit so many times. Armand replied sarcastically, the same attack wouldn't work against an S-ranker. Plus, he also knew that Henrik's only ability was to shoot lightning. Henrik told Armand not to be arrogant. He then rolled a yellow ball near Armand's feet. The ball exploded and Henrik released his lightning again. It was just a diversionary tactic that Armand thought was useless. He then activated his physical shield skill. However, unexpectedly, Armand couldn't even use his abilities. It turns out that Henrik uses a device that can temporarily block his abilities. As a result, Armand was hit by Henrik's lightning strike again. He screamed in pain and his body collapsed to the ground. Henrik stepped over to Armand. He sneered at Armand's previous arrogance. The man must have never thought that that would happen to him. Henrik released his lightning again. He intends to kill Armand and spread the name of the Dark Spirit. Just as Henrik was about to attack, a portal suddenly appeared and Anderson came out of it. He immediately attacked Henrik until the man fell. Henrik looked annoyed. He said Anderson was cheating because he could move places using coordinates. A moment later, Henrik laughed evilly. He said this attack was enough. Hunters all over the world have received warnings because of this incident. Henrik released his lightning, again causing a quite large explosion. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Hyan-Soo was shocked to see his sister's body floating in the air. His eyes radiated green light. Plus strange words came out of his mouth. Evil darkness will reign. There will be no life and all living things will die where darkness appears. It will bring death. It will devour all life. It is inevitable. After that, Hyunti's body fell back on his bed. He lay still, just like before. Hyan-Soo didn't understand what had just happened. Suddenly the sonogram machine beeped, indicating the instability of Hyunti's heartbeat. Hyan-Soo, who panicked, immediately put the oxygen mask back on over his sister's mouth and nose. Finally, Hyunti's condition returned to stability, making Hyan-Soo breathe a sigh of relief. Demon Instructor then commented on what had just happened. According to him, the sentence that Hyunti just said was like a prophecy and someone was trying to convey a certain figure. Hyan-Soo asked who was the person who even borrowed Hyunti's body to convey this. Demon Instructor couldn't give a definite answer. It's just that he thought it must be the same person who gave the seal to Hyunti. Demon Instructor also admitted that there was something he didn't tell Hyan-Soo. He also reminded him of the incident after they left Ancestral Dragon's place. The two of them had separated. Demon Instructor said that at that time he was pulled to another place by an unknown force using a method that he didn't even know about. Hyan-Soo, who heard this, looked surprised. Demon Instructor continued the story. The person who brought him did not show himself in front of him. However, he could feel someone's presence. Hyan-Soo then asked if that person might be King. However, Demon Instructor did not think so, because he did not sense any evil intentions. However, what was clear was that he could feel that this person could match him. Demon Instructor couldn't think of anyone other than the installer of the seal that even the severing heavenly language couldn't overcome. Hyan-Soo asked again why the Demon Instructor was only now telling him this. Demon Instructor answered because that person could make Hyan-Soo and all humans in this world fall into despair. He asked Hyan-Soo to imagine what it would be like if someone like him came into his real body to conquer this world. Hyan-Su was stunned. He couldn't imagine that someone like Demon Instructor would come as an enemy. Who will be able to stop it? Hyan-Su never thought about that. What would happen would be truly terrible. It was the embodiment of horror, just as the figure that possessed Hyunti said. Demon Instructor said that was the kind of person he was. Maybe King is the same way. That's what the ancestral dragon said. Demon Instructor also asked Hyan-Su to try hard to become stronger if he wanted to guard this place. Yoon suddenly appears telling Hyan-Su that it's really messy outside. The windows were all shattered. When he saw the same thing happening in Hyunti's room, Yoon looked shocked. She immediately asked if Hyan-Su was injured. Hyan-Su answered that he was fine. One thing he didn't expect was that Yoon was actually worried about him even though he knew Hyan-Su was an S-rank hunter. In his heart, Hyan-Su was determined to protect everyone around him. Okay, that's all the discussion this time. In the next part, will Hyan-Su succeed in fulfilling his determination to protect the people he loves? Will he find out who the figure possessed Hyunti to convey the prophecy? We are waiting for the continuation of the story in the next part.
Yeah!